So this super rich noble chick asks our boy Luca out, but he hits her with the hard no, all because he's just an orphan from the slums. And she's completely shook, like isn't bagging a noble. The ultimate life hack for a commoner. But the second Luca turns to dip, she full-on sprints and grabs him because getting with Luca was actually her brother's dying wish. Meet Imperial Guard trainee. Number 32, Luca. For this next training mission, our boy has to literally dodge and block real bullets. It's the only way to finally drop the trainee tag, and his opponents are 5 guys pulled straight off death row. No big deal. Even though the odds are totally stacked against him, he's already aced every insane simulation. So our MC does some quick gamer math. He figures 10 seconds is all he'll need, then boom, he just blitzes forward, charging them head on. The first dude didn't even see it coming, before his head got disconnected from his body, and just like that, our boy jumped straight into the middle of their formation. This was his big shot to impress the commander, and he wasn't about to fumble it. Even though he's never actually tried this move, IRRL, he had to pull off this close-range slaughter right now, pushing his senses into overdrive. Then the last 4 guys open fire at the exact same time, and Luca's blade becomes a total blur of steel, with his movements being absolutely flawless. He deflects every single bullet, sending them ricocheting right back into the dudes who fired them. The commander is just nodding, completely impressed. It was insane to think a mere trainee could pull off a move. That OP, they definitely just scouted a terrifying new player. Despite taking some serious internal damage from that whole massacre, our boy had once again shattered his own personal best. And as Luca walks out of the training room, the commander gives him a slow clap for that beast mode performance. Because controlling bullet trajectory isn't even in the basic trainee skill tree yet. The commander then cracks this seriously deadly grin, promising Luca some huge XP bonus, but the instant our boy looks over the commander's hand, just smashes down on Luca's eye. Everyone around them freezes totally horrified as the commander brutally squishes his eyeball into a mess of pulp right then and there. But Luca just smirks and thanks the guy. He'd been wanting a new eye for a minute. One that could basically predict bullet paths. Later when he gets back to the barracks lounge, some blonde dude is blocking his way. "I'm trainee number 12, Eli. I saw your little show out there. You're seriously cracked, man." Noticing Luca's dead silent response, Eli figures he might have been a bit too forward, but he still waves him over anyway. "If you're just looking to compare stats, you're barking up the wrong tree, Eli Kartika." You could tell from that last name alone the dude was born with a silver spoon, so logically Luca had zero reason to get aggressive. With some kid from a major noble family, our boy just writes it off as him being a hater. Just then Eli whips out a blue pill, a painkiller that would totally nerf the agony coming from his fresh wound. Luca immediately turns it down, but Eli warns him that running on low HP is gonna get him cooked in the next training session. For that piece of advice, at least, Luca grunts out a thanks. Turns out he'd been watching Eli's training too. When it comes to pure control, I've still got a long way to go to catch up to you. Eli just casually taps his own eye. "Oh, I've got a military-grade cybernetic eye, so calculating trajectories is easy mode for me." Looks like the commander took a special interest in a trainee like you, even paying out of his own wallet to gift you that upgrade. Meanwhile, our MC was over here just struggling to survive this whole death game. Unlike you privileged nobles, a gutter rat like me can't afford to miss any chance to level up, especially not one that comes from a solo assessment. Hearing that Eli gets real quiet. Sure, on the surface nobles always seem untouchable and perfect, but some of those losers passed the trials and still got kicked from the server, all because they tried to pay to win by manipulating the final rankings. Luca was shook to hear a noble just spitting straight facts like that. Maybe not all of them were actually elite. What the heck was this guy's angle? Suddenly Eli holds out his hand to our boy because he was 100% sure that someone like Luca was destined to be a top-tier player, a monster who grinded his way here with zero help from any guilds. And our boy firmly shakes it, because everything they were doing was for the ultimate glory of the Empire. This is the story of a kid who was literally forged from birth to be the perfect military weapon. So, the whole world is basically living under the thumb of a brutal dictatorship called the Ecclesia Empire. And then we jump forward a few days. Our boy, Luca, finally scores the cybernetic eye. He's been jonesing for one that predicts bullet trajectories and his already insane accuracy. Just instantly goes into God mode. He's popping a bullet into every single target's dome, proving that top-tier players are just built different. He's a monster in close quarters combat, who can also snipe the wings off a fly. Isn't that basically a cheat code? Yet our boy found the whole thing painfully mid because his buddy Eli had buried literally every single one of his shots into the exact same bullet hole. Still, Luca really believed the Empire was desperate for new talent. On Eli's level hearing this, Luca was totally floored because in the Empire these days, the real worth of someone's ability and their raw talent was getting seriously nerfed. Because if you have enough status and money, even a complete F-tier scrub could be geared up to look OP. But Eli wonders what if more freaks like you rise up, just on pure skill alone. Maybe then the normies will finally learn to tell the pay-to-win whales from the actual pro gamers. Luca just shuts him down hard, because that talk was sounding way too much like treason against the whole imperial system. And if our MC snitched, even a high society noble like Eli would get hit with the full force of an imperial permaban. But Eli just smirked. He knew full well that his boy Luca wouldn't say a single word about it. Then we cut to the very next day when they get their first official deployment. On this first mission out in the field, Luca and Eli get handed the role of platoon leaders, their goal push across the canyon, and just completely delete the Korean outpost there. The commander gives them one bone-chilling piece of advice. This was a real-life server wipe, and they were not to take any prisoners as they stare at the settlement in the distance. Eli quietly says, "They're no different from us, just another splinter of humanity from old Earth," but Luca flashes him a signal to just drop it. He warns him not to get sloppy because of some useless sentimentality, especially with that colossal mech stomping around behind them, which Luca was 100% certain was not there as their backup. It was a warden, a killer sent to watch their every move. And if any of them got the bright idea to take prisoners, that walking tank would waste them too. On this new planet, every other faction was just a bug to the Empire. Just little insects who only knew how to manipulate and backstab the Empire for their own messed up agendas. When he heard that Eli just went radio silent because he knew the messed up reality of the situation, nothing going on here was that simple. But the official Imperial propaganda sold the story exactly like Luca had just laid it out. The Purge was a total speedrun, and the mission was already over halfway done. But a nasty feeling of doubt was eating away at Luca. How come not a single person here was carrying a weapon? He tried to gaslight himself into thinking the Empire's intel couldn't be this wrong, but right then, Luca locked eyes on a little kid. The kid was shaking like a leaf back in the shadows, completely paralyzed by fear. And for just 1 second, our boy Luca froze up, not knowing how to play this, but the commander's final order was echoing inside his skull. No survivors. Luca just kept repeating the line to himself, trying to make it stick. They're just leeches, he thought, draining the Empire's resources dry, and without even a moment's pause, he swung his blade down in a savage strike. Except the killing blow completely missed the child, sinking the weapon deep into the nearby wall. Instead, Luca then whispered to the kid to just play dead, hoping it would be enough for the kid to make it out alive. Luca knew full well if the Empire caught him, the punishment would be a fate worse than getting deleted. But in the next moment, crack, a gunshot went off right by his head, and when Luca looked up, he saw Eli holding the gun. Our boy had no clue when Eli had even gotten there. He knew Eli was no snitch, but if it had been literally anyone else, this would be a totally different situation then. A blast shot directly at Eli, which is when Luca finally saw a man standing off to the side. Was that the guy who just set off the explosion before the dude even knew what was happening? Eli was moving in for a surprise attack. The response was a blinding flash of pure energy. Luca was shook. He had no idea the man was an awakened power user. The commander's briefing hadn't said a single word about this. Was this some kind of messed up pop quiz? Eli was in serious danger because Luca hesitated. He had to make a move like right now. So, Luca sent the rest of the team to secure the main objective. This dude staying behind to 1v2 could only mean he was stalling, and Luca wasn't going to let that happen. From the way the guy was moving his hands, it looked like he could cook up spheres of raw energy. Luca immediately pushed his kinetic speed skill to its absolute limit. He knew the risks. Keep that skill active too long, and his own body would start to disintegrate. But our boy had to be even faster, right, as that glowing ball of energy was about to smash into him. Our boy, Luca, finds a massive opening, completely smashing the guy's defense. And you know what that means? It's finisher time. He plunges that longsword deep into the man's vitals. But hold up. It's a trade at the exact same time the enemy's hand connects with our MC's head, and that high-tech mech helmet Luca is wearing just explodes into a rain of metal confetti, and I'm thinking, is he cooked? But wait. The man hesitates, all because when he looks into Luca's eyes, he sees that our MC is still just a kid. So Luca ends up clutching the win, but our boy is totally shook, like he cannot process what just happened. I mean, weren't these Corrin fanatics supposed to be hardcore zealots? So, why the sudden hesitation, but all that imperial brainwashing kicks right back in, hammering home one simple truth: this is all for the Empire. His mission is to delete enemies that threaten the emperors and the people, and for the Imperial Guard, that's literally the only justification needed. So after our boy Luca checks off his very first mission, that enemy's words are just living rent-free in his head, and get this, no one actually died in the operation. The dude totally pulled his punch. He didn't go for the kill, but our boy Luca's entire life programming is screaming the opposite. He thinks mercy is just a speed run to getting your whole squad wiped anyway. The scene shifts and the Centurion is gassing them up for their insane performance. He gives a huge shout out to our boy Luca and his buddy Eli. The boss is like, you two could totally become Centurions yourselves for the glory of the Emperor, and the people even being slum orphans won't stop you. Now, normally kids from the slums like Luca get shoved into the most remote dead-end squads, but even with that trash RNG, our boy makes a vow. He swears he's going to become the Centurion of this god-forsaken wasteland. Cut to them being back in the sparring room, and it's Luca versus Eli this time, and our MC can immediately feel that Eli's whole power level has changed. Turns out after his last injury, Eli got a cybernetic arm upgrade, but yeah, it's not even close to being enough to beat our OPMC. Then Luca spots a tiny gap in Eli's moveset, and with a single step, he completely shatters the guy's rhythm before Eli even realizes what's up. Bam! Luca's fist is already planted on his face. Looks like another W for our MC and Eli's, just like, bro, I seriously thought I had you this time. Luca fires back, if getting some mythical mind sword is the only way you think you'll get stronger, then what's even the point of grinding? Eli, though he notices something, that whole Centurion pep talk hit our boy Luca way harder than he's letting on. Ever since that speech, Luca's been even more rigid, more by the book, but see, Luca and Eli are just built different. For our MC, the only escape from his past is to climb that ladder. That's his entire... Still, Luca can't help wondering what Eli's deal is. Like, what kind of soldier does he even want to be? Because for Eli, this whole army life was never his choice. His actual dream was to be a scholar and archaeologist, but the Empire has a huge ban on any private research into forbidden civilizations, and on top of that, Eli's family has been cranking out top-tier commanders for generations. There's no way they'd let him be anything else. Luca's like, bro, you can't say that stuff out loud. One report and you're cooked. But Eli just says, you won't do that though. Just like how I kept your secret. Then Luca finally comes clean. I hesitated because my opponent wasn't a real fighter, and even if it wasn't for you, I'd still go back and finish the job. My loyalty is to the Empire, and the Emperor, they were the ones who saw my talent. An enemy of the Empire is an enemy of mine. You're no exception, but Eli doesn't even argue. He just smiles and hits him with, if your loyalty was really more than just blind obedience, you would have silenced me already. Don't push yourself that hard, Luca, but our boy just frowns, telling him to keep this up, and he'll die. Then time skips, and the second mission is a go. They're deployed to some uninhabited neutral zone, and the place is filled with structures that are millions of years old, but are still giving off weird energy signatures. Of course, Eli is totally geeking out, because this proves that ancient civilizations were already reaching for the stars millions of years ago. But Luca is worried Eli's going to start spouting his forbidden theories again, so he shuts him down. If we run into another faction here, we're throwing down, but Eli isn't worried at all. In his mind, no one can even touch the Empire's elite guards, and right then this dude named Claude, who is also a massive archaeology nerd, by the way, steps up with some records saying, with data like this, we can predict what's coming. No wonder so many people are obsessed with history. Luca knows Claude is from a noble family too, not as high tier as Eli's, but still the kind of person a commoner like our MC could only dream of talking to. Then Claude hits him out of nowhere. Hey, I like you, man. Got a girlfriend? And Luca just starts sweating bullets. He literally says, if you step any closer, I'll classify you as a hostile target, leaving Claude just scratching his head super awkwardly. It turns out the dude just wanted to set Luca up with his sister, but our boy is still stuck in his slum orphan mentality. He thinks he's nowhere near worthy of being with her. And of course, Eli is in the background, just piling on, absolutely loving. So they're just gossiping about how Claude's sister is a total smoke show. Then some noise from the bushes makes them snap to, and the whole squad instantly goes into full-on Metal Gear Solid stealth mode. Our boy Luca and Claude creep forward to do some recon, and not long after they get eyes on someone way over on the other side. And the second Luca clocks who it is, his pupils just shrink to pinpricks. It's a holy night. one of the dudes who can use the Force, and you better believe the Holy Knight saw them too. He just casually lifts a hand. No big deal, and a freaking spear materializes and rockets toward them. Luca immediately screams for Claude to get back. But Luca couldn't even process the warning, because Claude's skull gets a new hole punched straight through it, and my man just collapses his health bar, blinking red on the ground. Luca's brain just blue screens his teammate. The guy he was chatting with a literal second ago was just deleted from existence. This happened right in his face. And even Luca's high-tech cybernetic eye is flashing critical error warnings like crazy. The sheer gap in their power levels was just a chasm. His scanner couldn't even track the enemy's movements. Then, Eli zips in from behind for support. Their only play is to buy time, and Luca is totally on board. Trying to escape a Holy Knight is basically a speed run to death, so their one and only option is to stall the boss until the Imperial Guard shows up. But that cavalry is a full 10 seconds out, and in the meantime, the boss is already on his next attack phase. This spear was coming straight for our boy Luca, who just barely manages to parry it off course with his blade. 10 seconds is not a long time, but for them, it felt like an entire raid night, because one wrong move meant getting insta-killed by a light flick of the boss's arm. The Holy Knight just reroutes the spear with his mind, and damn, Luca is thinking he's totally cooked here. But the rage in Luca's head just keeps screaming. Don't you dare die until you've taken that guy's head clean off the Empire. Doesn't recruit worthless trash who just roll over. Luca swings with everything he's got at the spear. There's a horrible screeching sound, and Luca's sword just shatters into a million pieces. After that one exchange, his arm was completely wrecked. But hey, he's still in the fight, and only 7 seconds had ticked by. So, now our boy has to brace for the next attack, and he watches as the Holy Knight slowly unsheathes his blade. Then this dude sends out these deadly waves of sword energy at Luca, who dodges on pure adrenaline and instincts, but his teammates behind him were not so lucky. And that's when it finally clicked for our boy, Luca. He was never the actual target. Everybody else was in the next moment. The Holy Knight blitzes forward, charging Luca directly, and man, is this attack actually impossible to dodge. The timer hits 12 seconds. The guards of the Empire sent for them finally arrive, and at the very last second, a ridiculously huge hand comes down and just smashes the enemy's skull, planting the Holy Knight into a gnarly crater in the ground. But this boss wasn't some easy one-phase chump. He whips his longsword around to try and create some breathing room. The armored guard answers with a single punch that just launches him across the map, and only then does our boy Luca finally let out a breath. He was saved. This main event was for those two monsters now. Once the Holy Knight made some distance, he pulls a freaking battle axe from his back. So now it's an Imperial Guard rocking the Empire's best gear against a Holy Knight who's basically a Jedi, and Luca has no clue who's gonna win this one. V1 as both of them swing their weapons at the same time. The instant their weapons met, the whole area lit up with blinding sparks. Neither of them was giving up an inch of ground. They break apart almost instantly, and then the armored guard pushes his thrusters into absolute overdrive, rocketing toward the Force Knight, and the fight goes from the ground straight up into the sky. Their movement speed was just off the charts. Our boy, Luca, couldn't even follow their weapons with his eyes anymore. All he could do was pray his summon would win this thing as the guard's axe kept pressing forward. And in the blink of an eye, both of their weapons just explode into pieces. The armored guard sees the opening and tries to turn the Holy Knight's head into mush. Right then and there, but the Holy Knight's helmet was not some piece of trash that would break that easily. At the same moment, the Holy Knight was trying to telekinetically control that spear from earlier. The moment Luca heard the roar from behind him, a cold dread shot down his spine. The armored guard had no idea how fast that spear was, or how much damage it could do. He might not react in time, and if the Imperial Guard dies, Luca dies too, simple as that. The second the spear erupted from the ground, Luca slammed his cybernetic legs into a desperate overdrive, frantically trying to bleed off its lethal speed. And only then did the guard finally notice the new threat. The Holy Knight grabs the guard's metal body, and the armored guard instantly reroutes every last bit of power into his right arm, and he unleashes it like a cannonball straight into the enemy's skull, creating a deafening explosion right next to them. Our boy, Luca, had no idea who won that exchange. He could only pray it was his guy. Then he heard footsteps approaching from the dust. Luca's nerves were stretched so tight they were about to snap. And then a mechanical arm slowly reached out right in front of him. "Aight, trainee, you popped off. We clutched up that W thanks to you." But our boy Luca was just staring, completely shook by the absolute horror show in front of him. You see that full-body mechanical armor? The Imperial Guard rocks. It's not just handed out. They literally chop off every single part of your body they think is mid for combat. That gear basically turns you into a walking Terminator, the ultimate weapon, and every rookie dreamed of getting that drip because it was the ultimate flex proof. You'd join the Imperial Guard. Yet this armored dude was still moving without a head. So, like, are you even human anymore, or just a machine? The battlefield went dead silent. As the guard slowly reached up for its neck, our boy realized its entire skull was just gone. Then its power flickered out and it face-planted right in front of Luca. The hero Luca had been grinding to become was just a grotesque cyborg monster, sending a wave of ice through his veins. He wasn't even sure if his own HP would hold out until backup arrived. Was this seriously the game over screen for him? But a voice suddenly sliced through the tension. Holy crap, Eli somehow survived, and now it was just the two of them left. Everyone else totally wiped, and Luca could feel his own health bar draining like a leaky faucet. He didn't know if he could hang on. Then Luca just straight up asks Eli what his next move is, because right ahead was the place Eli was trying to speedrun to, the one with all the stuff he'd never get, back inside the Empire. So Luca was telling him to just go chase that main quest. He knew reinforcements were on the way, and the second they showed up, both of them would be railroaded right back to the Empire. And Eli was some kind of noble. So half the stuff he said was just big brain nonsense to Luca. But that one time Eli talked about his dream man, our boy saw a light brighter than a maxed out flashbang. So Luca literally offered to give Eli his own heart, just so his boy could live the life he actually wanted, not this scripted one. But Eli just pressed a piece of cloth into Luca's wound to stop the bleed. Don't say some cringe nonsense like that again for a hot second. I really thought you were about to respawn. You're seriously hopeless, man. After our boys got back to the base, they were both getting grafted with some new military-grade cybernetic exoskeletons. Eli actually recommended the F-2421 US model, telling him the adaptation period was short and it would be a good fit for Luca's build. The night before, they got pulled into different rooms for debriefing since 3 trainees and 1 Imperial Guard member got zeroed on their watch. Plus, they'd run into some enemy squad using Holy Knight powers, so Luca figured they were just digging into the mission report. But nope, he got summoned for a totally different reason. It turns out they found a super classified, sus-looking cube, and Eli, being a noble and all had higher clearance for the juicy details. It was all about who gets to claim the cube. If the Holy Alliance refused to hand over the ruins and all the loot, a massive server-wide war could kick off. The Empire might just declare war on Korra, and the Bellado Federation would just sit back with popcorn, watching them burn each other's resources to the ground. So, the top brass were basically weighing the XP gain of a war against the massive repair bill. But Luca couldn't care less about the politics. All he wanted was to follow his quest log and fight, because that's what an Imperial Guard was supposed to do, right? But even now, one thing was still bugging Luca, living rent-free in his head. How the heck did that headless guard keep moving? The commander tried to pass it off as some post-mortem phantom reflex, just leftover electrical signals. But Luca wasn't buying that for a second. That thing totally reacted to what Luca said, even after it was technically cooked. Our boy had questions that weren't in the patch notes, and if his superiors wouldn't give him the answers, he'd just have to find the truth himself. The scene cuts, and we're at a reception hall, the base built for the academy, a place where trainees could meet up with family and friends. But our boy Luca grew up in an orphanage. He never thought he'd step foot in a place like this, and he definitely wasn't expecting someone to actually be looking for him. The visitor was Chloe's younger sister, the girl who lost him a few days back. Lillian, Ramos, and Luca had no clue why she was here, but his brain could only jump to one dark conclusion. She was here to demand why her brother Claude died, since Luca was the squad leader on that failed mission. But Lillian actually signaled for him to chill out. She wasn't there to throw hate the moment Claude joined the guard unit. Her family had already braced for the worst-case scenario. The reason she came was way simpler. She just wanted to meet Luca in person. She said, "My brother's told me your story a million times. A squad leader who's actually got skills." Claude had even tried to play matchmaker, asking her if she'd be down to date Luca. Luca tried to brush it off, saying his background was too low tier, but Lillian didn't care about that stuff. She said it just cut out a bunch of boring cutscenes and formalities anyway. Now, from her whole vibe, our boy Luca could tell Lillian was dead serious about this. So when she asked if he was really turning this down, Luca's only defense was, I literally don't know you. But Lillian had a comeback ready. Then let's start now, she said, easy as that. Our MC's just confused, like why me, and her answer is basically, isn't my dead brother's final wish enough for you? She was pitching this whole thing like it was some great blessing for Luca, a life-changing event that 99% of people would never even get a sniff of. And low-key, she was kind of spitting facts. This was the kind of offer that was basically a cheat code to winning life. A nobody gets a chance to link up with a major house, a literal speed run for Luca, who came here to climb the ladder. Marrying a noble would basically be a massive XP boost toward his goal, but the whole setup just felt way too easy. It was so sus that he just couldn't trust it, so our boy ruthlessly shut her down and tried to bounce. A little while ago, Luca would have clowned on any nobles trying to ditch the empire, calling them fools. But now, here he was making a massive decision based on pure vibes, looking like a total idiot to a noble like Lillian. To her, that must have felt like a massive slap in the face. Luca was just hoping she wouldn't try to get revenge later, but then Lillian sprints after him, grabs his hand, and our boy just freezes up, seeing how nervous she looked. She stammers out, I was too aggressive. We can just be friends first. And before Luca could say anything, she just bolted, completely embarrassed, yelling she'd be back in a few days. Luca just stared at his own hand, totally silent, thinking, great, getting this girl off his back is going to be a whole new boss fight. He just got to play it by ear. And with that, we cut to the training grounds where Luca tracks down the hand-to-hand instructor Kinu. Our boy knows he's still got a lot of gaps in his combat game, but Kinu tells him there's not much more to teach. Apparently, you could count on one hand the number of trainees who could actually overpower Luca in a raw brawl, but our MC wasn't satisfied, because that just meant there was still someone out there who could totally wreck him with pure stats. Hearing this, Kinu basically told him to chill out and not rush his training, because Luca sought out Kinu for a reason. He felt this instructor was built different. The dude was strong but didn't have that psycho ego. And now our MC has a brand new arm, multiplying his damage output by a crazy 10 times. His only nerf right now was that his fleshy bits were still squishy. So if Luca couldn't even beat a guy like Kinu, he'd be absolutely cooked against a monster like the Holy Knight, so he had to level up fast. Then Luca just launches a punch right at Kinu. Kinu clocked it immediately. Our boy was beta testing his new hardware, so Luca unleashes a flurry of punches and Kinu just casually blocks every single one. So Luca decides to get all up in his personal space, and in that split second, our MC sees an opening and snags Kinu's sleeve. Thinking he'd already won the spar, Luca's fist rockets toward Kinu's face, but the instructor just flicks his sleeve. And our boy gets absolutely yeeted across the room like a glitching NPC. He didn't even register what Kinu did, but he refused to stay down. The second Luca hit the floor, he was back up charging in again, but Kinu just sidestepped, completely dissolving the ambush. Then he catches Luca's foot and just tosses him aside like a sack of potatoes, leaving our boy completely shook. Like what even just happened? And Kinu finally starts dropping the patch notes on his weaknesses. First off, you don't understand your opponent's power level. And second, your whole mentality for fighting is wrong. So what's the big rush leaving? Luca just stunned. He couldn't even process what he just went through. His first punch was aimed right for Kinu's chin, but Kinu just lightly tapped his arm, and suddenly Luca's whole body felt like it was lagging, losing all control, or more accurately, the entire force of his own punch, got reflected right back into him, sending a shockwave that probably turned his internal organs into a smoothie. Luca immediately demanded to know what that OP technique was called, and Kinu's lips barely moved. It's a self-defense art, he said. So Luca shot right back up, asking, please teach me, and Kinu just brushed some hair aside. Blood was already leaking from his right eye as he asked, you see me looking like this, and you still want to learn it. Every shortcut in the game comes with a heavy price, and the scene changes. Kinu asks Luca what he learned, and our boy says it felt like his body got hit with a debuff, like he wasn't even in control anymore. And that's when Luca found out the technique was called Aegis. Yo, that news just hit our boy. Luca like a 10-ton truck. He was completely shook. This fighting style was apparently a rebel signature move, but our MC saw its potential, thinking he could tweak it for the military's meta. And get this, Kinu was on the exact same page, but he warned that Aegis had 3 massive debuffs starting with a ridiculously steep learning curve. The second nerf was the nasty side effects like the brain fry Kinu just demoed. And as for the third one, that was a hidden mechanic Luca couldn't even see yet. Still, our boy wanted to learn this OP skill, but Kinu shut that down, saying the Empire had invested way too much XP into Luca. Our MC was basically a priceless piece of Imperial hardware at this point, He couldn't just do what he wanted, especially when Aegis training came with guaranteed brain damage. So, could Luca swear he'd never use the skill again after learning it? But staring at Kinu's back, our boy knew trying to lie would be useless. Kinu's perception stats were clearly maxed out, so Luca just had to keep it real. I can't guarantee it, but I'll try my best not to spam it. And you see this tiny smirk from Kinu as he pats Luca's shoulder. He clearly respected the honesty, more than some fake promise then. With zero warning, Kinu just lifts his foot, and he proceeds to yeet Luca into the air with a savage kick, telling him from now on, you better be ready to parry my attacks 24/7. Master that, and you'll be able to handle any boss fight. And as Luca gets up rubbing his skull, it finally clicks. Instructor Kinu is actually going to train him. A whole month just flashes by, and the next time Eli sees Luca, he's totally freaked. Our boy looks absolutely cooked, like he hasn't logged off in weeks. Turns out, for 30 straight days, Luca had been grinding daily spars against Instructor Kinu, whose teaching methods were, unconventional. He was making Luca learn by just watching and adapting on his own, because Aegis was a completely different kind of beast from his old skills. Most fighting styles are about mastering one move and grinding it to perfection. But Aegis was all about squeezing every last bit of potential out of the gear you already have. It was basically a god-tier combat algorithm for your brain. This thing could instantly fire off every single weapon integrated into your suit, then map them into the deadliest attack sequence imaginable. The core mechanic was literally overclocking your brain's processing limits anyway. Luca switches gears and asks Eli how his missions are going. Eli just plays it cool with a shrug, saying it was nothing. Just some easy fetch quests, he says. But Luca still tells him to be careful. That security captain has been MIA lately. Isn't it connected to that incident? But Eli disagrees, saying he's heard some stuff through his family's network. A rebellion might be on the horizon, which makes Luca's heart drop. But Eli is short on the juicy details. He only knows some faction is gearing up for an uprising. And after listening quietly, Luca points out, dude, we're already fighting a war with the Creed Alliance. And now some clowns want to start a civil war on top of that. That's just a speed run to a game over. But Eli cuts in saying, if you just call it dumb, the problem is only going to fester. Eli doesn't even finish his thought, before Luca just slams him against the wall, giving him a full-on death glare. I can look the other way if you want to leave the Empire's guild, but if you join the enemy team, I swear I'll make sure you don't respawn. But Eli doesn't even break a sweat. Even with Luca's hands on his collar, he just calmly meets his gaze. He's like, chill out, man. I passed the Imperial Guard selection too, remember? Do you honestly think I'd turn into an enemy of the Empire? And with that, Luca finally backs off, releasing his collar. Then stop talking so sus, man. I don't want to have to see your name on the ban list. And honestly, those are the kind of risky things Eli would only ever say to Luca once he finally caught his breath, of course. He just cracks a smile and asks, so you free this weekend? Let me buy you lunch. But Luca just hits him with the tsundere turn away. I've already got plans, and just stop talking to me. You're so annoying. The scene cuts, and now we're in the lower slums of Akrisha, a starting zone that's all too familiar to both Luca and Kinu, since they both had to grind their way out of this cesspool. And ever since our boy became a trainee, he thought he would never have to return to a trash heap like this. He didn't even want to breathe the same air as these NPCs, but of course, Kinu's training quest brought them right back here, deep beneath the capital. Welcome to the lava zone, where they mine geothermal energy to power the whole city, but all the filtered waste and heat gets vented down into these lower levels where the poor live. And man, Luca is thanking his lucky stars he escaped this life. Otherwise, he'd still be some nameless street rat forgotten by the game's code. Moments later, Kinu ducks into a narrow alley. Luca can instantly feel all the eyes on them. Beggars and drifters locking on like they've spotted fresh loot. Luca knew that showing any weakness down here was like bleeding in shark-infested waters. They'd turn on you in a heartbeat. So he was floored that Kinu seemed to have a mental mini-map of the entire lower sector, way better than his own. I mean, Kinu was born here, sure, but the dude's been a top-tier Imperial Guard for decades. So how did he still know this place? Like his own backyard was, he taking vacations here or something? Then, Kinu tells our boy to use his cybernetic arm and leg. But get this, he has to lock them at a super nerfed low-power setting for the upcoming fight. Luca had zero clue why. But hey, if you want that sweet training XP, you gotta follow the quest giver's weird rules soon enough. They walk up to an entrance guarded by some low-level thugs, and Kinu just rolls up with big dick energy, saying, I need a word with whoever's running this joint. The sheer confidence radiating off him was enough to make the goons hesitate for a second. One of them asks, "What's your deal with the boss?" Aleph and Kinu just kinda scratches his head. "Oh, so the new admin's name is Aleph. Now, huh?" Which prompts one of the guards to whip out his gun and start yelling like a moron. Look, in this entire empire pointing a gun at an Imperial guard is basically a speed run to the afterlife. But Kinu was trying to keep his OP identity on the down low. So, our boy Luca just flash steps forward, closing the gap in an instant and launching the thug into the air with one hit. He follows up that sick juggle with a picture-perfect shoulder throw, slamming the dude into the ground and pinning him completely. Another guard starts reaching for his heater, but Luca already has his gun's muzzle kissing the guy's forehead. "You want to die? Go on and try it. Now, go get Aleph for me. Trust me, that's the best outcome you're gonna get tonight." And after dropping their gear like defeated mobs, the two dudes scurry off to alert the boss. Staring at the massive circular building ahead, Luca just had to ask what it was. Kinu just shoots him a little smirk. It's an underground deathmatch arena. Baby, and boom, next scene, they're inside the main office. And there he is, the area boss himself, Aleph, a seriously beefy dude. Kinu just casually points over his shoulder at our MC. He says, "Throw this kid in a match for me. I won't even pay the entry fee. And if he gets turned into paste, I honestly don't care." And only then did it finally click for Luca why Kinu had him activate the power nerf. Meanwhile, Aleph takes a slow, dramatic drag from his cigarette. Then he flicks the smoldering butt right at Kinu, but Luca casually plucks it out of the air like a fly. And at that exact moment, the other gang members in the room all aim their weapons at our two heroes. "You seem to have the wrong idea about this meeting. We didn't let you in here to listen to your demands. We just needed a nice, tidy place to dispose of your bodies." But while the two adults are monologuing, Luca is scanning the whole room reading the situation, and his internal BS detector is screaming that Aleph is bluffing hard. If this guy really wanted them dead, he'd have started shooting already. What a noob. So, Luca cranks his audio settings to max. He hears two more armed goons waiting right outside the door, and in his head, he's already mapped out a flawless combo for a total party kill. First, he'd kick the massive iron table up, using it as a mobile shield to block their sight. Then his fist would just phase right through the metal, turning the first goon's skull into a fine red mist. The guys outside would have just enough input lag to be a step too slow. By the time they could breach the door, Luca would have snagged a gun and be doing some sick Spider-Man wall cling on the door frame, and pop off two quick headshots, mid-air for the win. But while Luca was cooking that up, Kinu asks the fatso where the old manager went. Aleph stutters for a second. "You mean Drogla?" "Oh, he's dead. Got caught rigging the matches." "Yeah, right." Kinu saw through that lie instantly. "This place prints cash. You just killed Drogla to take over his spot, didn't you? But hey, I don't blame you. Drogla did the same thing to the guy before him." That's just the violent meta of the underground, which makes Aleph spring up and aim his piece at Kinu. "Who the hell are you? How do you know all this?" But Kinu doesn't even flinch. He just says, "Sit your ass down. Aleph, unless you want to go join Drogla." I don't give second warnings, and the sheer aura coming off Kinu makes Aleph break out in a cold sweat. He raises a hand signaling his boys to chill. His gut was telling him that Kinu was an endgame boss you absolutely do not mess with, so he asks, "You're serious about putting this kid in the ring?" Aleph says, sizing up our boy. Luca, his pupils were literally glowing like he was running a character scan. "Your cybernetic arms and legs are starter-level gear, totally not fit for combat. And the rest of you is just a squishy meat bag with low HP. You're gonna get insta-gibbed into a puddle of blood in seconds." But even after saying all that, Aleph agrees to Kinu's wild request. But of course, he wanted to get paid. So Kinu threw out some legendary tier bait. "I know where Drogla's secret safe is. And you have the key, don't you? Drogla's actual eyeball." And hearing that Aleph was just completely and utterly speechless, our boy's curiosity was now maxed out. Like, who even is this Kinu guy, and what secrets is he hiding? But Kinu just hits him with that cryptic smile, basically saying, he's a ghost from a deleted server, best to just let it lie. The big guy knew better than to push it. Luca had already been taking notes on Kinu, especially how the dude just owned every situation with zero effort. I mean, his ability to stay frosty under pressure was just completely OP. That was a stat our boy Luca was still seriously trying to grind for. Anyway, scene change. And Luca, well, he couldn't keep his questions locked down any longer. He's like, "What's the deal with this drugless safe? And why did Alpha's entire vibe just do a 180? Kinu just glances at a tablet. Turns out, it's a hidden stash enough loot to completely change Aleph's life forever. And that's when Luca finally asks the one question that's been bugging him. If things went sideways and it was time for a real boss fight, what would Kinu's move be? And Kinu, this absolute troll just cracks a smile. So, you really want to see the advanced tutorial, huh? Well, go win this next round, and maybe Then on the screen pops this absolute unit of a warrior, his arms literally glowing with energy. Gabriel, the Iron Fist. The arena itself was basically a hub for junkies who traded their life bar for sketchy black market cybernetics. And Gabriel was the poster child for this, a guy who min-maxed for power and didn't give a damn about the debuffs. In our boy's current state, a single hit from this guy would be a one-shot KO, sending him straight to the respawn screen. Kinu calls Luca over for a quick huddle. He's like, burn this into your brain. This is the core mechanic of IG's close quarters combat. You have to absorb everything they give you and just move with it. Our boy Luca instantly gets a bad feeling. He absolutely despised the word flow. To him, it just sounded like a fancy word for rage quitting. But Kinu hits back, does water ever fail? Nah, it just adapts. You've got insane potential. I knew it the moment you parried live bullets with your bare hands. You pinged on my radar right then, and I was genuinely shook when you came looking for me on your own. Top-tier players are always drawn to something, you know? Luca just stares at the hand on his shoulder, totally confused. Like, why is Kinu suddenly hyping him up so much? And that's when Kinu's smile gets real sus, like he knows the patch notes for the next update. Because this might be the last screenshot we get of you looking like that. The arena lights explode to life, and Luca starts walking towards the fighting platform. He's taking it one step at a time, and the crowd seeing. He's just a kid starts roasting him, saying some noob just wandered on stage. They're yelling, if you wanted to speedrun. Death, there are way easier ways, but honestly, a lot of them were totally here for it. They came for the brutal finishers. They wanted to see rib cages get shattered, and organs turned to pulp. But our boy Luca wasn't scared at all. If anything, this felt good. It felt like logging back into his home server. He's thinking, let's see what pathetic survival strats you low-level trash have been using. Back when Luca was a kid, he barely ever had a full stomach. The Empire only dropped off supply crates at the orphanage twice a month. But the dirtbag caretaker would always loot over half of it for himself. So for the kids, the hunger debuff was just a permanent part of life. Even so, Luca never stopped grinding his skill points in both studying and training. Any free time he had was just another opportunity to sharpen his stats. At first, the other kids clowned on him for it, but Luca just let his fists do the talking. He was out here cracking skulls and straight up looting their meal tickets. His logic was simple. If you want more power, you need more fuel than the others. Better this food buffs my stats than rots in the gut of some useless NPC. The strong devour the weak, a core game mechanic Luca figured out when he was just a little kid. And in the end, he proved his theory was 100% right. He passed the second selection trials at 12 years old, and by 15 he was officially a trainee. Our boy never wanted to see those failures ever again. So, for his entire trainee arc, he basically deleted this whole starting zone from his memory. Then Gabriel finally enters the arena. The whole crowd goes ballistic screaming his name. But the second Gabriel lays eyes on Luca, he just scoffs with total contempt. Alpha's matchmaking must be cooked today, he sneered, pairing me with a little brat like this. Our MC, meanwhile, was already running a full diagnostic. He could see Gabriel's limbs and torso were all from different manufacturers. The parts barely worked together. It was like looking at a grotesque cybernetic Frankenstein with zero build synergy. That one ridiculously oversized hand alone was so heavy, it was ruining his posture, bending his spine every time he made a fist. Still, the dude was strong, no question. His entire body had been modded for one single purpose. More power at any cost. Gabriel then shamelessly scanned Luca from head to toe. "Oh, you've got such a pretty little face." With an icy smile, Luca was basically like, "How about you punch the clock and start working for me tonight?" And Gabriel claps right back saying, "Nah, dude. Sounds like you're the..." He's laughing his head off, promising that our MC is gonna leave this arena so cooked, he'll just be a walking pile of scrap. The announcer Olive is on the mic screaming that Gabriel's gonna plant him in the ground and torture him so bad he'll be begging for an employment contract. This showdown is basically a preview of the real world's brutal, unforgiving nature, and it's about to pop off. Meanwhile, Keanu's just posted up in the VIP box with his arms crossed, watching like, is our boy gonna be the one doing the crushing or get crushed? A busted old siren goes off signaling the fight's start. And you can just tell Gabriel's body was min-maxed for pure combat. Our boy Luca, though he's a total glass cannon, running civilian-grade parts, meaning one clean hit could literally one-shot him game over. But don't let the tank build fool you. This dude's got speed still, Luca hits him with a perfect dodge roll, slipping right past the attack. Our MC throws back a savage spinning kick that connects right to Gabriel's dome, but the guy just tanks it like it was nothing. He's literally like, was that supposed to be a tickle? Because if Luca had a proper combat body, that kick would have made Gabriel's head pop, explode like a freaking watermelon. So our boy wisely backs off, but the arena's tiny. There's basically no room to kite this boss. Gabriel just keeps rushing him every single one of his punches, a potential instant KO, while Luca's attacks do 0 damage, and now the crowd's getting toxic. They're all chanting for Gabriel to turn our boy's skull into paste, but Luca just tunes out the haters entering big brain mode. He's trying to figure out the whole point of this tutorial level. What was Keanu's real objective, and what's this core he meant? And then he remembers the advice, you gotta work with what you have. Freaking out about the gear you don't have is pointless. You can't just pray for a legendary loot drop. You gotta win with the starter pack you were given. Keanu said no using the OP combat hardware, right? But did he ever say Luca couldn't use his scanner eye to analyze everything? Which means this wasn't a DPS check. Keanu never thought our boy could win by brute force. He wanted him to learn how to adapt and overcome. The whole point of Aegis is to max out your own potential. And right now, Gabriel's fist is basically a freight train. But our boy's scanner sees the tell, that tiny twitch in his shoulder. That's the trigger for the where the guy looks. That's literally the barrel of the gun. His arm length is the attack range, and honestly compared to an actual gun, his windup is crazy slow, and his moves are super telegraphed. You can see the crowd's faces twisting up, totally shook, but from Keanu's perspective, our MC is a certified genius. He managed to learn the Aegis system and remix it into his own style in just a few minutes, while Gabriel, on the other hand, is just lagging hard. He can't process why none of his punches are connecting, and he's getting seriously pissed off. How in the world is he getting outplayed by some random kid while Luca's focus just went into hyperdrive completely in the zone? That's how he's predicting every single move. And it makes him wonder, can I pull off that Keanu move? Then boom, he grabs Gabriel's arm. Next, he drives his foot straight into Gabriel's knee, using his own weight to flip the big dude into the air before the guy even knew what happened. A brutal heel kick comes crashing down on his face, and Luca himself is shook that he pulled it off, realizing this is how Keanu sees the world. Gabriel clutches his head, his eyes burning with pure salt, snarling that he doesn't know what hacks Luca is using, but his weak-ass hits can't finish him. He throws another punch at Luca, even faster this time, thanks to a rage buff, but our boy's dodge game is S tier. He just slips it again. And in the next moment, Luca just appears in front of him out of thin air, like a ghost asking, "You really think raw power is the only stat that matters? If my attack is mid, I'll just compensate with something else," he thinks, before launching himself up and locking his hands and legs around Gabriel's head. Gabriel's entire world just started spinning like crazy. Then comes a horrifying, bone-shattering crunch from his spine, and the whole crowd just goes dead silent, stunned. And just like with Keanu, a couple drops of blood leak from our boy's eye, a little debuff from overclocking his brain. To be fair, in a real fight with a million random variables, he never could have focused this hard, but this was a controlled boss arena. That's what let him push his brain into absolute overdrive, letting him predict Gabriel's moves with perfect clarity. Seriously, the precision was insane, and Luca had to admit Keanu is a GOAT-tier mentor, who of course gives him a nod of approval. Our boy had officially passed the test. He'd crossed the threshold of Aegis. Keanu then pulls out a little storage card time for the quest reward. Luca's confused, thinking, it's payment, but Keanu shakes his head. Nah, man. This is the cash I won from betting on you to win. He tells him to use the money for Gabriel's medical bills, because if you can win his loyalty, there's no point in making a new enemy for no reason. Being friendly is just playing 4D chess, Luca said. I'm trying to be a stone-cold killer, not some goody two-shoes paladin. Then Keanu just pats Luca on the head like he's a puppy. He's like, you're still a total noob when it comes to people skills. This whole friendliness thing isn't about being a good person. It's a long-term investment, and my guy just cashed in his shares today with Drugla. Keanu let out this final boss-level smile that was absolutely terrifying. It hit Luca like a ton of bricks that he'd misread the entire situation. Our boy thought Keanu was mentoring him because he saw his OP potential, because they both started in the tutorial zone. But nope, that was completely wrong, and one day it'd be Luca's turn to pay up. Keanu's IOU was coming for him, and it would be a main quest. You literally couldn't decline anyway. Cut to another scene. Over on the other side of town, Gabriel was looking absolutely cooked. The dude was so messed up he was scrolling for new cybernetic spines with his tongue, because without it, he's looking at a permanent paralysis debuff. The doctors, seeing a walking wallet, were trying to sell him the most expensive new model, but my guy's bank account was screaming. So they gave him a solution, and man, it was a sus one. They basically told him to sell his remaining good limbs on the black market, and then just swap them out for some budget brand robot arms. Gabriel, who's usually a rage machine, just looked completely defeated. Losing those parts would basically leave him with 1 HP, and guess who's standing in the doorway, watching this whole dumpster fire? Our boy, Luca. "Glad to see you're doing well," Luca says, and the second Gabriel sees him, his face contorts with pure rage. "You bastard!" He swears he's gonna get revenge, but Luca just walks right up to him with a death glare, and is like, "I told you what would happen before the fight. I literally said I would break you." And that's when Luca remembered Keanu's words, "Don't create unnecessary beef." But his gamer instincts just kicked in, and he had to troll Gabriel one last time before turning his attention to the doctor. "Yo, how much for that top-tier Hyperlindal Mark 9 spine you mentioned?" he asks, leaving the doctor completely shook. He probably never in a million years thought Luca would actually pay for his rival. And Gabriel's eyes were wide as dinner plates, asking if this was all some messed-up prank. As Luca glanced at him, "Can't you tell I'm covering your hospital tab?" And you could see Gabriel's pupils trembling. All that anger he had just a second ago got deleted from his system like it was never even there. He then asks for our boy's name, Luca. "I have no idea why you're doing this, but if you ever need a hand, just call me. I'll pay you back." Luca just stares at him for a second, and then gives a little nod. Turns out, doing a good deed didn't feel as mid as he thought. Scene change. Luca's back at the training facility and immediately finds Eli to get a sparring session in. Eli whips a kick towards Luca's head, but our boy just parries it like it was nothing, and uses that forward momentum to press in. All that forward energy gets flawlessly redirected. This throws Eli completely off balance, giving Luca the perfect opening to sweep his leg out from under him. In a blink, Eli was on the floor. Our MC took him down with what looked like zero effort, a total low-diff win. Eli is just staring up from the ground, totally baffled. "Bro, is this that Aegis fighting style you got from instructor Keanu?" And Luca confirms it. So, it's literally just our brand of dirty street fighting, like throwing pocket sand in someone's eyes, or hiding a shard of glass in your fist, and then just gutting some dude with it. Luca used to think that stuff was cringe, but the arena fight totally changed his entire build philosophy. You gotta use environmental hazards, anything you can get your hands on, cause the enemy sure as hell isn't gonna play fair. Just then, Eli calls out to Luca with a new side quest. Looks like he needs some serious help. We cut to them walking into the lounge. Luca gives Eli a massive side-eye, and Eli just gives him this super awkward shrug. Our boy knew instantly Eli totally let Lillian inside. "Sorry, dude," Eli says. "She practically begged me I couldn't say no. You know our family has always been tight with the Ramones." And all the while, Lillian is just giving Luca this intense, unblinking stare. "Why have you been ghosting me?" she asks, and you can tell her pride is taking a major hit. This girl has probably never been rejected in her entire life, and Luca just hits her with it. No filter, because I'm not interested. So, there's my rejection, while Eli in the background is trying to defuse the situation with a super nervous smile. "Bro, maybe dial it back a notch, Luca." But our boy was so tilted he didn't even look his way, and Lillian was just absolutely shook. She's like, "What did I even do wrong? Is there something about me you guys hate?" And Luca just shut that down instantly. "Nah," he says, "I don't have the bandwidth for women. You gotta get that I came from an orphanage. I'm not playing on easy mode like you. One wrong move and I'm permanently deleted from the server." Luca kept going. "You're still not getting it, are you? Lillian Ramon. If my success hinges on you, a single mood swing of yours could turn everything I've worked for into absolute nothingness. But a foundation I build myself that's not gonna crumble so easy," which made Lillian glance over at Eli. "You're tight with Eli, but you're saying you don't want to leech off nobles. That's some serious hypocrisy right there." But Luca just shook his head. "Eli is my ride or die, bro. I'd literally trust with my life. When we're in the thick of it, what's saving my skin isn't some fancy family name or a useless title. It's the squad mates watching my back." And Lillian was just cooked, no comeback at all. The look on her face was pure defeat. "You're not even gonna give me one shot?" she asks. And honestly, Luca was ready to get decked. He felt kinda bad, but he couldn't leave any room for misinterpretation, if that's everything. I'm out, and with that final word, Luca just dipped from the room. Eli scurried right behind him, like, "Dude, that was way too harsh. You didn't have to nuke her from orbit like that." But Luca was quiet for a second. "If I'm not, she's never gonna give up." But Eli was still clueless. Why was Luca resisting Lillian so hard? Like, just get to know her. What's the worst that could happen? Luca admitted he didn't even know. It's just a gut feeling, and the only reason she's looking at me different is cause Claude gassed me up before he died. So she's definitely got some kind of angle, and Eli tried to tell him to chill. But Luca just cut him off. You're into her, aren't you? Leaving Eli completely stunned. How in the world did Luca know he wondered? And Luca spelled it out. Your eyes, man. Your whole vibe. The way you were totally bugging out earlier, Luca said. Anyway, I'm not interested if you like her. Stop messing around and just go for it. Hearing that, Eli just clenched his fists and looked back towards the lounge. Yeah, that kind of play was pretty much impossible for him then. We skip ahead a few days. Our boy goes to see Instructor Kinu again. This lesson was all about neurocombat meditation. And as Luca went deeper into the zone, his brain kept replaying the scene back in that office. If that whole situation had actually exploded, what was Kinu's strat? I mean, the room was a death trap with armed guards everywhere. And with no weapon on him, Luca couldn't figure out a single scenario where someone walks out of that clean. But Kinu just smirked. The second the bullets start flying, I'd dive under that desk and just stay out of the crossfire, which made Luca frown, not buying it for a second. If your opening move is to hide, you've already lost the initiative. You're just gonna get turned into a bloody Jackson Pollock painting anyway, and Kinu knew exactly how Luca's brain worked. You'd just Leroy Jenkins right into the mob. Even if it meant eating a few bullets, your best bet was to grab a leaf as a human shield. But if you actually went with that play, you'd both just get gunned down right there. For that gang, swapping out a boss is no big deal. What you'd really be doing is giving them the perfect excuse to ice their own leader in that specific context. Using Aleph as a meat shield is the tactically correct answer. You didn't even clock that his fingers were modded into a gun, and you were totally clueless about the secret exit, behind the cabinet on the left. And that's when the huge gap in their skills really hit Luca like a truck. Bro, Kinu was playing 5D chess. He was literally reading Luca's mind and had an escape route pre-planned that our boy couldn't even dream of. Then Kinu gets up real slow, explaining that Aegis works by basically hijacking and overclocking every single neuron in your brain. And he's like, get what that means, right? It means the whole system is completely incompatible with the Imperial Guard's standard issue gear, and Luca was absolutely shook. So Kinu's whole brain condition, it was just a massive debuff from pushing his own mind way past its factory settings. Did that mean the second you get into a real heavy-duty Imperial mech, you're just cooked? Like you can't even activate Aegis. And Kinu confirms it, saying you're a real genius for figuring it out. So good. It's almost a tragedy. He literally thought it'd take our boy another 2 or 3 months to realize he'd been grinding a dead-end skill tree. Once Luca officially leveled up to an Imperial soldier, he'd get his hands on the Imperial Vanguard power. We're talking a full-body mechanical suit, built with the Empire's most OPS tier technology. But this thing wasn't a toy. A normal person couldn't pilot it for long because the neural implant needed insane memory bandwidth, plus signal transmission speeds off the charts. Forget the extra CPU for calculations. The armor's OS literally had to drain the brain's entire resource pool just to boot up, which meant the second that mech powered on, you had zero processing power left to even think about using Aegis. Luca had to swallow his rage and just snapped Kinu. You knew exactly how this would play out. You hid this from me on purpose. Our boy was clenching his fists so hard if he knew from the jump that Aegis was basically nerfed to hell when used with Legion gear. He never would have wasted all that XP learning it. And after a stiff thank you to Kinu for the help, Luca just turns and rage quits, but Kinu hits him with a stone-cold smile, like, hit me up if you change your mind, and Luca's just grinding his teeth. Not gonna happen, he says, and boom, we flash forward half a month. It's the first time Luca's seen his Imperial Guard captain in 3 months. This dude is Heiress, the captain of the whole Akresia's Imperial Guard. Heiress asks how Luca's been, and our boy gives him the full, honest rundown. Then Heiress switches gears, getting straight to the point. I hear you've been hanging out with Instructor Kinu a lot, and Luca's heart just drops. Oh crap, this is why I got summoned. The top brass knew everything. Their surveillance game was on. Another level, the trips to the lower sector, the arena fights, all of it. They were definitely watching, and just as Luca started to explain, Heiress cuts him right off. Have you been learning Aegis under Kinu's guidance? Luca had no choice but to admit it. Yeah, but I already dropped it, and Heiress's eyebrow just slightly raises. He totally didn't expect Luca to quit on his own. See, when players with no talent try to learn. Aegis Kinu just kicks them out, but the truly gifted ones, they quickly figure out there's no point in learning it. That's why besides Kinu himself, literally no one else has managed to make Aegis a viable combat skill. Hearing this just made our boy even more stressed. So, wait, you want me to go back and keep learning? Aegis turns out that's exactly what Heiress wanted. He needed Luca to stick to Kinu like glue, and learning Aegis was the perfect cover story. And this wasn't a request. This was a direct order. Luca's eyes went wide. Holy crap, this wasn't a training arc. This was a stone-cold spy mission. The captain of the Imperial Guard was actually Susuf Kinu, and even though a million different theories were exploding in Luca's head, he knew he couldn't ask a single question. He had to just bottle it all up and obey. That's the life of an Imperial soldier. So his only response was, "Yes, sir," and Heiress looked pretty pleased, telling Luca, "I've had my eye on you. You're the type of guy who's going places scene cut." And now Luca has to go crawling back to Kinu, who surprisingly agrees without any drama. He doesn't even ask why. Instead, Kinu stops in front of a shop selling cheap knockoff models of the Yuri Legion mechs. He asks Luca if he liked toys like this when he was a kid, and our MC nods, "Yeah, but I was flat broke. All I could do was stare at them from the street like some starving puppy." Then Kinu calls the owner over and says, "I'll take every single toy in the store." And Luca is just completely baffled. Why in the world are you buying out a whole toy store? Then we cut. Again, they've pulled up to an orphanage in the lower sector, and suddenly it all clicks for Luca. Just then a rough voice interrupts them. It's this dude Gabriel ranting and raving, and the sight of this absolute unit of a man nagging like that was just peak comedy. "You dragged me all the way out here for this. Do I look like your personal delivery boy?" But Luca just smiles. "You did say I could ask you for a favor, didn't you?" So Gabriel's like, "I appreciate you playing delivery guy since they wouldn't drop the toys here. But when I said I needed help, I meant a straight-up brawl like some turf war." And our boy Luca notices Gabriel's looking way less busted. His steps are totally solid now. His balance is way better. Then Gabriel's eyes lock onto Kinu, standing nearby. He's literally never heard of this guy. A dude even. Aleph treats like a walking landmine. So Luca figures this must be Kinu's old orphanage or something. Maybe this whole charity gig is just his way of giving back, now that he's made it big. Just then the doors burst open and kids pour out screaming. "Thanks a lot, ugly uncle." "Thanks, handsome big brother." But Gabriel doesn't even get mad, he just cracks a smile. I guess he's not the type of psycho to get triggered by some kids who are all grabbing toys and game consoles. A few of them instantly start scrapping because they didn't get the loot they wanted, and Luca and Gabriel just let them go at it. They're just watching, like it's a live stream, because in this world, you gotta throw down for what's yours. The idea of fairness for everybody is a complete fairy tale. If you want something, you have to physically rip it from someone else's hands. If one person gets to celebrate, it means another person is taking a massive L, because the world just ain't that generous with its resources. They all know the deal. And right then, Kinu signals our boy Luca over saying they gotta talk. Turns out he pops in here now and then. The headmaster is looking suspiciously well fed. Probably because he's been pocketing the funds meant for the orphans' food. Super sus. Luca finally pops the question that's been bouncing around in his head. "Instructor, is this where you grew up?" But Kinu just shakes his head. "No, I've completely forgotten where I was born and raised. I just do a tour of the local orphanages sometimes. For all I know, I might have even dropped by the one you crawled out of." Kinu looked totally drained in that moment, like some retired rent-a-cop, making Luca wonder, does the Imperial Guard captain for real need to have this guy under surveillance 24/7? That question was just on a loop in Luca's brain, since Kinu's mind is basically cooked. His entire nervous system is fried from being pushed too hard, and it seems like he's holding his shattered sanity together with sheer force of will, like monstrous willpower, and maybe our MC is headed for the same fate. But who knows if he'll even live long enough to find out. Then Kinu calls out to Luca one more time. "Did Captain Heiress send you?" And bam! Luca's heart just drops into his stomach, a wave of pure ice shooting from his scalp to his toes. Our boy immediately breaks eye contact. He can't look at Kinu. Kinu can read people from the tiniest twitch, and Luca's mind goes into overdrive, imagining every possible worst-case scenario, like Kinu just might end him right here. "If you don't want to get deleted, stay calm. I don't actually want to one-shot you, but it's a real pain to try and restrain you without just killing you." So Luca forces his breathing to even out little by little, and starts lowering the power output on his cybernetics. "I'm an Imperial soldier. That's the only answer you're getting," as Kinu steps right up to him. "You accepted a mission you know absolutely nothing about. You don't even have a strategy for how to handle this. Just following orders is your default setting, and your judgment's solid. You really are the perfect little trooper." that the Empire wants, then Kinu's voice got frosty. That first time you came to find me, you actually believed that was your idea. Right from the second you pulled off that ballistic control trick. Without any aim assist computer, the higher-ups started making their moves because a glitch in the system like me, and then another dude with your raw talent shows up. You probably think you sought me out to get stronger after the Clay incident. But for this little meeting, you can thank the Empire's cold, heartless matchmaking algorithm, and Luca was visibly shook. His own body betrayed him with a tremor, because Luca truly believed this was his path, his decision alone, so he fired back. This was my choice, but Kinu just kept talking. In this world, every single person is a slave to someone else. Some of them just know it, and some of them don't. Free will is a total lie, just a story we tell ourselves, so we don't realize we're NPCs on a pre-written path. Go ahead and snitch to Hira if you want. Kinu's words totally shattered our boy's reality, making even Captain Hira's speeches feel super sus as his brain just blue screens, screaming at him, don't question the system. Don't let these randoms get in your head. But then the big one hits. What if his own ambition wasn't even real? Then what's the whole point of this scripted life? Our boy's drawing a total blank, and boom, we cut to the training sim room. So our MC kept his mouth shut about that day with Hira, because if he'd snitched, the Empire would have forced him into a psych eval, and there's no way he'd pass that vibe check now. They'd scan him for any wrong think malware, and his mental stats would absolutely plummet. The Empire has zero chill for ideological risks, you know. Worst case, he'd get his Imperial Guard status revoked and shipped off to a forever job at a labor camp. The whole thought is just giving Luca a massive headache. And you gotta wonder, did Kinu play him like a fiddle? Was this 4D chess move just to rope Luca back in? Meanwhile, Eli is deep inside a combat simulation. The guy is covered in electrodes, fully jacked in, looking like he's in a final boss fight on nightmare mode. The intensity is just off the charts. The second he logs out, our MC tosses him a sports drink. And this is wild, because Luca has never seen Eli grind this hard. Eli himself is shook that Luca actually came looking for him. Our boy cuts right to the chase. He asks, so, the nobles rigged the aptitude tests, right? And Eli's like, yeah, that's public knowledge. So, Luca asks the real question. How did you manage to pass the psych exam? Eli's whole demeanor just sharpens. He knows Luca is asking about some seriously illegal, treasonous stuff, but Eli just drops the cheat code without asking why. You have to create a fake persona for the world to see, and then you just lock away your actual self, deep inside your mind, basically turning your true consciousness into a spectator watching a movie. And that's how you cheese the psych test. Luca's looking at him like he's crazy, and Eli just smiles. He totally saw that coming. It's like putting the real you in a mental safe deposit box. He says, even normal people with zero mind training can block memories or split their own personalities after some major trauma. All we're doing is triggering that mechanism on purpose. You just act like the perfect loyal soldier. And eventually, that loyal soldier persona literally gets created in your head. But if you wear that mask for too long, the original you gets buried so deep it's like a corrupted save file at the bottom of the ocean. You could permanently delete your own soul. Our boy can't help but wonder where Eli downloaded this forbidden knowledge from. But hey, this was the hack Luca needed to find the vanilla version of himself from, before all this Kinu and Eli drama. And even though Eli has no clue what our MC is planning, he still gives him a serious heads up, saying that messing with psych tests is playing with fire, which Luca never expected to hear. Coming from a noble Eli, genuinely seemed to care. But right then his communicator goes off. It's Kinu, and the scene changes. Now, Luca and Kinu are heading into the slums. Today's lesson is a live fire exercise, and Kinu hasn't said a word about the orphanage. He's just pretending like nothing went down, treating Luca the same as always, which just makes the whole vibe super creepy. The room is packed with thugs. You have 20 seconds, Kinu says. Take them all out. So our boy puts a hand on the electronic lock and just obliterates the mechanism into a shower of sparks. The guys inside didn't even hear the raid. Boss music start. A dude on the sofa finally notices the noise, saying, "You're lost, little boy. You don't really look like you belong here." But Luca already smelled the gunpowder before he even walked in, and he sensed the energy signatures from their weapons. His eyes are already scanning their faces, their combat stance, their equipment. He's processing threat levels and assigning kill priorities in less than a second. The most efficient route to clear the room is already mapped out in his head, and the guy points his weapon at Luca, saying, "You picked the wrong place to get lost." But right when he goes to shoot model, our boy Luca just sends this dude flying with one punch, and bam! Everyone else just freezes because my guy is now a permanent fixture in the concrete wall. His gun clatters to the ground like a sad afterthought, and by the time his buddies even twitch to fight back, it's already over. Luca's pre-fight simulation had already called GG. The simulation basically had them all target locked, and a few pops later, every single weapon they owned is sent spinning out of their grips. The boss finally leaps up from his chair, unloading a whole clip at Luca, but our boy just does this slick little sidestep, and every bullet zips right past him. It's kinda hilarious. These dudes are professional killers, but they can't even hit the broadside of a barn, so Luca just pulls the trigger himself. And that's the cue for some dude to burst out of a back room, waving a stun baton, like my brother. Do you not see what's happening? Our boy tells him, if you don't want to be shopping for new arms and legs, then you should probably just knock yourself out right now. The dude just glances at our MC's gun. Then he looks at his own little taser, and after like 1 second of solid thinking, he just jams the thing into his own neck and fries himself unconscious on the spot. After clearing the main office, Luca's eyes drift over to the bathroom, the last unchecked corner of the map. A super Sue's noise was coming from inside, and when Luca finally sees what it is, a massive wave of pure disgust just washes over him. You degenerate scum, Kinu says over the comms, giving our boy a solid thumbs up for the performance. Good work. Mission complete in about 12 seconds. But Luca's frowning, asking why they don't just delete these clowns. Kinu gets real serious, saying even bottom-feeding scum have their place in the whole ecosystem, you know? We're just outsiders here, and messing around too much could totally crash the delicate, messed-up balance of this whole criminal world. Our boy totally wanted to argue back, but he just ended up swallowing his words. He gets it. Tons of people in this world can't protect themselves. That woman was one of them, without any power. This is your fate. From that day on, Luca understood that the higher he climbed, the more the world looked like a totally unbalanced pay-to-win game. Kinu kept dragging Luca down into the lower sector, basically throwing him into random encounters with zero intel beforehand. The point wasn't to teach our MC how to win, it was to make him understand something way more crucial. It was all about how to react to whatever situation he got dropped into, because knowing an opponent's stats is just a guideline for noobs. Our boy had to learn to read the whole environment and pick the best play to get past that. And with that, the scene cuts somewhere else. A young woman all covered in grease stains rushes out to say hi. And yo, it's the same woman Luca rescued from that gang's office a while back. Turns out she's a mechanic. She'd been kept locked up in a tiny room, getting put through absolute hell for months. But somehow her mind hadn't totally shattered from the experience. After some psychological treatment, she bounced back to normal life pretty fast. And we find out Kinu knows Gilda came from an orphanage. Gilda was a natural at mechanical engineering since she was a kid, so Kinu was the one who funded her education. Still, the thing Kinu wanted most was for our boy Luca to just stay alive. And right then, a familiar voice cuts them off. It's Gabriel of all people. They definitely weren't expecting to randomly bump into him here. Gabriel just asks for a couple of beers, but Gilda immediately tells him no way. Apparently his nervous system is already shot. So Gabriel just leans in and whispers to our MC, "You've been stirring up all kinds of trouble in the underworld recently, haven't you? The gang leaders are talking about coming after you, and if they do, I can't guarantee Gilda's safety, but Kinu signals our boy not to worry. They won't show up here, at least for now." But the person most shocked by this whole conversation was Gilda. She asks what "for now" is supposed to mean, maybe months, maybe years. Kinu doesn't give a straight answer, because in the slums, knowing too much is a speedrun to getting a bullet. Luca starts thinking this might be the last time he ever sees them, and he's slowly piecing together what kind of people Gabriel and Gilda truly were. They'd fought tooth and nail for everything they had, just to stay alive down here, even after what happened to her. Gilda just looked reality in the eye, and was already back to work, while Gabriel was out there living on the edge. All because he refused to let anyone look down on him. For people like them, that was probably the best option they had. All Luca could do was tell himself, never waste pity on the bottom feeders. This could very well be Luca's last time here, and the scene flips to the Imperial Guard office. Our boy reports the recent mission details to Heiress, and after listening, Heiress starts spilling the tea on Kinu's past. Kinu joined the trainee program at an older age. He was someone who, on paper, had zero chance of ever becoming an Imperial Guard. But back then, the Empire was so cooked that it had to use everything it could as a weapon. Even its own impure drugs, even. I'm not sure what kind of guy Kinu truly is. Bro, back when Hiroshi was still a level 1 noob, Keanu was already an endgame raider for the Imperial Guard, especially on those secret off-the-books missions, which left Luca absolutely shook. This meant not even the captain had the admin codes for Keanu's full character sheet, but the fact Keanu actually raided Luca was legit. He'd put plenty of other trainees through the ringer before, and they all got wiped, proving Luca was just built different, but our boy also had a critical weakness. He was super susceptible to corruption debuffs. So, Hiroshi decides Luca needs a quick mental stat check, and Luca just bows like a true pro, saying, "I'm just following the quest log." Hiroshi looks so stressed, then he hits the pause button on Luca. Like, listen, trainees in the Imperial Guard, who take on these stealth missions, they pretty much have only two endings. Either they get quietly deleted from the server of life, or they rack up so many achievements, they become part of the core guild, and I'm betting on you for that second one. If you can carry this mission and get results, I don't hate, I'll become your personal whale sponsor, or more like, I'll just adopt you. Luca, Castoria has a nice ring to it, right? And our boy just blue screened. My man's eyes are wide as dinner plates. He totally never saw a plot twist, like getting adopted by the guildmaster coming. The Castoria family is basically one of the OG whale families of the whole empire. Luca got so hyped he nearly screamed. You can see him fighting to hold back the adrenaline rush. This was a personal contract between Luca and the captain, an achievement our boy grinded for all by himself, and scene change. We cut to Eli, who's practicing his melee build, and every punch he lands on the heavy bag sounds like a cannon going off. He's overclocking his cybernetic arm to its absolute limit. Then he just yeets the 1-ton bag straight into the ceiling. What a flex. After that power move, Eli's totally gassed, just sucking wind. Then he pulls out some kind of healing paste and starts rubbing it on his skin. Right where the chrome meets the meat, Luca shows up like, "Dude, you're grinding your gear into dust. Are you even the same Eli I know?" And Luca can tell immediately Eli is suffering from a massive mental debuff. He says, "Yo, if you need a support character, just say the word." But Eli just looks down, totally cooked with something huge on his mind, but he just can't bring himself to spill the tea yet. "Just promise me this one thing that you'll do what I ask when the time comes," and Luca smartly doesn't answer right away. Because when a friend asks for a blank check like that, you know it's not a side quest. Then, Eli says, "If you ever find yourself in a boss fight about to get clapped, I will come save you, even if I have to trade my own life for yours." And man, you can feel he is so close to telling Luca everything. Even with Eli pulling some strings, our boy was still holding on to a sliver of hope that this whole thing wasn't about to blow up in his face. Luca basically got an S rank on the psych test, even earning some praise for it. So now his next quest objective was locked in. For anyone starting from the bottom, getting into the Castoria family was the ultimate life hack, pretty much the only G-Wagon out of the ghetto. A month ticks by and boom, the Imperial Guard calls a server-wide assembly. "All right, listen up. The brass says we're activating a special military protocol. Here's the mission. Your one and only goal is to completely wipe the insurgent forces off the map. Zero mercy. The rebellion's shot callers are 3 big houses with the Ramones family leading the charge. And our boy, Luca's stomach just plummets as his eyes dart over to Eli. Lillian Ramones, as in Claude's family? Oh snap. So this was the boss fight Eli was freaking out about before they even deployed. Every single unit had to run a full diagnostic on all their cybernetics and weapons. And once the check was done, the train started rolling to the front lines. Our boy was completely shook, though he never thought the Empire would actually drop a member of the Imperial Guard in as a platoon leader. The High Command was seriously using a bloody rebellion as a live-fire training sim. And to top it off, Luca's assigned second in command was a grizzled combat veteran, the exact kind of guy you want carrying your team on a mission like this. And every single soldier knew the score. They were just glorified NPCs in a training exercise. And it didn't matter how much they were drilled about following orders. They weren't about to pledge loyalty to some new commander who hadn't even proven he could lead. Still, it was on Luca to take charge and personally whip them into shape. Right then, a dialogue box popped up in his head. Option 1, let Sergeant Kodra take the wheel. Even with a half-baked order, Kodra would make it work. It was the safe route. Or Option 2, lean into their hate and just crush it with pure power. "I'm just built different than you," he thought. "So you'll follow my commands without question. Any defiance will be instantly nerfed." Luca's plan was to rip out any hint of resistance before it could even sprout. He'd grind them into dust with sheer overwhelming force. Every eye in the car was glued on Luca when Kodra suddenly grabbed his hand, trying to pull him into the next car for a private chat. "Squad leader, Luca, can I have a word?" he asks, but our boy just yeets him off by the arm, sending Kodra spinning through the air, before he crashes hard onto the steel floor, right in front of everyone. Then Luca's voice gets ice cold. You're putting your hands on a superior officer without permission. You think your age gives you a pass? Kodra just brushes off his gear and speaks in a completely calm voice. I'm from the lower sector too. He tells the squad I grew up in some random orphanage and I'm young, so why is squad leader Luca, who is even younger than me, so much higher on the food chain than any of you? Anyone with a half a brain can figure it out because he's better than you. He will be the most OP platoon leader you've ever had. Kodra then straightens up and bows his head. My apologies. I'll stay in my lane from now on. Squad leader Luca. Damn, Sergeant. Kodra's ability to read the room was absolutely god tier. He knew Luca hadn't chosen the easy mode path. After a while, they finally arrived at the rebel stronghold on the Empire's front. The Imperial Guard captain was about to drop the mission briefing, and Eli also got the news about what Luca had pulled earlier. Luca only did it because he refused to be treated like some kid. But in their eyes, an Imperial Guard trainee was basically a baby. Soon enough, some guy named Heiress appeared. Okay, so the rebels have fortified themselves inside the ruins of some mysterious, ancient civilization, and the entire zone is surrounded by 2 huge walls. There are also 5 defensive towers inside. Your job is to completely wreck those fortifications. That'll clear the way for our main army to launch a massive pincer attack from all sides. And yo, every soldier in the armored corps was in full-body mech suits. Luca finally grasped just how huge this suppression mission was, and then scene cut. Luca and Eli meet up in the middle of their camps, as planned. And Luca just asks, is this whole mess about the Ramones family? Eli says nothing, just gives a completely broken nod. Our boy knew Eli was connected to the Ramones, but their hands were completely tied in this situation. Siding with traitors was a one-way ticket to getting permanently banned from existence. And not even the prestige of the Caltica family name could save them. Eli wasn't looking for a miracle. If there was any tiny chance, he just wanted to get Lillian out of there, which made Luca let out a short, bitter laugh. Are you trying to play matchmaker for me and the woman you're in love with? You've got to be kidding me. But Eli was desperate. Lillian refused to marry a noble, so he introduced her to the most OP player he knew, Luca. But trying to save Lillian was a suicide mission. This wasn't something you could just brush off if they got caught. Mentioning Lillian was basically a speed run to getting deleted by the top brass, so that topic just died right there. And Eli claimed he wasn't getting involved. But our boy Luca knew that was total cap. Luca could read the vibe shift in Eli through IGs plain as day. That absolute madman was going to drag Lillian out no matter what it took. It didn't even matter if Eli would admit it to himself or not. For Eli's own good, the best possible outcome was for them to never cross paths again. That might be the only loot drop that could save him. The scene flips and we're back with Luca at the staging camp. For these Imperial soldiers, the only real weak spots were the head and the heart. As long as those 2 critical hitboxes were protected, an Imperial soldier was practically running on God mode. If their brains still got oxygenated blood, the medics could literally rebuild everything else. Just then, this dude Kodra rolls up on Luca. He'd checked the high-level files and knew Luca was OP. But as a 10-year veteran, he felt the need to drop some advice. Luca just gave him a look that said, bro, chill out. If the advice isn't totally mids, I'll listen to whoever's giving it. Kodra snapped a salute, looking massively relieved after the Mech Legion clears out the towers. We're gonna breach the fortress, that's the basic game plan. As they got closer, the assault vehicle slammed to a stop. The mechanized Legion was on the move. Troops just started pouring out of the transports. Our MC was at the front, leading the fast-moving armored unit straight for the Arcane Fortress. Jet black Myrmidons, man. A seriously deadly combination of 2nd and 3rd generation models. They swarmed over the horizon like a black tide of killer ants. The squad was so shook, they could barely even swallow. With all eyes glued to the battle on the monitor, blue smoke started billowing up from the ground. The enemy was finally engaging the Legion. A few units got hit, but the losses were minimal, like 4 or 5 machines. Max and soon a bunch of mech units got into firing range. All in perfect sync. They unloaded a volley of missiles into the shield. Using the smoke as a screen then, the mech soldiers pulled these massive spears off their backs. The tips of the Myrmidon spears were fitted with blades forged from some special mineral called holish. And this holish kicks off a crazy neutralization reaction. Whenever it makes contact with the energy field, it rips a temporary hole straight through the shield. I'm talking custom-made weapons issued just for this mission. After the soldiers' non-stop assault, that shield finally popped like a soap bubble. The Myrmidon's performance was absolutely critical here. If the Myrmidons choked, this whole fight would get insanely harder, so all they could do was wait for the tower-busting Myrmidons to report back. About a minute later, you hear static crackling over the comms. Towers are disabled. Move to the next phase. You could practically hear the whole area breathe a sigh of relief, and a little smirk crept onto Luca's face. This battlefield is a complete meat grinder, and yet our boy is precisely the kind of twisted dude who gets a sick thrill out of it. He finds his entire sense of purpose in the middle of all the carnage, thinking, if I wasn't like this, I'd have gone completely insane by now. Okay, now it's finally my turn to prove myself. The game plan was for the infantry to attack from every direction. All at the same time, the higher-ups were dead set on leaving the rebels zero escape routes, not even through the underground tunnels below the cryptic fortress, which, by the way, were a total nightmarish maze. Even the mapped sections went down hundreds of meters into the void, but the rebels had probably redecorated the place. So, all their intel could be completely useless. They had almost certainly blocked off the main ways to get underground. To keep the Myrmidons from getting in before long, Luca's team gets to a split in the path, and our boy decides to take point. Luca's deputy Cordra just froze up for a second. He's like leading the way, and a place like this is a death wish, squad leader. So, Luca just asks him, "You're just worried that if I die, you'll get blamed for it, right?" Cordra didn't even deny it. He just nodded, but Luca had already made his decision. "I couldn't care less about what happens after I'm gone. Doesn't matter to me if you and the whole squad get demoted or lose your pay. I don't care." A cold shiver ran down the guy's spine, like he could feel his own squad's guns aimed right at the back of his head. And you just know someone in that crowd was daydreaming about team killing the new CO for some bonus XP. Our boy is on a full-blown speed run because Lillian is the main quest. Plus, he knows Eli is clearing a different path in these same tunnels somewhere. He could just tell the squad to Leroy Jenkins it, and honestly, they'd probably punch through the defense pretty quick. But even if he could guarantee a no-death run, he's not about to sacrifice his loyal teammates for a personal side quest. So, he decides to solo the risk himself. But then a trap just snaps out of the ceiling. Codra screams, but he's way too late. Our boy Luca, though, moves like he's on zero ping and just deletes the mechanism. He activated his Aegis mode, which cranks all his senses to the max. I'm talking sight, sound, touch, smell, even taste. My guy is literally tasting the air for chemicals, like a snake, which is wild. His brain downloads a flood of data in a blink, letting him systematically disarm every single trap in the kill zone. Behind him, the whole squad is sweating bullets, while Luca can actually feel his own blood vessels widening. Blood is just slamming into his brain, building up so much pressure it feels like his head's about to pop. And bam, side effect. Everything around him is suddenly infuriating. He's getting pissed at how slow his squad is, even though they're not. His brain is just seriously overclocked right now. That's the debuff that comes with being so OP the squad can feel his whole vibe shift. Luca's now radiating this suffocating aura. He's got the hair-trigger bloodlust of a rabid animal, and then he just kicks the tunnel's iron door completely off its hinges, sending it flying into a rebel. That dude gets turned into a pancake against the wall instantly. And Luca's speed is so cracked nobody can even process what they just saw. He dives in with ice in his veins, like he's got wall hacks enabled, and knows every enemy's position already. His blade is just a non-stop blur of death, then he zips to the side to gank a rebel on the flank. The sword goes clean through the guy's throat, and our MC casually just yeets the severed head through the air. This gnarly projectile smacks another rebel square in the face, while he's still frozen in shock. And before that guy can even react, he's headless too. A rebel who's got the look of a veteran elite mob tries to aim his gun at Luca, but hitting him is basically impossible. He literally slices an incoming high-explosive rocket clean in half, in mid-air, making the explosion just split around him. It harmlessly streaks past his shoulders like two fiery trails, leaving the veteran absolutely shook his jaw on the floor. He was not getting a second attempt. Luca's boot comes down and just cracks his skull open, and the squad mates who were acting tough before are suddenly real quiet as Luca's voice cuts in. "Sergeant Codra, you're lagging. Stay with me," as they push on. The fortress starts opening up into these huge areas. Rebels are using the open chambers for cover, laying down insane amounts of fire from a defensive line they've dug in. It's a smart tactical play, gotta give it to them. So, Luca uses a mirror to scout the line, spotting roughly 100 troops up front. And retreating behind them is a whole crowd of non-combatants. A few of them look like nobles, which means Lillian might be in that group, just as Coda warns him that they're pushing too fast. Maybe he suggests they should pause and regroup with the other squads, forcing our boy to close his eyes and try to cool his overclocked brain. And he knows Koda is right. It's been a long time since he pushed his brain this far into the red. His entire nervous system is screaming at him, running under a critical load. He's on the verge of taking lethal damage from neural feedback, but just then Luca picks up the sound of gunfire from somewhere else. These shots aren't aimed at them, and then he detects movement flaring up behind them too. Another squad had just pulled up to their 6. If it's not his own guys, then it's gotta be Eli's squad. Their fire is now split, so he gives the signal, we're pushing in now. 2 squad members with shields as tall as they are move to the front and immediately bullets just start hammering them. But all that focused fire is causing the layered shields to crack and splinter. They've only got seconds before they fail completely, and behind them Luca is scanning the enemy, classifying all the threats. He's mapping the lines of sight for all their high-damage weapons, counting at least 8 heavy-caliber guns, any one of which could blow him into tiny little pieces with a single hit. He waits for the perfect microsecond, the exact moment half of those guns start their reload animation, and he lunges vaulting right over his shield bearers' heads. All it would take was a 2-second full send down the lane, and boom, the enemy squad totally lost their cool, just spamming shots everywhere. He didn't even register their pistols and rifles, total pea shooters. Forget full armor, our boy's running a light build chest, and helmet only cause his face is the priority, so he's got his left arm up, guarding his neck and head. His right hand brings up the pistol he takes, aim and starts dropping lead on the dudes with the heavy machine guns first. As the shots echo, their big guns just freaking explode one after another. Then our MC crashes into their squad like a human cannonball. That superhero landing literally sends out a shockwave, stunning their trigger fingers for just long enough. He uses that tiny opening to whip out his blade, and at this range the gunners are totally cooked, getting pressured from everywhere. The enemy squad finally throws down their weapons and gives up. So Luca hands the new prisoners over to Kadra, then just freezes solid. He spots a few bodies on the floor that look way too familiar. They're from Eli's squad. Dude's been pushing forward like a madman. This guy was literally using his own soldiers as meat shields, not even thinking twice about regrouping. Has he seriously gone so off the deep end? He's just team killing his own squad now. Damn it all, Eli Kaltika, and damn Lillian Romanese too. Our MC wants to help his friend, but he's got a duty to the Empire. Making a choice here means completely screwing over the other side. And he has no idea what to do, but one thing's for sure. If he sees Lillian, she is getting deleted on sight. He'll do it, even if it makes Eli despise him for the rest of his life. Keeping his friend from getting himself killed is worth having to deal with his hatred forever. While thinking this, Lucas signals Kadra to stay put. His orders are to wait for the rest of the squads to catch up. Kodra is now in command of this position, and with that our boy follows the sound of fighting, knowing these nobles are total noobs with weapons. Their expensive gear is probably just weighing them down, buying them a few extra seconds since most of the main suppression force is already inside. They're just slicing through the rebels. But our MC has to admit something, and yeah, it sounds super cliche, but Eli was more than just some guy he could trust in a firefight. Eli was his actual friend, his bro among all the others. Eli was the only one he could have deep talks with. A real equal, but now this dude is blinded by his weird personal quest. He's actively leading Imperial soldiers straight into a death trap. No normal squad leader would chase after rebels if it meant sacrificing their own guys. And what's the endgame if Eli actually finds Lillian? How's he supposed to extract her? The girl's already on the kill list. She's fated to end up at the gallows. No two ways about it. Luca gets that. Eli loves Lillian. But is Eli really about to trade his life for hers? A voice suddenly cuts through Luca's thoughts. It's some guy barely conscious, gasping out, "I'm a noble from the Ramones family." Luca immediately gets in his face. "Where is Lillian Ramones?" he demands. The man just tenses up. "I have no idea where she is," he says, but his eyes flick to the side for a split second, and that's the oldest lie detector trick in the book. So Luca just casually reaches out and crushes the noble's insanely expensive cybernetic eye. The guy screams in pure agony, and Luca's voice gets ice cold. "Last chance. Where is Lillian Romanese?" The man immediately blurts out her direction, then Luca asks something else. "Have you seen a guy named Eli Kaltika?" And the noble confirms it, saying Eli was the psycho who slaughtered all of them, even after they surrendered. Before the man can even finish the sentence, Luca turns his skull into mush with a sickening crunch. I mean, they were all going to be executed later anyway. You could argue killing them now is a mercy. Luca usually feels zero guilt when he kills, but today he just feels hollow. Is this just what the battlefield does to you? Not long after he hears screaming and gunfire, yup, he's finally caught up to Eli. Even though they were always cool, Luca always had this sus feeling in the back of his mind. If Eli ever turned on the Empire, what would he even do? Well, looks like it's time to find out. Because right in the middle of a dining hall, Eli is standing there like he's about to make a toast. So, you really came, Eli? You actually did it. You murdered your own loyal soldiers, all to feed your own selfish obsession. All for one woman. All for her. Suddenly Luca's right eye whirs to life, scanning the corner of the banquet hall. Over there stood the entire Ramones family, the patriarch, his inner circle, and right there with them, Lillian. Luca grinds his teeth. Damn it all for that one woman, just damn it. Was our boy Eli seriously about to become an enemy of the entire empire? His voice was heavy as a ton of bricks, saying he knew Luca couldn't just walk away from this as he unsheathed the longsword at his hip. Come on, Luca, he said, fight me. And you could see Luca just trying to choke down his absolute rage. For His Majesty the Emperor, and for every single person in the Empire, I'm about to pass my judgment on you. That bottled up fury was so intense it made his damn teeth ache. He had to throw down with Eli right here, right now, forcing his brain to think with ice-cold logic. Stat-wise, he had the edge, as long as he didn't mess up. Victory was practically in the bag, but real fights are never a scripted event. And his true quest objective wasn't Eli anyway. His gaze snapped over to the woman trying to bolt. Eli was trying to shield the entire Ramon family, but really it was all for Lillian. The mission was to take Lillian out, even if it meant Eli would hate him forever. At least it would save his friend's life right now. He was ready to shatter their brotherhood into a million pieces at this very moment, as long as it meant he wouldn't have to be the one to execute Eli. The plan was simple. Kill the Ramon family and anyone who saw anything burying Eli's crimes so deep no one would ever find them, even if people got Zeus. As an heir to the Celtica name, Eli could probably find a way to smooth things over. But damn, Eli saw right through his plan. You're just gonna blow past me and speedrun straight to Lillian, aren't you? Luca gave him nothing but silence. He exploded forward. Eli started blasting to try and stop him, gunshots popping off like firecrackers. But for pros, like them, predicting bullet paths is tutorial-level stuff. A few single shots were never gonna cut it. This was just a debuff to slow him down. But before even stepping on this map, Luca had already forcibly overclocked his own neural network bandwidth to a critical self-destructing speed. With this insane buff, his movements were faster and way more precise than anything Eli could possibly predict. Bottom line, Eli couldn't stop him anymore. Our boy broke right through his defenses as two of the Ramon sons lifted their guns. They took aim at him. Eli screamed at them to drop their weapons and not to fight back. But they tried to squeeze the triggers anyway. Too slow, man, and it was painfully slow. With just a single blinding flash of his sword, he sliced the younger son's torso clean in two, right through his Aegis armor, and Luca could already predict Eli's counterspinning to raise his own sword. He parried the incoming bullet, twisting the blade just right to ricochet its path directly into the other brother standing nearby. Only three were left standing now. Hugo Ramones, Lady Ramones, and Lillian Hugo saw both his sons die and opened his mouth to scream. But Luca's blood-soaked blade plunged right through the patriarch's skull. His final words died in a shower of red, and our MC didn't even pull the blade out. He just continued the motion, swinging the body on his sword towards the wife standing next to him. And in a blink, 4 kills were confirmed. Only Lillian was left. Eli was screaming his lungs out from behind, begging him to stop. Lillian Ramon, the same woman who once told Eli how she felt about him. No matter what happened, he was never going to forget her. At least not until his conscience was totally deleted. All Eli could do was pray her death would be painless, was a quick end. The only mercy he could offer her now, goodbye, Lillian Ramones. But when he saw her face, he realized something was seriously wrong. She was smiling, but in the middle of all this chaos, she had this psycho-ecstatic smile plastered on her face. And our boy was shook, like, why is she smiling? His brain just blue-screened for a second, which was literally all the time Eli needed to catch up. Eli came in like a freight train, knocking him sideways. Their blades smashed together in a brutal lock, grinding and screaming with a shower of sparks. Our boy's voice was pure ice. Eli, did you get a good look at her face? Her whole family just got wiped, and she's actually happy about it. And Eli's response made it sound like he already knew. She's finally free from that family. He said they were just treating her like a pawn for an arranged marriage. But in the next second, Luca kicked Eli away. Is this Lillian chick really worth all this? You're a smart guy. Eli, don't be a damn idiot. It's not too late to turn back. But Eli didn't look like he was logging off anytime soon. Luca, you don't know a single thing. Those families who got branded as traitors, including the Ramones, they never actually started a rebellion. The Empire just made up a fake reason to go to war. This isn't a war at all. It's a straight-up premeditated political purge. Just look at this so-called rebel defensive line. It's pathetic, a complete joke. If they were actually serious about fighting the Empire, they would have teamed up with the Holy State of Creed or the Balado Federation. Our boy Luke was completely stunned. He had no comeback for that logic bomb because Eli had a point. These three big shot families were supposedly in a super secret alliance. But the rebel squad was looking kinda mid, like a starter zone mob with zero backup. Not the kind of crew you'd expect for a full-blown server revolt. I mean, for real. Why wouldn't they ping Creed or Balado for some buffs? Both of those factions would kill to see the Empire get hit with a DOS attack. And if Eli was right, then he was on the permadeath list too. He was just as cooked as Lillian. And speaking of the devil, Lillian finally decided to chime in. This, she says, is why the Empire put a bounty on our whole family, as she straight up loots her dad's corpse and pulls out this strange cube. It's because of this. She explains this thing is basically the admin key to boot up the whole ancient fortress, but Luke is just lost. Like, why are we having a lore dump now, while he's busy radiating pure I wanna kill you energy at her? He was terrified Eli would get caught in the splash damage and get a game over, and she calls him on it. You know your friend is never gonna escape this golden cage. But, she pitches, I have a third option. A win-win-win, this thing can fire up the fortress's secret. Ancient spatial transit matrix Luke. Help us glitch out of the Empire's control, she begs, and our boy is just staring at the cube, totally shook, like he just saw a legendary item. Then she goes full martyr mode. If you need to clear a quest by killing me, just do it. I won't even dodge, but Eli's not built for that. You kill me, and this whole drama gets a series finale right here. She's like, I don't want to completely brick Eli's playthrough, but if this artifact is a legit fast travel ticket, then she and Eli can just peace out of the Empire. You can pretend you were AFK. Only my family even knows this secret backdoor exists. We go in, we're off the grid, she promises. And after hearing her out, Luke actually pauses, not because he gives a crap about her, he could not care less. But this might be the only cheat code to save Eli, who literally sacrificed his own escape route for Luke in the past. Faking your own death on a chaotic battlefield is easy mode. But even if Luke just deletes Lillian right now and keeps Eli on his team, his friend is basically playing on borrowed time. Eventually, Eli is going to aggro the wrong person, and not even his family's whale tier status will save him from the banhammer. So, Luke gives his sword a cool little spin and sheathes it. Eli tries to talk, but our boy just cuts him right off. Shut it, Eli, he says. I got one condition if this teleportation device is a total scam. Or if we can't get it to work, you better not get in my way. You heard her. She doesn't want you trapped here. And poor Eli is just wrecked looking over at Lillian. And she actually nods, so Eli has to agree, which is pretty much the biggest concession he could possibly make. Luke can feel his own sanity bar cracking. He is actively committing. High treason, helping these two ditch the server. If the GMs find out about this, he is so dead, so they whip up a quick and dirty plan. Step 1. Get to the lowest level of this dungeon and activate the teleporter. Step 2. Send Lillian and Eli through it. But right then, Lillian stops them, noticing Eli's forehead is still busted open. She pulls out a handkerchief to wipe his face, saying, You know, if our RNG is good and we actually survive, you two should just live together. Eli just wipes away the rest and gives her a weak smile, and you can see the guilt just wash over Lillian. She was shook that he would go this far for her, but Eli signals for her not to blame herself. After all, she's the one who showed him there was a whole world map to explore. He tells her, Without you, my brain would have blue-screened in this gilded cage. I'm a feature, not a bug. But hearing this love fest just makes Luke's face scrunch up. He sees Lillian as the one who installed this dangerous malware in Eli's brain. To him, these rebellious thoughts are a virus. They spread from person to person and just multiply like a poison debuff, slowly corrupting the Empire's entire source code from the inside, until the whole system collapses. And that's before you even consider that Balato or Crete would swoop in to finish the job and loot the corpse. But Luke is an Empire loyalist, and if Eli wasn't his best friend, he would have already reported him for hacking. I am not one of the restless. He just repeats that line in his head over and over, trying to make it stick like a desperate mantra. As the three of them push deeper, their luck is absolutely insane. They don't run into a single enemy, not rebels, not Imperial troops. It seems no one has ever made it this far. The rebels definitely didn't expect anyone to try and speedrun this far into their territory. Which brings us to Lillian's dad, Hugo Romanisi. That dude was ambitious. My man really thought he was playing 4D chess with the royal family. Turns out he was the pawn all along. He asked how much further, and Lillian just pointed. Just follow the hallway all the way to the back, she says. Lillian tries to thank him, but he wasn't doing this for her. Nah, he was just clearing his tab with Eli. Right then, Lillian and Eli made a pact if they actually survived this mess, they'd dip to a city on the border. And if they got split up, that was the rally point. Lillian even tried to get Luca to roll with them, but he was like, nah, I'm good. Not his kind of quest line. His entire system, both body and mind, was redlining hard, so much so that even his razor-sharp instincts were starting to get laggy. Maybe, just maybe, the call to help Eli was a massive misplay, a critical error caused by his brain's CPU basically melting down. Still, he couldn't just drop his guard, plus he had to figure out what his after-action report was going to look like. Lucky for him, the Imperial Guard captain actually rated him. He'd even been put on the detail to keep an eye on Kinu. And even if things got sus, he seriously doubted they'd just hit the execute button on him for this. I mean, who even were Eli and Lillian really? Just some random trainee and a noble girl. They weren't exactly raid bosses. They weren't the main characters of the rebellion or anything. The server admins way upstairs probably wouldn't bother digging into the logs too deep. Soon enough, they hit the end of the passage, and he gave Eli the signal to get ready. If this room didn't have a teleporter, well, this was a full-on campaign reset. Eli said nothing back. He just gave a nod, but the second Luca popped the door controls, his gamer sense started screaming. His brain was soaking up all the wrong vibes like a dry sponge. He had to pinpoint the source of that gut-wrenching dread stat. Because if he didn't, he was about to get one-shotted. He knew it. The danger was 100% behind that door as it slid open. He slammed his eyes shut, trying to process all the sensory data at speedrun pace. First up, that metallic tang of fresh blood, you know the smell. Then this nasty choking stench of heavy-duty machine oil mixed with cold hard steel. And underneath it all, a total absence of human presence, no body heat, no biological signature, nothing. He bit down on his lip, then forced his eyes open. There was only one possible answer here. Imperial Guard. 4 of them. He was completely frozen, totally thrown for a loop. I mean, if it was just one guard, and they didn't have their power armor on, maybe, just maybe, he and Eli could go all out and have a tiny chance. But 4 of them, yeah, escape was off the table, and worse, the guards weren't going to kill Lillian. They'd take her alive for questioning, and there's no way she'd hold up under torture and interrogation. She'd spill everything. It doesn't matter how much willpower she has, she's still just a normal person. She hadn't been put through the ringer to ignore pain like he and Eli were. He actually thought he could get them out of this. That he could give Eli the happy life he was fighting for. What a beautiful, stupid dream that was. The very instant Lillian was captured, their whole betrayal would be exposed. That left him with only one absolutely brutal option. He had to execute Lillian himself, before the guards could grab her, but Lillian was the whole reason Eli was even here. If Eli went berserk and just bum-rushed the Imperial Guard, it was game over for everyone, right? Then all 4 guards clocked him. The longer he just stood there, the more aggro he was pulling. His last sliver of a chance was right now, but just as he turned to deal with Lillian personally. A gunshot ripped through the air behind him. Eli had already moved. He had pressed the gun's muzzle dead center on Lillian's forehead, and pulled the trigger. A clean, cold, instant execution tears streamed down Lillian's face. Her perfect fantasy world just shattered into a million pieces. With a grim thud, Lillian crumpled to the ground. One of the guards started walking toward them. Luca, why did you two just kill that person? Eli answered the question, his voice perfectly steady. It was basically a cleanup job on a useless asset, and then they had the nerve to demand a full report from him, wanting every last detail so they could judge the whole situation. After it all went down, they bounced, and honestly, our boy was shook. He never in a million years saw Eli personally taking Lillian out. I mean, he'd game planned for Eli, losing his mind and going berserk. But this cold outcome was a plot twist that left him completely floored anyway. Cut to the next morning. The whole rebellion with the 3 great families was officially a wrap. And soon after, our MC gets summoned by Hero. Well done. That was some good work from squad leader Luca of Unit 21. Kadra's been gassing you up. He was especially impressed with your combat stats. The dude says you're the most OP platoon leader he's ever witnessed. But on the flip side, he says you're terrible at building rapport with your squad mates. You should probably grind that skill by watching how Kinu does it. The official report claims you delved into the lowest level with Lillian's help, and you managed to yoink the ancient spatial transit matrix, and then you immediately deleted her from the server. So, why'd you pick Lillian to be your guide? He asked, while our boy stood there with a stone-cold poker face. Then he replied, "It's simple. Lillian's combat power was the lowest in the whole Ramon family. The battlefield's RNG is way too chaotic, so we picked the one prisoner who'd be easiest to manage." Pyros nodded like it made sense, but he was clearly still sus. Our boy decided to seize the initiative before the interrogation got any heavier. It was a little disrespectful, but way smarter. "Are you asking about my history with Lillian?" He fired back. "It wasn't just my business. Both Eli and I had our own private dealings with Lillian Romanese," he said, as his hand balled into a tight fist. "Me and Eli, we're just built different. So what if we knew Lillian personally? We're not idiots who'd tank a mission over feelings, and you know that better than anyone, Captain. Plus, if I'm being real, I wanted to throw her a little bit of hope. I'm not some heartless machine. Lillian actually thought she might make it out alive after guiding us. We figured giving her that false hope was the very least we owed her. A perfectly crafted lie, spun into the bloody facts, was always the most impenetrable defense. And that's exactly the strat our boy was using. After hearing him out the Imperial Guard, Captain just smirked. "That's enough for now. We'll stop here." But just as Luca was about to leave, Heiress called him back for one more thing. His voice was practically dripping with venomous subtext. "That being said, though, the Romani family's tactics were unexpectedly savage. I mean, they managed to completely wipe out Eli's entire squad. Luca kept his cool. The report was his shield. It says during a high-stakes pursuit, Eli's team got caught in a Romani ambush and were totally annihilated. There was zero reason for him to be nervous, but he still couldn't read what Heiress was trying to find out. He was about to break into a cold sweat, but Luca replied with a composure that was honestly chilling. If I had been the one in Eli's position, my unit would not have gotten team wiped, that's for sure. Looks like the number one rank is mine." This round, Heiress just busted out, laughing, super pleased. "I'm excited to see what you do next." In the days after that, our boy Luca was constantly on high alert, never letting his guard down for a second. Flashes of faces and places kept hitting him, like that border city Lillian was always talking about, wanting to visit a place she never even got close to. She got permanently logged out on the battlefield, eliminated by Eli, the very night she had put her faith into. Our MC couldn't even look her in the eye. At the end, he totally gets it. Eli only pulled that trigger because our boy was standing right there. Otherwise, Eli would have just speed run at the Imperial Guard and chosen to die with her. What a messed up and brutal path they had to take. But at the end of the day, he did save Eli's life back in the capital. Akrisia, the duo got patched up and rested. They were then handed a shiny medal for their achievements, the 7th grade Cross Key medal no less. Out of every single Imperial Guard trainee, only Luca and Eli got one. 2 days pass, and Luca corners Eli behind the dorms. He didn't beat around the bush. "I gotta say, I never expected you to be the one to kill Lillian. I was sure you were going to rage quit and charge the Imperial Guard." Eli replied, his voice completely deadpan. And he was right on the money, because Eli was like, "Bro, if you weren't there, I would have done exactly that. You didn't ice her because you wanted to live." Luca's voice went cold. "You need to quit. You are not cut out for this soldier life." He just scowled, that memory still hitting him like a fresh wound. Eli's personal feelings had straight up gotten the squad wiped, and he just stared back at Luca, his eyes totally empty, saying, "As long as I'm breathing, no matter what goes down, even if you murked me, right here on this spot, my family's OP authority would just respawn me as an Imperial Guard. Anyway." Then Luca just unloads a savage gut punch right into Eli's stomach, and something metal goes skittering across the floor. Our boy Eli immediately grabs his chest. He's doubled over, gasping for air against the wall, and there's this sickening crunch, like his ribs just got nerfed, and Luca's just like, "If something's broken, just slap a mechanical organ in there. Stop acting so pathetic," and Eli just crumples down the wall, burying his head in his knees. What a joke, me getting a medal. He starts spiraling, thinking if only he'd grinded harder, but he kept his mouth shut, because he knew the truth. Even if Eli had maxed out his training stats, the end result would be identical. Our boy just isn't a stone-cold killer. The insane guilt from leading his own squad into a death trap was just shredding his mind to pieces. No matter the strat, he still couldn't save Lillian in the end. And yeah, it was pretty obvious. Eli was on a timer. Maybe it was his own doom posting. Maybe it was just bad RNG. Either way, Eli just didn't belong here. He was already planning to peace out and head back to his hometown after this mission. Luca didn't even ask why. He could just feel that Eli had locked in some major decision. He paused for a sec, and then finally dropped the question that had been bugging him this whole time. How could Lillian still be smiling after her entire family got deleted? Eli just stares off at the sunset. Turns out Lillian Ramones was engaged from the moment she was born to a guy more than 30 years her senior who paid an insane dowry to her family. But the contract terms were beyond messed up. This dude sent over pictures, videos, and records of his dead wife demanding they groom Lillian into a perfect living copy of this dead woman, from how she looked to how she talked, down to the tiniest little habits. Even her name, Lillian, came from that psycho demand, which explains why her ballado was so fluent, but Luca's brain just blue-screened for a second. The sheer level of twisted evil in that request was enough to make him sick. It was this disgusting mix of absolute power and creepy obsession that just hit him like a truck. He asked in a low voice. So she's been abused her whole life, and Eli just confirms it. Claude was literally the only person who ever showed her any kindness, but Luca was still confused. Then why were you trying to ship me with Lillian? And Eli just laughs, covering his face with his hands. Bro, that was the master plan the whole time. I told Chloe you were the secret illegitimate son of the Imperial Guard captain, and that's why he made that crazy suggestion to you. Luca just blinked like, for real, he bought a lie that Sus and Eli answered deadpan. Anyone with eyes can see the captain plays favorites with you. If you were his secret kid, then some random orphan from a 2-digit district climbing the ranks all the way to Imperial Guard trainee suddenly makes a whole lot more sense. Plus, the captain is from the powerful Kostoria family. If you had married her, Lillian might have actually gotten her freedom, and a sour taste filled his mouth. Eli was his friend, sure, but the guy was no hero. He was a total puppet master, willing to lie, sacrifice his own crew, and even play our MC for a fool without blinking. And the craziest part, he still trusted the guy. Then, the scene changes. Luca is visiting instructor Kinu again, who greets him with a massive troll face grin. Kinu cracks a grin. Well, look who it is. The war hero decides to grace us with his presence. I heard you got that 7th grade cross key medal because, yeah, Luca keeps tabs on this guy constantly. The reason being that Kinu was a person of interest he had to monitor, and Kinu knew exactly what was up, that he was just following orders from that high-level Legion commander, so he just shrugged it off. It's just a 7th grade cross key medal, basically a participation trophy anyone could get. Bro, my stats are mid compared to your god-tier KDA instructor, our boy says, flopping down in a chair as the awkward corporate vibes between them just melted away. This wasn't a boss and intern thing anymore. It was straight up mentor and student. You could feel it as Kinu started scrolling through our MC's combat history. So, you use EG2, huh? But you're playing this game like a solo mission, relying way too much on your own raw talent. As a shot caller, dude, you're kinda cooked. Your squad mates don't actually follow your pings, do they? Kinu asked, staring right into his soul. Our boy was shook to him. They were all S-tier Imperial soldiers. He was convinced they'd execute a command from some random noob squad leader without even blinking, while Kinu just stroked his chin, thinking it over. Your fatal flaw as a commander is that you have a terminal case of bleeding heart syndrome. You'd rather personally tank every single lethal hit yourself, instead of seeing your squad as disposable ammo, because our MC thought that was the only strat to keep the team's DPS from dropping. But Kinu hit him with a hard wrong, completely rejecting that whole worldview. The more you're on the front lines, face-checking the enemy, the more your brain starts to lag. And that totally nerfs the most basic stat a commander has, your decision-making. You burned through mana and cooldowns. You should have saved all to babysit your crew, but our boy Luca just wasn't having it. So, what you're telling me, I should just throw my squad mates into the meat grinder. Kinu wasn't saying he should order them to die. Nah. He meant gaslighting them so hard they'd willingly speedrun their own deletion from the server. With a tap on the desk, Kinu pulled up images of Gilda and Gabriel on the screen, like he was picking new characters. These two right here, they'd be more than happy to join your party. Our MC figured it was just payback, because he had helped them out before. But Kinu was like, nah dude, that friendship level is way too low. The second a real boss fight starts, Kinu warned, they're gonna betray you guaranteed. You gotta grind for those deeper bonds, the kind you build through actual emotional connection. Make them see you as family, like they're ride or die. But here's the catch, you gotta keep them at arm's length. Because if you get too close, you won't be able to sacrifice them as cannon fodder. Without hesitating, Kinu said, his words dripping with pure ice. Our boy said it plain, I don't like that, but Kinu wasn't even mad. In fact, that was the exact reason he was betting on our MC. Here's the ultimate strat. You drain their loyalty bar dry, but offer 0 XP in In return, that, my friend, is how you weaponize human connection, he finished as our boy's face just scrunched up in disgust. But what happens when your mind can't handle the debuff of seeing your own people get wiped? You know, the guilt, the conscience, that heavy weight. But Kinu's answer was chillingly simple. You just surgically remove that weakness from your character build. If you let the ghosts of your fallen comrades drag you down, you'll never climb to the top of the leaderboards. You will never rise above them. And our boy just gave this slow, heavy nod. At this point, it wasn't about whether he agreed with it or not. This was just the new game's reality. So he pieced out from Kinu's office and smash cut to, the next day he's rushing to a summon from the Imperial Guard captain. Heiress was deploying him to a new map, Clashia Academy, and our MC immediately tried to cancel the quest. But Heiress shut that down instantly. You've never experienced high society. Consider this a free trial. That is, if you're serious about wanting to join the Costoria Guild. So in the end, my man was stuck. He had to accept. When the time came, a massive engine roar ripped through the airfield, and this insane black aircraft descended onto the landing zone. A girl's voice suddenly cut through the air. Quit gawking like a lost puppy and get your butt inside, and you couldn't even see in the thing. The windows were fully tinted. Her tone was super impatient and snappy, so our boy just shrugged and hopped in. Inside, he saw the girl who had been yelling, and he started to introduce himself. I'm a trainee with the Imperial Guard. My name is... But she totally cut him off. I know your name, don't waste my time. And her whole vibe was just pure aggression. She had that unmistakable aura of a spoiled rich kid who desperately needed to be humbled, like with a punch, which is basically code for noble. So he gave her a quick once-over. She looked to be about the same age as him. Our boy drops the mic saying he's on a direct mission from the Imperial Guard's top dog. His destination is Clashia Academy, and this girl, she just hits him with a laugh so cold it could freeze hell over. And what's that got to do with me? She snaps, then immediately pivots away like his face was about to crash her system. Bro, she was acting like one more look would cause a... Not gonna lie. A quick intrusive thought hit our MC. He really wanted to serve her a knuckle sandwich right then and there. He just deadpans, figures another noble, and then it hits him. Oh, I get it. You're from the Castoria family, right? Whoa, that actually makes her lock eyes with him, and her face just scrunches. She's stunned, asking how he figured it out. And our boy is ready with the break. It's a simple deduction. He says basically nobody has the balls to look annoyed about direct orders from Captain Heiress. He just stands there in silence, letting it marinate, thinking maybe she realizes he's already cracked her code. And maybe, just maybe, she was the captain's actual daughter. I mean, if he was wrong, talk about a major L, just pure cringe. But lucky for him, the dice roll was a nat 20. She actually looks intrigued by his big brain play. And just like that, her whole attitude gets a slight nerf. She introduces herself as Giselle Castoria. She clarifies she's only here to be his guide, because her dear old dad forced her to. But then she warns him, stop acting like you have X-ray vision into my soul. It's seriously ticking me off. And that just makes our boy think of Lillian. Thinking about it next to Lillian, this Giselle girl's attitude was practically S-tier angelic. And he had no idea why. Why did he have to keep swallowing his pride and acting like a subordinate? Our boy wasn't here to simp for some big shot on a pedestal. He literally took this assignment to escape that whole toxic social ladder. And he was dead sure Captain Heiress totally understood his intentions. For real, he'd rather swallow his own tongue than kiss up to someone who clearly couldn't stand the sight of him. So he hits her with an ice-cold tone. We'll just stick to our roles, you be the guide, I'll be the follower, is that clear enough for you? Giselle was legit shook, totally not expecting that clapback. She just glares at him for a long moment, then bites her lip, all kinds of frustrated. Without a single word, she just spins around again, a classic spoiled brat move that made our MC want to literally break her nose. And he was being 100% serious. He just crosses his arms and stares out the window. And before he even knew it, they'd pulled up to Clashia Academy. I guess, no matter how much ego she's packing, even a noble girl isn't dumb enough to openly rage quit a mission from her powerful dad. So Giselle is just stuck muttering under her breath. So as she's doing her guide duties, they head up a flight of stairs, and this massive towering statue of the first emperor comes into view. The little plaque at the bottom hails him as Dino Clashia, humanity's guardian angel. Our boy has definitely seen Clashia Academy on the holonet before, like a bajillion times, but actually being here was a whole different vibe. The moment he stepped on campus, he could feel the energy of the place pulsating around him. He could practically feel eyeballs locking onto him from every angle. All the students milling about were just staring him down, their faces a total mask of confusion. Like literally everyone walking past is decked out in high-end mechanical bodies. And our boy just thinks it's a criminal waste of top-tier gear. Wasting that kind of OP cybernetic hardware on a bunch of low-level scrubs like this was an absolute joke. They were just a mob of spoiled, coddled players. They were just useless NPCs taking up server space. And that's when Giselle cuts him off. She's like, don't you have the light purple uniform? Looking a little panicked. Looks like her dad forgot the patch notes about him showing up without the required items, and seeing her get all flustered was, not gonna lie, kinda hilarious to our boy. Just then a student finally connects the dots and recognizes him, and he hears someone call out his name. Turns out it's another Imperial Guard trainee who got assigned to this place. The guy's name is Felix Egan. And the Egan family is another one of those big-shot, heavy-hitter noble clans. Even Giselle seems to know who he is, and she actually decides not to butt in, giving them a little space to chat. Then Felix immediately slings an arm around our boy's shoulder. He's like, "Bro, the captain is showing you crazy favoritism now, and he's not even being low-key about it. He sent his own freaking daughter to shadow you." Our boy just lets out a little laugh, replying, "She's an annoying brat. Trust me, if we were outside the safe zone of the walls, I would have already broken her nose." And Felix just explodes with laughter at our MC's complaint. "Hey man, even an Imperial Guard captain is a doting dad," Felix teases. "Maybe he's trying to get you to marry into the family. But honestly, even if that was the endgame, our boy Luca couldn't stand a woman with Giselle's personality. So, if this whole arrangement totally crashes and burns later, literally no one would be shook. Plus, our boy was running a side quest, a secret pact he'd made with the captain. The mission was to babysit Kinu, and the reward was huge, getting adopted into the Kostoria family, not as some random son-in-law, but as a full-blown son. But you couldn't just ignore this Felix dude. He was part of the main quest now. Felix was giving off major good vibes, super open and friendly. He leaned in close, dropping his voice to a whisper, and asked Luca about, that part. "So, you get that upgrade yet?" And one look was all it took. Our MC knew exactly what this guy was talking about. "Nah, not yet." Felix wasn't even shocked. He just nodded like he knew it and started digging through his pockets for some loot. Apparently, guys from the military academy on special missions have insane riz. But when Luca glanced down, his screen showed 001, and that number just flashbanged him. Our boy was totally frozen while Felix just casually dropped the tutorial for the academy. Luca was actually starting to like this Felix guy's whole vibe, thinking they could be real bros, especially since Felix had already mentioned the dorm situation. It was basically the housing for big-brain commoners like our MC and for the noble kids whose families hit them with the Nerf bat. They were all living there because they couldn't afford their own pads, proving the class system was alive and well, even here. And just then Giselle rolled up to lead the way. It wasn't long before Luca was at the dorms where a literal robot greeted him at the entrance, which got our boy's gears turning. "So this is the reject barracks, huh? Where the commoners and useless nobles get stashed. No wonder they call this the best academy. Maybe it's not designed for soldiers, but for raw talent to cook." Luca just found a couch, sat down, and immediately logged into his meditation state to grind. This place was a total curveball, so not what he expected, and after Giselle dropped him off, she even swapped contact info with him. You could tell she was still super annoyed, but she had to follow her dad's quest line, making Luca think maybe she wasn't just another spoiled brat. Right as she was about to peace out, Giselle hit him with a classic NPC warning. Don't get chummy with the dorm head. Why? 'Cause she was apparently the craziest person in the entire school. And right on cue, the doorbell rang. A girl like a full head shorter than him opened the door, looking totally flustered. She blurts out, "Hi, I'm the dorm head," looking genuinely surprised to see him, and our boy just scratches his neck. "Yeah, things got awkward fast. I'm the Imperial Guard trainee they sent over," he said, while his eyes did a quick gear check on her, noting the worn-out cuffs, faded clothes, and no family crest, meaning she was a fellow commoner. He wasn't getting any crazy vibes from her at all, so he just chalked it up to Giselle being a classist hater who despises anyone from the lower sector. The girl just seemed kinda shy, saying, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Luca. My name's Barbara." He shot her a look to chill out, letting her know he was from the bottom ranks too. "And you're the dorm head, that's a serious achievement," he tells her, which gets a small, confused smile out of Barbara. He could see the grind in her eyes. She probably had to fight tooth and nail to get here just like him. And with that, Barbara stepped forward and waved him over. "Come on, Luca. Time for the tour. It's the dorm head's duty, no excuses," she said. And he just watched Barbara as she started walking. Her crazy bright red gold hair was still dripping wet, like she'd speedrun a shower after class, which made him think she was obsessed with efficiency. But his EG's ability was pinging his spidey sense. Something felt a little sus. Then again, maybe Barbara was just a super dedicated student, who knows. Anyway, the scene jumps to the next day with Luca rocking the Clashia Academy uniform. And of course, Giselle was already camping the quest location under the main building super early. Turns out her dad Heiress forced her to be his classmate. Luca was already bracing for a mental breakdown from her attitude when a random voice made Giselle flinch hard. Someone called out, "It's been a while, Giselle," and you could see her eyes narrow into daggers. "Get out of my sight now," she snapped, and Barbara, who was standing there, looked visibly terrified and shrank back. "I just wanted to say hi," Barbara pleaded. "You always dodge me." So Giselle just spun around and stomped right into her personal space with a hello, followed by a brutal and goodbye. "You happy now, get lost? I have nothing to say to you," she snarled before turning on her heel. Because, hey, our boy couldn't be late for his first class. Clearly there was some major history between Giselle and Barbara, and Luca realized Giselle's toxic attitude wasn't just for him. She treated Barbara just as bad, but seeing Barbara acting like this had Luca's brain doing a blue screen. Could she seriously be the dorm head? The logic just wasn't logging, so his curiosity won out, and he just straight up asked Giselle. When asked about Barbara, Giselle was super cagey, basically giving him a one-word answer to shut it down. She was all "I just recognize her face from our year," but our boy Luca could smell the beef and asked her straight up, "So you don't like her then?" And boom, that question totally hit a nerve. Giselle froze mid-step, her voice dropping 10 degrees. She said Barbara is hands down the most unhinged person in the entire Clashia Academy. Yikes. And yet Barbara was obsessed with Giselle like a total stan, which sounds like primo drama, but our MC wanted zero part of that side quest. His mission was simple: survive 2 months, level up to a noble, and then all this high school gossip would just be background noise. But damn, these classes were a total snooze fest, and he couldn't stop his brain from trying to piece together the Giselle and Barbara lore. There was nothing here to keep him entertained. The whole curriculum was nerfed for nobles, and Felix was even dodging his PvP invites. I mean, Felix knew he was going to get absolutely cooked, but our boy was just craving a real boss fight. He felt like he was starting to get a rust debuff from the sheer lack of action, a nasty hangover from his training camp days. His brain was just hardwired for battle. He was so desperate for a fight he'd probably accept a verbal PvP match at this point. Just then a voice pops up like a random encounter asking him why he's been orbiting Miss Giselle all week. Trouble. Literally just walked up to him. So our boy clapped back instantly. "You got a thing for Giselle or what?" And the dude's face told him everything he needed to know. Luca was actually a little shook. Someone was seriously simping for that annoying girl. And in a combo of rage and shame, the dude actually swung a punch at Luca. But our MC just casually parried him with one hand, then had a moment of wait. Am I seriously venting my boredom on this random NPC? He realized he could probably end this dude without even trying, so he just told him flatly he had zero interest in Giselle. Next thing you know, the two of them are just chilling and talking, because our boy decided to farm this guy for some intel. He asks what the real deal is between Barbara and Giselle, and Enrico's answer was honestly pretty wild. He says her nickname is the Witch, nobody at the academy will go near her, and anyone who does get close somehow gets tangled up in robot rampages. We're talking 5 people injured over the last 3 years, which the students have dubbed Barbara's curse, and Luca's brain immediately flagged those stats. That's some insane RNG. It sounds way more like someone's griefing the server, you know? Enrico just nods, saying that was everyone's first theory, but there's no proof of manipulation. The only thread connecting every victim is their closeness to Barbara. Our boy also learns that Barbara only became dorm head because the job has 0 perks. It's a position no one else wanted. It's nothing but trouble, and speak of the devil. Enrico points out 3 girls cornering Barbara right in front of them. One of the girls just dumps water all over Barbara's head, then hits her with a fake whoops. "Sorry, Barbara." She's like, "I'll wash your clothes, so just take them off here." And you can see Barbara trying to tank the emotional damage, answering quietly, "It's okay, I can change on my own." But the second Barbara said no, the lead bully just burst out laughing. She goes, "Did I hear you correctly? Someone like Barbara just turned down my act of kindness. Take it off. Now I'll wash it for you." And faced with that threat, Barbara just squeezed her eyes shut. Her hands were shaking as she tried to unbutton her top. And normally, this is the part where Luca would just ignore the whole situation. He's not a fan of helping people who won't fight for themselves. Then it clicked, so that's why her hair was wet before. and he started palming his dagger. It was in his left hand, thinking today's your lucky day. Barbara, he yeeted that thing, and the blade punched a perfect hole through the empty cup, the one still in the bully's hand. Yeah! She screamed her head off. The moment they saw him, their jaws dropped. They knew he was the Imperial Guard trainee, and his voice was pure ice. If you don't leave, my fist might just get acquainted with your noses, and I don't care if you're girls. After a beat of hesitation, the bullies scrammed looking super salty, and Barbara called out to thank him for the clutch save. Barbara, all flushed and messy, was looking at him with a beet red face, and our boy just cracked a little smirk. So, you're saying I'm now close enough to get aggroed by robots too? Then we hard cut to Enrico, who is panting and out of breath. The dude looked totally freaked, saying that woman was Carissa Kano, that Luca had picked the wrong enemy, and the name definitely rang a bell for our MC. He's like, the Kano family doesn't sound that OP, but Enrico shakes his head, saying, that's just on the surface. They're deeply connected to the criminal underworld. They basically run gangs from the shadows, funding it all with illegal businesses, and they're probably digging up your background info as we speak. But Luca just gives him a look like he's not worried at all. After all, he's an orphan with no family to use against him. Then Enrico decided to drop another lore bomb. Carissa is the type to hold a grudge forever, and her boyfriend was actually unalived by Barbara's curse, which made Luca nod. Damn. He wasn't expecting this much backstory, but just then a voice cuts their convo short, and he turns to see it's Giselle. She gives Enrico a little nudge, telling him to go on over and say what's up. You're totally down bad for her, aren't you? And Enrico immediately starts malfunctioning, tripping over his own words. Just tell her I said hi for me, and with that my man Enrico just bolts. You see that? Enrico made a new friend. He seems like a decent dude, but a shiver just crawled down Giselle's spine when she realized our MC had been hovering in her blind spot the entire time. And one look at her reaction told Luca that Enrico's romance arc was officially cooked. The scene flips, and now he's been summoned by Kinu. Seems someone snitched that he attacked a guy with a dagger just as he figured. But the old Imperial Guard vet basically lets him off, saying you're like a pro gamer who just dropped into a lobby full of tame newbies. These kids aren't here to learn PvP, you know? And our boy nods. But they're all strutting around like my attacks are nerfed and can't hurt them, which made Keanu absolutely lose it, laughing to you. They might seem like low-level mobs, but some of them are secret raid bosses wearing sheep disguises, mutant freaks way more messed up than any wolf, and our boy just takes his dagger back. I'll keep that in mind. He says, though, Keanu didn't look like he had high hopes. He just smiled. It was almost like Keanu knew from the very beginning that our MC's real quest here was monster hunting. Because compared to a boring vanilla life, he'd much rather be out there grinding mobs. So after leaving the office, he intentionally heads for the abandoned gym area because everyone at Clash Academy knows he was the one who bailed out Barbara. And if the server-wide rumors are true, a berserk robot should be coming right for him. But when he stops in the woods, 3 randoms close in and gank him from all sides. You're Luca, right? You could tell with one glance these guys were the resident campus goons. Kershaw told us to come say hello. The Kano family always pays back its debts. You're not gonna run crying to the GMs just because a few regular students beat you up. Are you, especially for a supposed big shot? An Imperial Guard trainee. The 3 punks just died laughing. This is your last chance, Imperial Guard trainee. Get on your knees and apologize to Carissa, she says. That's the only way you're walking away. But our boy Luca was not even a little bit scared. The biggest dude clenches his jaw, the clear signal that his cybernetic arm was switching over to combat mode. You could hear this rising whine as the power output went into overdrive. My God, this guy had some high-tier chrome. And for our MC, that was absolutely perfect. Then, a red infrared beam scans over them, a patrol bot just aggroed the whole group, and it starts blaring a warning, making the lead punk start to sweat. Are you sure you checked the patrol schedule? There shouldn't be any guards this hour, so the punk decides to let Luca go for now, as the robot beside them keeps repeating, "Do you need assistance?" Its voice was all glitchy, and its movements were janky as hell, totally unnatural. A student just shoves the robot out of the way, but the bot stumbles back with such a weird reaction that the kid instinctively recoils before he can even figure out what's wrong. The robot's arm extends and an iron fist slams right into his face. His head literally exploded like a watermelon at a Gallagher show. Seeing that the other student just froze up completely, his brain completely short-circuited. The dude who was taunting Luca just a second ago was now shaking uncontrollably. The robot crouched down low, then it lunged forward to attack another student, and right as it cocked its arm back for the killing blow, Luca flew in and kicked the robot clean off its feet. Because if this entire party got wiped, he knew he'd be the one getting all the blame. And you could see its hardened armor was already cracked, and it just shatters while one of the punks is pointing at the wreckage, like he just saw a ghost. He's screaming about Barbara's curse, saying the witch's magic is for real, and our boy Luca just clicks his tongue. Y'all are supposed to be the cream of the crop at Clashia Academy, but you're actually scared of some ghost story. Our boy wasn't buying that mid-level nonsense. For a second, he just strolls right up to the machine, which was sprawled out like a giant metal corpse. Suddenly, a deep hum starts vibrating from its core. It was redlining its power output, but the whole thing was going to burn out in just a few minutes. The light bulb went off in his head right away. This robot going berserk wasn't just some random glitch in the system. It was targeting him specifically. This was a straight-up hit. Someone was pulling the strings, and after a quick sigh, our MC knew what he had to do. He had zero time to waste. The robot rips up the ground and speedruns straight for him, forcing Luca to pivot on a dime. He barely dodged a swipe from its claws that would have deleted him. Even in this berserk mode, the bot's reaction speed was OP. Its attack patterns were running on some hardcore military-grade kill code, like one little scratch from those claws right, and our boy would be sipping nutrient paste through a straw for the rest of the semester. But honestly, this was kind of boring for him. He needed something with way higher stakes. He was chasing that massive adrenaline hit to get his dopamine fix. So after baiting a few more attacks, he boots the machine clear across the yard. The kick sounded like it shattered every gear inside, and our boy knew immediately. This thing was no basic security drone the second his hand moved toward his back from the bot's point of view. Its sensors flagged a weapon draw, triggering it to lunge with everything it had. But my man wasn't packing heat. He just yeets his dagger into the air, and the robot's camera eyes snap up, getting stuck in a loop of frantic, glitchy movements. As its CPU tried to calculate the trajectory of the flying object, he was basically frying its brain with a cheap parlor trick. The more random the movement, the more processing power the bot wastes, trying to predict his next move. It was a classic DDoS attack. The machine froze up for maybe half a second, but that was more than enough time for him. He slipped right past its defenses and just brutally snapped its mechanical arm backward until the joint exploded into a shower of gears. Wires and metal shrapnel went everywhere, and watching that level of absolute ownage made the bullies just about pee their pants in fear. Then the wrecked robot's voice crackled through the static. "Need assistance. Need assistance." A cold smirk just played on his face, because he still wasn't satisfied. A low-tier mob like this couldn't even begin to scratch his itch for a real fight. The very instant he locked eyes with one of the punks, the dude turned tail and bailed like a rat from a sinking ship. Right then, an Imperial Guard dropship swooped in, sirens blaring, and it just hovered directly over him. The spotlights underneath lit him up, like he was the main character on stage, shifting us to the next morning after the whole showdown. Some security agency is now demanding he cooperate with their investigation, and this lady Jillian wants him to help them find the culprit. The person hiding among the noble students. Luca figured it could be a commoner too, but Jillian immediately shot that idea down. She said no way a commoner could never get past the firewall and hack into Clashia Academy's private network. And just when our boy was about to say no, Jillian mentions the fact that he was studying Aegis, which made him way more qualified for this than literally anyone on her team. Luca just froze up for a hot second. He was totally shook that his student profile spelled out, "currently studying Aegis combat arts" in such bold, flashing letters. Jillian saw his reaction and let out a little laugh, then dropped some juicy intel about Aegis. Turns out anyone who masters Aegis Pectema gets put on a high-priority government watch list, but of course, only the legit users like him. Not the wannabe street fighters, Jillian said, adding that if he was curious, he should just ask whoever's teaching him the Imperial Guard's fighting style. But before he could even process that, a voice cuts in. Giselle marches right up to him with her hand raised, looking like she was about to give him a 5-star slap to the face. "Didn't I literally tell you to stay away from Barbara?" Luca just gives her a lazy nod, not really caring. I just can't sit back and watch a whole crew jump one person and hearing that casual response. Giselle could tell he was still itching for a fight. He wasn't scared of Carson's crew coming for him at all. In fact, he probably welcomed it. My man was amped for the chaos to pop off, but Giselle actually stops to think for a second. She pipes up, saying she'll go talk to Carissa and get her to chill, because if she's the one asking. Carissa should back down, and this comment just completely blindsides him. He's just trying to process why Giselle is suddenly playing damage control, trying to defuse this whole bomb, but her tone made it crystal clear. she's got some serious history with Carissa. Giselle was acting like she had the girl on a choke chain, totally sure she could make her heal, so Luca just agrees to the strategy. This actually seems to surprise Giselle for a sec. Then he's like, cool, let's go see Carissa right now. Our boy doesn't want any extra heat from his bosses breathing down his neck. But honestly, he only agreed to this meeting because my man has a few dark theories of his own that need a little confirmation, and then the scene switches. So Carissa starts spinning this story for Luca, claiming the reason she bullied Barbara was all because Barbara got her boyfriend deleted from the server of life. But he ain't buying that for a second. Carissa's whole vibe just doesn't scream ride or die chick starting a war for love. So, are we really supposed to believe that? He calls her bluff, asking if she didn't just, serve her boyfriend up to Barbara on a silver platter before pulling up a projection. He lays it out when things don't go your way. You just send your minions to stir the pot. How could I say no? He asks. It's the same play you ran on me. You just needed a flimsy excuse to make Barbara's life a living hell. And this direct call-out makes Carissa totally lose it. She straight up slams her fist on the table. You son of a, she starts. But next to them, Giselle gives her a look that says shut it down. Carissa tries to puff her chest out anyway, like, are you really going to ignore my orders? But under Giselle's ice-cold stare, she immediately eats her words and looks away. Then Giselle motions for our boy to step outside, and their whole power dynamic is exactly what he figured. It's a classic boss and underling setup, a strict pecking order. But if that's the case, one massive question mark is just hanging in the air. Why didn't Giselle just use her admin privileges to order Carissa to stop the harassment from the jump? Luca's only on this assignment, for 2 months tops. As an investigator, Jillian's hands were basically tied. He couldn't just drag these spoiled rich kids into a dark room for questioning. Whenever he felt like it then, a moment later Giselle steps out into the hall too. She says, I've already swept this under the rug, so stop making waves and stay the hell away from Barbara. Someone got zeroed out this time. Because you blew off my warning, Luca just flashes a grin that's all teeth. I heard a little rumor that only nobles can pilot these robots, so I ran a little test, carefully. And what do you know? Carissa is on the short list of people who absolutely despise Barbara, but Giselle just waves him off, like drop the Sherlock Holmes act. Investigators don't just open a file on some noble brats for fun. Are you trying to troll me right now? He asks, looking her dead in the eye. I'm just spitting facts, he says. And by the way, Carissa follows your commands like she's a well-trained puppy. But Giselle looks away. It's all about family status, she claims. Carissa isn't powerful enough to ignore a command from me. That's it. That's the whole story. But Luca keeps pushing. So, did you order her to go after Barbara? You can see Giselle's eyes just flicker with panic. And before she can even cook up a lie, Luca jumps in. He says Carissa needed a narrative to justify harassing Barbara, so she just manufactured one on purpose. And hearing this, Giselle snaps, lunging forward and grabbing our boy by the collar, getting right in his face. What is wrong with you? She hisses. Are you having some kind of paranoid episode? I heard one of the debuffs from running a high-spec cyber body is your brain gets fried. You're overloading your system, and it's causing actual glitches in your head. Maybe you should go get a full system diagnostic. The second she says it though, you can tell she knows she just lost her cool, and before she bounces, she warns him one last time to stop stirring the pot. Now looking at the whole chessboard, he figures Giselle is the most sus piece in this entire game. But something still feels off. Why did Giselle look so genuinely freaked out anyway? The scene shifts, it's lunchtime, and this girl with bright orange hair appears. So, this chick with the golden hair. Barbara just slides up next to our boy, Luca, and straight up hands him a bento box, leaving him totally shook. He's like, thanks, but for real, what is this? And Barbara's just giving off these super timid vibes. She's basically like, because you helped me out, you almost got cooked in that robot fiasco, and I'm just so glad you're not hurt. And then she tries to wife him up, asking if she can make him a bento box at the academy. But our boy turns down the free meal. He's not trying to get caught up in some annoying high school drama, but Barbara just hesitates for a sec. Dude, she's like, I don't even care if people get the wrong idea, and our MC is just left thinking, wait, does this girl actually like me? Like, for real? For real? Because if she had genuine feelings, man, that would be a massive debuff on his whole mission. So he just asks her straight up, you knew I was a walking danger zone. You knew getting close to me could literally activate a kill switch on those bots. So, why do you keep closing the distance? Are you trying to aggro mobs onto me? And Barbara looks genuinely shook. She's all like, I have no idea why this is happening. But he's trying to peek at her character sheet, find out her true intentions. So he goes for a critical hit right where he knows it'll hurt. He's like, Carissa is only griefing you because Giselle is the one giving the orders. And if Giselle doesn't get her way, she'll keep the PvP going until someone gets permabanned from life. But Barbara's reply was an absolute plot twist that sent shivers down his spine. Our boy thought he had her whole strategy figured out, but nope, his analysis was completely wrong. He just stares at her, a little stunned, and asks, "You know why Giselle hates you?" Right and right then, Barbara shuts him down, lifts her chin, and gives this creepy little smile. In that one moment, a wave of pure ice just floods his entire system. "Luca, why on earth would I tell any of you?" And suddenly Kinu's warning just echoes in his brain. That some of these sheep are just monsters in a human skin suit. Literal, mutant freaks way scarier than any wolf. He just never expected the final boss to be the quiet, low-key girl in the corner. Barbara, and boom, the scene jumps forward 2 days. Our MC gives Jillian the full debrief on his dark discovery. Apparently, Carissa deliberately used her own boyfriend as bait, setting him up with Barbara just to create some twisted excuse, to basically torture the poor girl. And Jillian just nods, looking grim. He's like, "Yeah, putting you on this quest was definitely the right move." Then, our boy asks if Jillian even has the authority to actually push this whole investigation. But Jillian just throws his hands up saying he can poke around with 1 or 2 people, but if he pisses off the wrong noble, the backlash is gonna hit him like a truck too. Our boy just frowns kinda soos about Jillian's sudden passion for this. Like, "I didn't think you were some kind of justice-obsessed paladin," but Jillian just laughs it off. "Nah, I just want to see the look on the face of some arrogant punk who thinks they're smarter than me, right before I toss them in a cell." Next up, our MC asks if he'd run a background check on Barbara. And Jillian looks at him like he just grew a second head. "Bro, it's literally impossible. A no-name commoner couldn't hack the Academy's military-grade security system, or hijack their network to puppet master those bots, and it made perfect sense why the nobles were the primary suspects all along. For them, rigging the robots during production, or slipping in some malicious code before shipping, is easy mode. With enough cash and influence bribing, the right people is basically a starter quest. And that's when a light bulb goes off for Jillian. Barbara's main sponsor is the Castoria family, and after Luca logs off with Jillian, he's done swapping intel. He feels like he's finally connecting all the dots, but the final piece of the puzzle just vanishes, so he just leans back, staring at the ceiling. I mean, the easiest way to get answers is a good old-fashioned interrogation. These rich kids have 0 points in pain tolerance, and they'd fold instantly, but straight up torturing them isn't exactly in the mission parameters, so he has to play the long game. For the first time ever, our boy actually seeks out Giselle on his own, finding her while she's practicing. Some kind of prosthetic body maintenance. And shocker, the students around her are actually grinding. Seems like even the nobles aren't completely useless, because even while she's working on the parts, with just a single hand, her skills were seriously sharp and refined. Yes, she didn't just buy her way into Clash Academy. She didn't get here on Daddy's money alone, and she looked genuinely confused to see him. "What do you want?" she asks after taking a sip of water, and he hits her with a totally deadpan line. "I missed you." And Giselle literally does a spit take choking on her water. She's like, "Are you completely insane?" glaring at him with this wild mix of being totally shook and utterly disgusted model. Cut to the chase. "I'm busy," he says, glancing around to see the lounge was totally deserted besides them. He then looked her dead in the eye, saying, "From now on, I need you to stop playing games and tell me the whole truth." But Giselle, the other dude, is not having it. He gets all prickly from our MC's questioning tone and claps back with some ice. He's all, "I officially accepted an investigation quest from the Imperial Guard, and a soldier just follows the mission log, you know?" Our boy mentions the Imperial Guard, and suddenly the convo hits a brick wall. He's like, "Look, they told me to check this whole mess out, so I'm locked in." Giselle stops arguing cold, and you can just hear the privilege dripping, when she says, "I hate to pull this card, but my father is an Imperial Guard captain. You know?" She was trying to pull rank a total power move, but our boy was completely unfazed. He just sliced right through the BS. He lays it out. "You want? Barbara kicked out of the academy, so you're torturing her, and I found out your family. The Castorias are the ones footing her bills." Hearing this, Giselle just pops off. She's all like, "Are you for real? I was the second person hit by that curse. Isn't that like the perfect reason for me to despise her?" Our MC is thinking to himself, "Yeah, she said they used to be friends, but hold up if they were actually ride or die homies. She would not have flipped on Barbara for something so petty." Giselle then tries to rage quit the conversation. Clearly she's got some skeletons in her closet. But our boy isn't having it. He blocks her path, ready to apply more pressure. The Imperial Guard has a theory. He says that the robot rampage wasn't RNG. It was a player-caused event. And if we're just looking at motive, you're the main character in this crime drama, which makes Giselle absolutely lose her mind. She's screaming, "You're blaming me. I got hit by Barbara's curse too." But Luca's response was just ice cold. A whole new level of chill, a criminal. Hiding out while pretending to be a victim, that's literally the oldest strat in the book. Okay, so our boy is putting two and two together. He's like, wait a minute, you're a Castoria, a big name family, you want to be a top-tier engineer and, robots like the back of your hand. Your whole skill tree is perfectly spec'd for hacking an AI network and ghosting without a trace. Hearing this, Giselle immediately tries to get him to back off, basically telling him to stop grinding this quest line. But our MC isn't buying that she's the final boss here. He just needs her to drop all her intel. But his gut, his player instinct is still screaming that Barbara is the real threat. Then talk about terrible timing. The door right next to them slides open. He has to swallow his whole interrogation, because standing in the doorway, holding a bento box, is Barbara. She's all like, "Luca, I've been looking all over for you. You weren't at your usual spawn point." Barbara unleashes this super bright smile, but it feels like she's emoting on his dead body, and Luca is seriously creeped out. He has no clue how she found his location. His perception stat is so high he would have noticed a tail instantly. So did he stumble into some kind of map glitch he didn't know about? Why does she always have the helpless victim skin equipped in public? And if that's all just an act, who's the actual raid boss manipulating things from the shadows? He has to fight this massive urge to just lock the door and initiate the fight. All he needs is 10 minutes, a quick speed run, and he could literally rip the whole truth from her. His fists were clenched tight. He's trying so hard not to just one-shot her, and Luca's voice drops to absolute zero. Ditch the fake smile. Barbara, just looking at your face is making me sick. And Barbara's eyes go wide with what looks like legit panic. The waterworks start, immediately tears popping up in the corners. "Luca, why are you talking to me like that? I'm into you, plus you literally saved my life. If this is some kind of misunderstanding, we can just talk it through." And hearing that absolute garbage made him want to rage quit. He snatches a chair and just yeets it into the wall right next to her, and Giselle is frantically signaling him to chill out. He leans in, his voice low and full of threat. "Everything up to now was just me messing around a little side quest for fun, but from this moment on, I'm playing for keeps. Barbara, you've been playing me for a total noob at this." Barbara covers her face with her hands. It's impossible to see if she's trembling in fear or just vibrating with some psycho energy. Then she tilts her head, and this completely messed up smirk starts spreading across her lips. "Luca, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about." Giselle's face just turned to ice. You can see her shoulders shaking, pure primal fear coiling around her like a debuff. Barbara starts walking to the paralyzed Giselle with these light, almost happy steps, looking like some innocent anime loli on her way to a picnic. She sets the food down gently. "I'll just leave the bento here," she whispers. "Enjoy your meal, Luca." With that, she turns, happily humming some cute song as she skips to the door. Giselle is still completely frozen solid, just locked down by this massive wave of fear. And then Barbara gently brushes her fingers over the back of Giselle's hand. Barbara leans in, her voice all sweet and soft. "Giselle, it's so great to see you. Goodbye." And in that one creepy moment, Giselle looked like a terrified lamb, and Barbara felt like the final boss. Like a monster that just crawled out of a nightmare dungeon. And even with our boy staring daggers at her, Barbara just hums and skips out of there, like nothing even happened. And a second later, the room is dead silent, and Giselle's legs totally give out. She just collapses to the floor, and Luca is shook. This is the super proud princess of the Castoria family, and she is terrified down to her very soul. Bro, she's the daughter of an Imperial Guard captain, so who is the real puppet master here? What's the messed up connection between them and all the NPCs getting caught in the crossfire? He says, Giselle's name. She just hides her face in her hands. "Don't ask me anything. Just keep your head down, let the timer run out, and get out of this academy alive. Please, Luca." Every bit of that arrogant, hostile vibe was gone, replaced by nothing but raw, desperate pleading. Alright, so we skip ahead a couple days, and ever since that whole fiasco, Giselle has been ghosting our boy Luca like he's got the digital plague. That very day, our MC gives Heiress the complete unfiltered rundown of just how cooked the situation is. The whole game board was basically falling apart on him, but Heiress hits him back with a response that was a total plot twist. He straight up tells Luca that this entire catastrophe is his problem to solve. From the very start to the bitter end, which just makes Luca's sus meter go off the charts. I mean, if the Imperial Guard made it official and jumped in, they could speedrun the investigation and find the truth in like 5 seconds. And yet, Heiress decides to just chill in the background and use our boy as his remote-controlled character, especially with this much carnage on the field. We're talking about a mess involving the captain's own daughter, and a seriously dark theory starts taking shape in Luca's mind. Some puppet master is yanking strings from behind the curtain, and he's just a disposable pawn in their grand strategy. Is this just the harsh reality of being a soldier? But man, it was making him unbelievably furious, and just as he figured, Giselle was still sending his calls straight to voicemail, and this bloody quest line called Barbara's Curse was setting off all his combat alarms. He was 100% certain Barbara was the director of this entire twisted show from the very beginning. But then he remembered what Jillian said. There's just no way a low-tier commoner like Barbara should have the admin-level clearance to hijack those battle bots. So our boy's brain kicks into hyperdrive, connecting all the bloody dots and scattered clues from every angle he can think of. He stress-tested every single theory without mercy, pinpointed the most likely main boss, and sliced through the tangled web of deception with pure relentless logic, until finally, a single bone-chilling answer was all that remained. It was Giselle and Barbara. They were the co-op partners behind this whole robot rampage disaster. But first things first, he had to trap Giselle. So, to make that happen, Luca dems Enrico. Hey, did you manage to get on Giselle's radar? And Enrico just smirks like, you know it. And before you know it, my man Enrico actually lands a meetup with Giselle. His face all red as he stammers out, I'm into you, Miss Giselle. And you can just see her face cringe in total disgust. She goes, look, I'll be direct. I have zero interest in. In fact, your whole vibe makes my skin crawl. Stop orbiting me for no reason. And Enrico just freezes his face a total blank right before he just bursts into tears. The dude booked it out of the garden like he saw a ghost. And honestly, Luca was shook by how absolutely savage Giselle was. Our boy thought to himself, if Enrico ever needs a solid in the future, he's got his back, no hesitation. Even he felt a little guilty using the guy as live bait. And just as Giselle turns to leave the garden, he waits until Enrico is completely gone, before stepping out of the darkness, and his sudden appearance makes Giselle's face sour. She instantly put 2 and 2 together, realizing Enrico's whole confession was just a big setup staged by him. Giselle was so done with his manipulative plays, she was ready to go full Karen and tattle to her dad. But his next line sideswiped her like a freight train, literally making her stumble backwards. Because he drops the bomb that he already spilled all the tea about Barbara to the Imperial Guard captain, and she's like, you told my father. Giselle choked out the words, her voice trembling, and her reaction was way more nuclear than he ever anticipated. She's literally spinning around, having a massive panic attack, and just completely losing her mind and seeing her that terrified. It was painfully obvious her fear of Barbara was a deep-seated core-level debuff. Giselle just lunges forward, grabbing him right by the collar. Everything I sacrificed is gone. Just like that, she screamed, all because of you. None of this nightmare would be real if you just stayed away. This is 100% your fault. But he just calmly signals that the game isn't over yet. Tell me everything you know, he says. I'll help you. And Giselle just looked hollowed out, completely and utterly beaten. This is an internal family guild war. You're just a no-name student. But he clapped back without even skipping a beat. And what if I wasn't? What if I became an official member of the Custoria family? And Giselle just looks up at him, completely shook. You could just see the waterworks about to start. Her eyes were practically swimming. What was that? He pushed again, not letting it go. Look, I'm supposed to be a total nobody, just a low-rank Imperial Guard trainee. So why would some high and mighty noble like you get the mission to be my personal babysitter? Doesn't that just scream Suze? And I'm not trying to gas myself up here, but among the noobs, everyone pretty much agrees. I'm a once-in-a-decade prodigy, a total unicorn. I even bagged the 7th grade cross-key medal not too long ago. The Imperial Guard captain is betting big on my potential. So, even if I marry into the Custoria family, I'm not going to be at the bottom of the food chain, no matter what kind of boss fight you're in. I've got your back. And honestly, my only path to becoming the captain's son-in-law gets a major XP boost if we just delete this whole problem. So if our goals are synced up, having each other's 6 is just basic survival. 101. Giselle was just gasping for air. Her whole body was vibrating with stress. She looked like she might just tip over after a super long pause. She finally choked out the words. The patrol robot, I was the one controlling it, and Barbara's curse too. I'm the one who did it. And just like that, the floodgates opened. Giselle spilled all the tea about the curse and their nasty toxic backstory. So, Barbara and Giselle's whole deal kicked off 3 years back. And back then, Barbara was Giselle's literal first ever friend. Not just some random classmate, but like a real deal friend. And Barbara was a total social butterfly. Just glowing, always had a smile plastered on her face, and that super open, sunny vibe just pulled Giselle in like a magnet. Around that time, some guy was majorly crushing on Barbara. I mean, with her bright personality and sweet smile, she was basically Ms. Popular. Giselle just figured Barbara wasn't into him. But then, plot twist, Barbara admits she's actually crushing on him too. Giselle couldn't handle her one and only friend getting poached, so she cooked up a plan to mess with the guy. She went full mad scientist, built a janky-ass robot, and used it to basically give him a heart attack. She even loaded a voice file into its system, telling him to get the hell away from Barbara, and she coded the bot to hunt him down in the middle of the night. But the whole prank went sideways fast. The dude tripped, got a massive head injury, and the fallout was so bad, he ended up having to drop out of school entirely. After that mess exploded, a huge investigation got launched, and Barbara was the first one to connect the dots, figuring out Giselle was the puppet master, probably because Giselle was always tinkering with robots. Right in front of her face, the situation was a runaway train with no brakes, and that's when Barbara proposed a scarily perfect plan. A get-out-of-jail-free card if Giselle also became a victim, nobody would suspect a thing. And that's the origin story of how Giselle became victim number 2. Barbara slid Giselle a microchip and told her to install it in a drone. Now, usually some external piece of tech can't just hijack a core AI, but for some sus reason, the robots started hunting Giselle for real. They glitched out, went totally berserk, and almost turned her into actual collateral damage. You could see Giselle biting her lip, shaking. Everything changed after that. Barbara went full villain mode. She started making these insane, twisted demands, telling me that to commit the perfect crime, I had to become a total ghost at the academy. And she said they needed a steady stream of new victims to keep popping up for our boy. The whole grim picture snapped into focus. Giselle had walked straight into Barbara's mental spiderweb. Barbara had been playing 4D chess this whole time, taking a problem that could have been squashed peacefully and cranking the difficulty up to nightmare mode, until Giselle was completely stuck, totally owned, and right then, Giselle's terminal let out a deafening shriek of static. Her security was supposed to be military grade, tough as nails, but nope, she was completely hacked. A horrifying, distorted voice started oozing out of the speaker. You told that man our little secret? You traitor, Giselle? Oh, but my sweet dear Giselle. Our MC strained to listen. That creepy voice from the terminal wasn't the only thing he had to worry about. He could hear it, that faint but deadly whirring of rotors slicing the air, and his gamer instincts, his hypersenses started screaming, like a full-blown raid siren signaling it was time to get the heck out of Dodge, and then a gunshot cracked the air. With zero warning, our boy Luca just snatched Giselle and full-on combat rolled them to safety, taking cover behind a thick stone pillar because damn, that whisper-quiet pop, that was the telltale sign of an OP suppressor. And when he glances down, our MC sees a fresh finger-sized hole drilled clean through his side. It literally just punched a tunnel through his body, and our boy knew he had to patch that bleeding status effect immediately, so he just shreds his coat, cinching it tight around the wound. And based on the audio cues alone, our guy instantly deduces this. Ain't some camper on a roof. Nope, that was the sound of an aerial drone 100%. Normally, taking this thing down would be a piece of cake if he just activated his super speed, but pulling a move like that now would just rip that bullet hole wide open, causing a massive bleed effect. And to top it all off, his entire inventory is just a single combat dagger. And since the shot was silenced, absolutely no one else on campus even knows a legit gunfight just started. And you know what that means? This just became a solo escort mission, and he's gotta carry. But Giselle, her brain is still lagging. She just snarls, "I'm gonna deck you, you jerk," before her brain finally catches up, and sees the dude is literally leaking. But instead of helping, she blurts out, "Wait, do you Imperial Guard guys even feel pain when you get shot?" Like, girl, read the room. That question just completely short-circuited his brain for a second. Her brain was just blue screening from sheer panic, totally not firing on all cylinders, and at that very second, the drone starts lighting them up again with another barrage. But our MC is totally pinned. He can't return fire because he can't even get a lock on it. He has no clue where the shots are coming from in the pitch black. But then a light bulb goes off. He glances at Giselle's. He's betting on the fact that most girls carry a compact mirror, so he just asks, "You got a mirror?" And thank God the RNG was on his side. By angling the tiny mirror just right, he gets a crystal clear bead on the drone's exact coordinates. That thing had a full-on stealth build, its matte black shell blending perfectly with the night. Then our boy just explodes into motion. He bursts from behind the marble pillar, using the insane momentum from his spin to basically yeet his dagger like it was shot from a cannon. You just see this silver streak painting a laser straight line through the dark, the blade homing in on the drone. Just like a guided missile hitting its mark, the drone just nosedives out of the sky like a bricked phone. It starts spraying bullets in a total panic. A final death blossom, but our boy was already ghosting behind the next piece of cover. But just when you think it's over, his own tactical device completely craps out the screen glitching before hitting him with a big old error message. He quickly checks in with Giselle, asking for a status report, and yep, she's got the exact same problem. We're talking a total communications blackout. The Academy network and even the global internet, both completely cooked. Then this angry-sounding static starts pouring out of Giselle's terminal, and a voice says, "Giselle, all I wanted was to protect you, so why would you go and betray me and Luca? I really like you, so please don't just ignore me." And our boy has heard enough. He snatches the terminal straight out of her hands and just crushes it. A shower of broken plastic and tiny circuits falls from his fist like confetti, because why listen to a psycho's rambling mixtape? His voice was pure ice. This whole setup. This is probably actually no. He catches himself before saying more. Because even though her dad's the big boss, Giselle herself is still just a civilian, just a student. He knew he couldn't drop any more info. There were puppet masters at play, way up the command chain, so his next move was clear. The new plan was simple: get Giselle to a safe house. But right as they reach the garden entrance, a familiar face melts out of the darkness. "Felix," our boy says, "orders from high command," and Felix gives a short, sharp nod. "Getting the VIP escort again, huh?" Felix says. "Nobody told me jack about this op." And for Giselle, it's like her entire reality just cracked in half. "This was all my father's plan," she whispers. But for guys like Luca and Felix, being soldiers means getting treated like expendable chess pieces doesn't even make them bat an eye. But on the other hand, finding out that your own flesh and blood, your dad sees you as a totally disposable asset, yeah, that's enough to break any. So honestly, her having a complete emotional meltdown right there, totally justified. Felix finally spots the bleeding hole in our MC's side, and all he can do is crack this dry, bitter smile. "If I don't get patched up, I'll be pushing up daisies by morning," our boy says, and Felix, keeping his own combat dagger, tosses his handgun over to his wounded friend. Then Felix pulls out his own terminal, getting ready to ping the higher-ups. That call was never going to happen, because another silenced shot cracks through the air, instantly vaporizing Felix's terminal and just shredding his entire right hand in a shower of gore. Both of them react in a split second, diving for the solid wall of the entrance and slamming their backs against it for cover. The shot was practically point blank, but our boy still couldn't clock its flight path. We're talking about a stealth drone so high tier that even Imperial Guard trainees are blind to it, and Barbara just doesn't have that kind of tech tree unlocked. She can't build military-grade cloaking devices, which means the puppet master here is not the real Barbara. And then this cold, robotic voice just seeps out of the darkness. The voice goes, "If I was aiming for your heads, you'd both be loot drops right now." And our boys immediately start throwing tactical hand signals. They're rebooting the plan on the spot. He's going to distract the enemy by running his mouth, while Felix goes for that juicy backstab crit from a blind spot. This whole strategy clicks in a nanosecond. Felix is already barefoot and just melts into the shadows like a ghost, while Luca's voice gets colder than liquid nitrogen. "You know exactly who we are, and you still want a monologue," he says, but the hidden enemy just has a little laugh. "Of course I know," the voice mocks. "Aren't you two just the cutest little Imperial Guard newbies now? Let's cut to the main quest. Hand over Giselle Castoria." It demands, and Luca tries to buy more time. "You're a soldier, man. You've got to get where I'm coming from." But the comeback he gets just makes his stomach hit the floor. The attacker used "you" singular, not "you guys." This son of a gun knew Felix was flanking, and just as our boy was about to lay down some cover fire, the most disgusting muffled snap of a bone echoes through the night. The enemy already has Felix. He's getting hoisted up by his neck, and the bad guy is decked out in a full-body combat suit that's loaded with active optical camo, a premium skin for sure. So that's why he couldn't track the ghost. Felix just got speedrun, which means this absolute unit is at least Imperial Guard boss tier. Oh, this is going to be a whole raid boss encounter. Giselle panics and grabs his hand, but he just shoves her straight off. "The second I aggro this guy you run, don't you dare look back. I'll tank as long as I can," he orders. And Giselle, of course, opens her mouth to protest. But he literally just clamps his hand over it. "There's no time to argue. Do what I said." And the very millisecond Giselle dips, Luca lunges forward, spraying and praying. He's unloading on the attacker's last known location, and yeah, his trigger finger is fast, but against a dude with invisibility hacks, his bullets might as well be moving in slow motion. The attacker just stares him down, his voice just chillingly casual. "Look, I'd really rather not have to wipe 2 of my juniors in one night," he says, and that single word juniors causes a fatal lag spike in our boy's brain, before he can even process that the enemy is already behind him. Nothing personal kid style, and Luca throws his arms up. He barely manages to tank the hit a blow that probably rearranged his internal organs. And then the horrifying realization downloads into his brain. This dude is an ex-Imperial Guard. No wonder his close quarters combat game is so ridiculously clean. It's absolutely flawless for a PvP match, where one mistake means you're cooked. He let his focus drift for a microsecond, and he's absolutely roasting himself for it. The enemy is moving in for the kill shot. This phantom knows that if he just deletes Luca from the server first, he'll have all the time he needs to just casually run down Giselle, and all of our MC's combat instincts are screaming at him. If he tries to trade blows head on, he's gonna get slaughtered. He has to completely change the rules. It's time for Aegis Combat Arts, a forbidden technique. The whole point of this skill is to use the environment and crank your perception into overdrive, even if it means you might suffer catastrophic brain damage. Step 1 is to force all 5 senses to expand, letting him feel every single thing in the area, and Luca wastes 0 momentum. His eyes immediately lock onto the combat sword. Felix dropped on the ground. A new weapon has appeared. Then he just violently yeets his empty pistol over his shoulder. It spins like some kind of heavy metal boomerang, and the steel of the gun collides perfectly with the sword's blade. The impact sends the sword flying straight up into the air right behind him, and he snatches the spinning hilt midair, and immediately unleashes a blinding backhand slash at the phantom. The attacker lets out a low hum, like he's actually impressed. "Well, now an Aegis Combat Arts user," the guy says, and hearing that makes our boy frown hard. How the hell did this dude know that secret the exact moment his feet hit the pavement? A slash comes crashing down like a freaking guillotine. He barely gets his sword up to parry, and the raw force of the block leaves his entire lower half wide open for a counter. He knew it in an instant. This guy was intentionally holding back playing with his food. If this guy was going all out, our MC would be sliced clean in 2. The attacker is clearly getting a kick out of this, an Imperial trainee who can actually pull off the legendary Aegis Combat Arts, and the man just speaks in the calm, flat voice. "Stand down, kid. Look, I don't want to have to murk you once you figure out who I am. Your bosses won't even be mad if you dip. The Imperial Guard doesn't pay you to get yourself killed for no reason." And just like that, Luca put 2 and 2 together. Anti-Imperial terrorists. The words escaped his lips in a shaky breath. He was pretty sure this was it, his final cutscene, but the villain's cringe-worthy monologue bought him a precious few seconds to think. He quickly ran a diagnostics check. The bleeding wound, the guy's identity. That insane CQC, but none of it mattered. From now on, he was just a tool for one job. There were only 2 ways this could end. He would either break, or he'd shatter the enemy first. He gripped his sword with both hands and unleashed a final desperate downward slash, pouring every last drop of his stamina into it, but the guy just casually shifted his stance, avoiding the kill shot like it was nothing. He even raised an eyebrow. "You're this cracked at your age, and you're really willing to throw it all away for the Empire." The strain from that lunge just ripped his wound open even more, and fresh blood started leaking like a busted pipe. But from the attacker's POV, his big move was moving in super slow-mo. The man's voice turned absolutely freezing. "You really think I can't just delete you right here?" Luca's body was hitting critical failure. He was legit using his sword to stay upright. Just to keep from face-planting, he spat back. "I don't care about the Empire, but your corny villain speech is making me sick." The man just shrugged it off, then started laughing like a maniac. "Man, I love that fire, kid. You're basically already on our team." He paused for dramatic effect, letting the silence get real awkward. "My name is Rick Kaiser. I'm a Republican, and for our boy Luca, Republican was just a code word for terrorist." He snarled through his teeth. "Sorry, I can't hear you over all that barking. Try speaking like a normal person." Rick's face went from 0 to 100 real quick. Actually, he looked absolutely furious. He shifted his weight for a split second, and then just blinked out of existence. Our boy's survival instincts went into overdrive, forcing him to guard his chest, but his mechanical arm was just atomized by the pure force of the hit, exploding in a shower of busted circuits and flying scrap metal. He saw a fist spinning like a drill coming right for him, Everything felt like it was in bullet time. He tried to launch a last-second counter kick, but Rick just snapped his leg in half mid-swing. Then Rick grabbed him by the throat and hoisted him up like a rag doll. "This is your one and only chance. Beg for your life, and I'll consider letting you go." Our boy. Luca just coughed up a bloody, broken smile. His lips moved and he spat a lungful of blood. Right in the terrorist's face, Rick just let out this low, dark chuckle. "That's what I'm talking about. If you somehow survive this, tell Keanu I sent my regards," and after that little whisper, the guy brutally tightened his grip. The very last thing our boy felt that night was the disgusting crunch of his own neck breaking. For a normal person, a snapped neck is an instant game over most of the time anyway. Cut to the hospital. Felix managed to choke out a weak, ragged sound. Luca, it hurts," Luca mumbled back his voice. "Totally wrecked, idiot. If you try moving with a broken neck, what do you think is gonna happen?" "No, crap, it's gonna hurt." He looked over at Felix and gave a hollow, bitter smile. His boy. Felix was never logging back in. His brain was completely fried. That's what happens when you're choked out with a broken spine for way too long. Our boy Luca, though, he basically won the lottery. He found out that right after he got downed, Giselle rolled in with a 4-man Imperial Guard squad. That immediate hardcore medical attention was the only thing that kept his brain from completely shutting down for good. If they'd been even a single minute late, he'd be pushing up daisies right now. Right then, the door to the room slid open. Captain Heiress of the Imperial Guard walked in. He was there to see our MC specifically. Felix was totally disconnected from the world. The captain pulled over a metal chair and sat. Heiress gave Felix a long, hard stare, some kind of complex, unreadable vibe flickering in his eyes. Felix did his duty, Luca said with conviction. First things first. Our boy gives a nod to his comrade before even starting the debrief. Total respect. Then he gives the captain the full mission replay, a perfect verbal download of the whole bloody mess, while the captain just processes the data without a single word. Hughes then tells him, this entire mission is getting wiped from the servers completely off the record, no paper trail, and then he drops a name, Rick Kaiser. Or should I say his real tag is Rick Silvanones. Turns out this guy is a Class 1 Most Wanted, a top-tier fugitive of the Empire, and this is the first time our boy, Luca, has even heard the name. He's totally shook, which kind of makes sense. The Empire isn't exactly posting its entire hit list on the public channels for everyone to see, especially not the targets who are living, breathing evidence of the Empire's biggest screw-ups. And that word stains sends a critical error message through our MC's brain. Stains. I mean for real. They were programmed from birth to believe the Empire was a flawless, divine entity with zero glitches. So, hearing a high-ranking officer use a word like that was basically heresy. But Heiress doesn't hesitate. He's ready to spill the forbidden tea. Mostly because Luca just survived a near-total party wipe, earning him the security clearance to hear this stuff. This whole thing was a Black Ops mission, called Operation Juliet, a mission that's been in the works for 5 years, with the one goal of getting an operative dangerously close to the leadership of the anti-imperial terrorist guild, a group known as Nemoxis, and our boy can't help but ask, wait, why? Just get close. Why not go full stealth and infiltrate the whole squad? And in response, the captain just slides a crazy encrypted terminal across the table at him. He's like, because no matter how many of their minions we take out, this organization is like a damn Hydra. It's always evolving and spawning new problems in the shadows. If we don't nuke them at their source code, all this fighting is just pointless. XP grinding, so our boy pushes back, asking if failing to capture Rick alive tonight means the whole 5-year campaign was a total wash. A sly grin just spreads across the Imperial Guard captain's face. He says we actually had a massive win. We managed to plant our own agent deep inside Nemoxis' command structure, and Luca is just confused. AF at first, so Heiress just lays it all out for him, no filter. Barbara is our mole. Nemoxis headhunted her for her god-tier cyber warfare abilities. All that blood, sweat, and tears. We invested to make the enemy see her as this OP asset finally paid off big time. I just never thought she'd go completely off the deep end, and our boy grips the bed rail so hard his knuckles go white. You gotta wonder, right? How many people did the higher-ups burn just to build this one lie? Even Giselle, the captain's own daughter, got tortured by Barbara for months on end. Were they all just NPCs to be sacrificed on some psycho's game board? He just has to ask. Does Giselle know about this too? The question is just dripping with raw, unfiltered emotion, and Heiress's reply is ice cold. She knows absolutely nothing, and for her own good, she better never find out. The captain's eyes narrow. Do you have any idea why I'm telling you all this? Luca's heart starts beating like a drum solo against his ribs. Deletion. That's the first word that pops into his head, because no matter how OP he is, he's still a low-level asset, easily erased without a trace, especially some street kid with zero backstory like him. But then Hiru slides a glowing, digital file across the table, and the crushing weight on his shoulders just evaporates into a bitter, empty laugh. It was an official adoption paper already signed by Imperial Guard, Captain Heiress Kostoria, with only one line left empty, the name of the person being adopted, and Heiress speaks with a chillingly calm voice. Welcome to the Kostoria family. Then the scene cuts jumping forward, a few months. A medical bot is carefully removing the external spinal support from Luca's back, dropping bloody titanium screws into a metal pan, one by one with a soft clink, and he's just muttering to himself. I was so close to being stuck with a bolt-on spine for the rest of my life. He gets up and throws on the fresh uniform of an Imperial Guard trainee. Felix is still laid out on the hospital bed, completely paralyzed in a massive neck brace, trying to call out his name in weak, shaky breaths. You're leaving. Our boy just gives him a single nod. I have to go. And Felix musters every bit of energy he has left to choke out one last line. I hope your future is full of nothing but lucky ERNG. He nods again, time to keep moving forward to the next level. Felix's quest log ended right there in that room, full stop. But our boy wasn't about to forget him. Nah, he'd remember Felix and every other player who got wiped on the way here. The scene warps over to the Imperial Guard Training Center. Our boy Luca is just standing in the hallway, his brain lagging from a million chaotic thoughts, so he pulls up the Empire's wanted list and sorts it by the latest patch notes. And who's at the top? Barbara's name. Turns out the whole thing was a massively complicated spy op, cooked up by the Empire, a long con, just to sneak into Nemoxis, the anti-imperial terrorist syndicate. But even knowing that Barbara's psycho personality still makes his heart pound, he just can't believe it was all a flawless performance. That girl was undeniably fundamentally bugged, and even that mental debuff felt like a custom weapon, forged by the Empire just for this one specific mission. Was she literally a manufactured human designed for one task? Either way, this wasn't just some bad RNG. Back at Clashy Academy, he was basically just a noob, walking blindly through a tutorial level designed by the game masters, a path laid out by the higher-ups, and he foolishly thought he was playing on his own free will. The deeper he dug into the lore, the more the Empire felt like some cosmic horror, an unbeatable final boss. For all he knew, his fated meeting with Kinu and his training in the OP Aegis combat arts could have been scripted from the character creation screen. The dark thoughts just kept stacking up like a poison effect, until he had to force choke his own brain to calm down. Like, dude, Luca, you can't start thinking like a conspiracy nut. It's just paranoia and baseless theories. Maybe the Imperial Guard captain dropping all those truth bombs was just another test. A psychological check to see if his loyalty to the Empire, his whole soldier build, had gotten nerfed. But the golden ticket to change his miserable life was finally here. Luca Kostoria, as a heavy door slid open to reveal Kinu's office. Kinu glanced up and asked, "Did you enjoy your little high school anime arc at the academy?" Luca was already an expert in the guy's dry, sarcastic delivery. "I had so much fun, I nearly came back in a body bag instead of returning to the training center," and Kinu replied, smooth as butter. What happened to Felix is a genuine tragedy. He was a top-tier student. A bitter question almost ripped its way out of Luca's throat. Does this guy actually feel a single ounce of regret? Kinu just calmly took a sip of his hot tea while Luca stared holes through him. "Rick told me to say hi to his instructor for him. He says he's doing great." Kinu's answer was so icy it could give you frostbite without even raising an eyebrow. "Rick Sylvan Noons. I'm actually glad to hear he's doing well. I never would have pegged him to become a terrorist." And Luca's face just scrunched up. Why the heck is his instructor talking about a wanted terrorist with such a warm, nostalgic tone? He just asked him, straight up, "Were you too close?" Turns out, Rick and Kinu were in the same starting party. They joined the Imperial Guard in the exact same recruitment wave, though Kinu claimed they'd lost contact a long time ago. Seems like you conveniently forgot to pass Rick's message along to the Imperial Guard captain. Luca froze one wrong dialogue option here, and his instructor could be permabanned for high treason on the spot. Finally, he answered, "I wanted to at least confirm things with my own eyes before filing a report." And Kinu stared dead at him. "So what's the real reason you deliberately hid my secret?" he asked. And Luca's brain immediately started speedrunning through everything that had just happened. Practically every major player in this quest knew about Aegis combat arts, which meant it wasn't just a fighting style. It carried some deep, dark lore. He decided not to dance around the issue. So, what exactly are Aegis combat arts? He knew his instructor's brows just furrowed a tiny bit. You're really that curious about it. And then a light bulb went off. That's exactly why Rick didn't just delete him from the server. The terrorist had intentionally left him with one up by only snapping his neck. Kinu gazed out the window, took a long, slow sip of his now cold tea, and then he smiled, looking exactly like a man who had been waiting for you to ask that one specific question this whole time. Wow, you got to the heart of the matter way faster than I thought you would. Luca Costoria, for a low-level grunt, you've got way too much intel. You get what that means, right? And oh yeah, our boy understood completely. In this empire, knowing too much was a debuff that guaranteed a fast death. If he hadn't gotten that VIP protection from Hyra, he'd have been quietly uninstalled by now. Kinu started dropping the lore bomb, his voice carrying some serious weight. Way back in the year, 3518, the first guy in the Empire's entire history to start an armed rebellion was this dude named Noel Moroska, the supreme leader of the whole uprising, the OG founder of Aegis, and the absolute gigabrain behind proto-tactical theory. Noel knew that a straight-up frontal assault on the Empire was a suicide mission, so he switched it up, going for that asymmetrical guerrilla warfare meta instead. That was the brutal training ground where Aegis combat arts was forged, and a chill just ran straight down Luca's spine. The entire skill tree he'd been grinding so hard to master was literally built on high treason. What the Empire really wanted to delete from the history books was Noel's pure genius as a combat strategist. But the rebels had already rebuilt their whole game plan around Aegis, using it to keep the forever war going. A storm of terrifying questions was brewing in his head, but it all started to make a horrible kind of sense for hit-and-run guerrilla tactics. All the massive game-breaking flaws in Aegis combat arts basically just disappeared. When you're constantly one hit away from a game over who cares if you're redlining your own neural functions. On top of that, the rebels had no centralized command or supply lines, so what they really needed was a super deadly and crazy flexible fighting style. Kinu just nodded, confirming our boy's worst fears. Even after the Imperial Guard launched a million different extermination campaigns to wipe the rebels from existence, Noel and his core raid party always managed to glitch through the net, scattering themselves into the deepest, darkest corners of the Empire. They'd recruit noobs for the meat grinder and launch devastating attacks on the Empire's most critical targets. Even if their squads got wiped, it was no big deal. They could just sacrifice the pawns to save the king. Luca could see the whole grim setup in his mind. The rebels could just cosplay as harmless civilians, because all their cybernetics were nerfed to be non-combat models. So basic security scans would just pass right over them. No one would ever guess they were high-level rebel commanders in disguise. And at the same time, anyone spec'd into Aegis could dish out lethal damage without needing any OP military cybernetics. This turned them into literal ghosts who could walk right through any checkpoint, which finally explained why Rick didn't just kill him. It finally clicked. This is why the Empire was so paranoid about keeping a list of every known Aegis user. He pushed for more answers. So how did the Empire actually manage to crush Noel's rebellion? Kinu just casually threw his hands up. Every single person who was even a little bit sus got executed. Luca didn't even ask how many innocent people were butchered in the whole mess. The body count had to be off the charts. Once the Empire labeled you an Aegis user, it was an automatic death sentence. So Luca asked, did the Empire try to bury this whole bloody mess? Kinu said they don't exactly memory hole it, but it's not in the tutorial either. If you don't go looking for the deep lore, you'll just die a noob without ever knowing the truth, Noel. Moroska, the Empire's greatest hero, turned into its #1 traitor, followed by a massive server-wide purge by the Empire. And yet Kinu was right here, an elite instructor for the Imperial Guard, who was an expert in the rebels' secret combat style. Our boy looked Kinu dead in the eyes. The captain sent me to you because he thinks you have connections to the terrorists. Am I right? Kinu just clapped his hands twice, real slow and mocking a smile creeping onto his face. Bingo. Luca. If you can dig up, or even just fake some hard evidence that I'm working with the rebels, you'll get a golden ticket straight into the inner circle of the Imperial Guard. And Luca just stared at him, his mind blown. But this guy was a total black box, impossible to read. He kept his voice totally chill. I highly doubt my instructor is besties with terrorists. Keanu's delivery was so flat it was almost robotic. You can believe that if you want, but the captain sure isn't buying it. So, here's a little side quest for your career progression. Go dig around the bloody mess I made back in the lower sectors. This did not feel like helpful advice. It felt like a straight-up taunt. and Luca was completely in the dark about what Heiress knew or why. He was being singled out to be the personal attack dogs in this drama. Our boy slowly pushed himself out of the chair. I'll be reporting every word from this conversation to the captain. Keanu also stood up personally, opening the massive door to escort him out. The instant he was outside the training facility, our MC just bolts going into a full-on sprint. He didn't stop running until he literally hit a dead end in the corridor, slumping hard against the wall, desperately trying to get his breathing under control. Damn it, he's being played by all sides. The captain and Keanu are using him as a human probe to test each other's defenses. How much longer does he have to walk this tightrope made of razor wire? Keanu's true identity was just getting more and more foggy, buried under a mountain of questions. Who the hell even was this man? He knew for a fact that going through the official channels would turn up absolutely nothing. But he was so done being used like some mindless NPC. He didn't claw his way out of the gutter just for this BS. So he decides to head to the lower sectors Keanu mentioned and start digging. Heiress had basically unleashed him on Keanu like a hound, just because Heiress suspected the guy had some deep links to the terrorist syndicate. Yet Keanu himself, even though he's swimming in a sea of deadly accusations, was acting totally unbothered. And then our boy remembered the specific words Keanu used. Why would he actively give him directions to a lead? Was it some kind of elaborate trap? A custom-made scenario designed to get him deleted? Or just another one of their messed-up psychological exams? A twisted game from both Keanu and the Empire. A loyalty check to see how far he'd bend. Luca silently made a promise to himself. There was no way he was going to be their puppet now. It was time to gear up and start following Keanu's trail of destruction. His first move was to send the complete chat log from his meeting with Keanu straight over to Heiress. Rick and Keanu were apparently running sketchy off-the-books jobs during the exact same period that's way too sus to be a coincidence. Heiress hit him with a direct question. You're itching to know too, aren't you? If Keanu is this much of a red flag, why on earth is he still running around free? Our MC was super curious, but survival was always his #1 priority. If there's a classified reason I'm not supposed to know, I'm happy to stay in my lane. Heiress just folded his arms and closed his eyes. After a super heavy pause, he leaned back in his chair and opened them again. I've decided to place my trust in you, Luca. The mission to investigate Keanu actually came from way up, a level way higher than the Imperial Guard. The top dogs think that by using Keanu as a pawn, we can finally crack open the core of Nemoxys. But Luca still couldn't connect the dots. Why would you put a dude that dangerous in a super important job like elite instructor Heiress, then drop the grim reality bomb? If we hadn't given him the instructor job to keep him on a leash, he would have just tried to bounce. Of course, leaving the Imperial Guard alive was never an option for Keanu, so the bosses put him in that role, because the guy is incredibly skilled, and more importantly, it makes watching his every move a total cakewalk. Hearing the stone-cold logic behind their plan made him gulp. He chose his words very carefully. I've been watching Keanu for a long time. And to be honest, I have never once seen a crack in his defense. His self-control stat is completely maxed out, and you can never tell what he's thinking. Heiress then gave him the signal to go all out on the mission. Bro, you're literally the last man standing. For a decade, we've been yeeting spies in training at Keanu, and not one of them even got past the loading screen with him. But he actually thinks you've got potential. Our boy let those heavy words sink in, realizing, yeah, there was no rage quitting this main quest now. So he hit them with his list of non-negotiable terms. First up, I need way more than noob-tier permissions. I'm talking a backstage pass to the entire database, and unlimited V-Bucks for this op. And boom, the screen fades to 3 days later. We see our boy Luca hopping into the Kostoria family's ridiculously bougie flying whip. The second the guild invite. Adoption papers got approved. Hero himself came to take him to the family headquarters. Hero's just chilling, asking if he's shook. And our boy gives this stiff little nod. Yeah, I'd be capping if I said I wasn't. My hands are actually kind of shaky, because after he strong-armed the bigwigs, they actually gave him a specialized key card. This thing was basically an all-access VIP pass, letting him zip between the rich people zone and the slums. Plus, he got official clearance to carry some serious heat, for personal protection. On top of that, he got a fat G-fund for the mission and a huge buff to his database access. He didn't push for God mode yet, because he hadn't grinded enough XP, but he knew this starter pack was definitely not going to be enough. The Empire could literally decide to delete his save file at any moment, so he had to go plus ultra and pull off a flawless speedrun. This dude's a soldier through and through. He'd rather get wiped in a glorious boss fight than get quietly nerfed by some shady political backstabbing, especially now that he knows some endgame lore that's way above his pay grade. If the devs suddenly pull the plug on the whole mission, Heroes would be totally cooked. The captain would have to clean up so many loose ends, and you already know Luca's name would be at the top of that delete list. Still, Hero signals for him to just chill out. He basically says, "As long as it's in my power, I'll be your tank and take the hits," which was the real reason for all this. Hero, bringing him into the Castoria clan was a massive strategic play, but it also meant he was handing over his character sheet entirely to Hero. So Luca speaks up. "I hate all this cringy rich people drama too, but if we're family now, technically, I should probably at least say hi. Just give me the dialogue options for how to act, and I'll get a perfect score." Hero just hits him with this sly, super sus smile. The captain does this whole anime villain chin stroke thing, pausing for dramatic effect. Just be yourself. Honestly, it'll be a massive shock to their system, and I'm here for it. Our boy still can't figure out Hero's whole deal, but hey, if he wants that protection buff, he's gotta play along with his 5D chess nonsense. As annoying as it was, the flying whip finally arrived over this absolute mega mansion, belonging to Imperial Guard Captain Hero. He's just staring out the window, completely silent. You can tell even though he grew up here, he's got zero nostalgic feelings for the place. The Castoria family compound is way out in the boonies, right on the edge of the capital. Acresia, everything around it is just this creepy blood-red wasteland. Only inside the compound walls does it suddenly look like a paradise, with lush plants and water like a weird biodome in a dead world. You hear the thrusters under the car hissing, doing their thing to stick the landing, and this is literally our MC's first time ever, stepping foot inside one of these high society fortresses, and just like that cutscene, he's in a crazy lavish guest room. Hero basically tells him to go take a nap, and once he's recharged, they'll speedrun all the boring paperwork. In a flash, every single person there is just swarming Hero, laying the flattery on thick. Our boy got tired of the fake compliments. Almost instantly, it was honestly exhausting. The social game here was just a reskin. Was this seriously the high-end content he almost died to unlock? But right then, a knock on the door and a familiar girl walks in. So you really did it. You're a Castoria now, huh? And who shows up? It's Giselle. Her hair is this insane deep blue tied back, and every time it moves, it looks like a whole galaxy shifting around. Giselle's voice was low, but she was not playing around. She goes, "I gotta apologize for real. I completely lost my cool back there. My emotions totally took the wheel, which as a Castoria is a huge L. I never should have acted so cringe," but our boy just shrugs it off. He genuinely does not have a single care to give. He's like, "Look, any normal person would be panicking in a kill box. That's just Tuesday. Don't even sweat it." And Giselle manages this broken little smile. A fragile smile as she says, "I went to check on Felix too. The dude didn't even know who I was." Man, you could tell the guilt from what happened to that trainee was weighing on her like a 10-ton truck, but our MC just states the facts. No sugarcoating. He's like, "You can be thankful, but feeling guilty is just a debuff you don't need." Felix was just following his programming, completing the main quest objective for the Imperial Guard. And he wasn't saying this to make her feel better, not at all. Our boy just has his sentimentality stat set to absolute 0, and Giselle just purses her lips, absorbing that raw data. "I get you. Now," she says, "you're like liquid nitrogen freezing on the outside, but you'll burn someone way worse than any normal fire ever could." Under all that, he could feel the whole vibe in the room change. Giselle wasn't the same snooty noble from before she'd put away all her defensive spikes. I mean, our boy did literally throw his own life on the line to drag her out of that hellscape. So, right then, Giselle stops him one more time. She asks, "Do you remember that promise you made, the one about what would happen if you officially joined the Castoria family? That you'd back my political plays?" And our boy just nods. "I don't make promises I can't keep." Other than Captain Heiress, he says, "You're the only other Castoria I've had a real talk with, and what's more important, I think you're the kind of player I can actually make a sealed deal with." And he cracks this tiny, almost invisible smile of approval. Now that, she says, sounds like a proper Imperial noble, someone who actually knows how to show some teeth and fight for their own damn loot. Giselle then walks over to a table, hardwiring her terminal into a holographic display like she's about to drop a presentation. She points at these glowing blue schematics and says, "The players you really need to watch your 6 around are my 2 older brothers, the first and second in line. Your random adoption into the family has them tweaking a total paranoid meltdown, and Luca just frowns, like, dude, I'm just a stray they picked up. Giselle immediately shuts that logic down. The Castoria house is a military first guild period. Out of all of Dad's kids, you're the only one who actually passes the stat check for being an elite soldier. Your bloodline doesn't mean squat when your raw power level is high enough to make them nervous wreck. It finally clicks for Luca. The two heirs are shook. He's gonna steal their throne, so he asks her, point blank, what about you then? You're telling me you have no ambition to be the next guild master? And for a split second, Giselle just freezes solid. But our boy holds her gaze. He's not letting her tab out of this conversation. Are you saying you have zero interest in the big boss chair? And Giselle's voice drops to ice cold. I have absolutely no reason to share my personal quest log with you. That icy wall she put up sent them right back to square one to their first hostile meeting. So Luca just lays his cards on the table. He says, I have zero plans to fight for the head of this house, just having the Castoria name. As a shield is more than enough for my own goals. But if anybody tries to grief me, I'm not just gonna lie down and get cooked. Whatever happens after that is not my problem. If the throne opens up, you should take the shot, Giselle. Just some free advice from your new big brother. And at first Giselle probably thinks the older brother title is completely ridiculous coming from him. But then a real honest-to-God laugh just bursts out of her. And seeing her smile like that so bright was like witnessing a legendary drop, a super rare event, which made the whole vibe feel like a rare side quest. And Giselle just leveled a dead serious look at him. She's like, for real, if it all goes down, you got my back. And our boy says I made a deal. As long as you don't switch to the enemy team, we're solid. I got no beef with you, and zero reason to take you off the board. So after hearing his terms, Giselle just sticks out her hand. Then it's official, she says. You're in the squad. I'm counting on you, before whispering so low you could barely hear brother Luca. And our boy's like, yeah, that's the first and only time you'll ever call me that, as he gives her a firm handshake to lock it in. Perfect cause. I can't stand cringy pet names anyway, right? Then the giant clock on the wall started chiming with this deep, heavy rhythm. Yup, it was dinner time. And this wasn't just any dinner, this was a main story mission. They had a whole formal banquet set up, so in no time he was rocking a slick high-class suit and stepping into a dining hall that looked ridiculously expensive. Just by scanning the seating chart alone, he could instantly see the server rankings. He mapped out the family's entire toxic power structure. First up was the oldest son, Nicholas. Then you had the second son, Joel, and the undisputed final boss of the house, Eva Castoria, who looked down her nose at him and spoke. So you must be this Luca character. I've heard your name buzzing around a lot lately. And on the surface her smile was all sunshine and rainbows, but her silky voice had this ice-cold stat debuff hidden underneath, like she was speaking through a filter of pure passive aggression. Eva then gestured for him to sit, and Giselle slid in with a quiet warning. Yo, don't give Joel any ammo to start griefing you, even if the big boss couldn't care less about which fork you use. Joel absolutely would. Then the door swung open again, and Heiress appeared saying, let's get this show on the road, but first we gotta do a prayer. And once that was all wrapped up, the meal started. You could hear the clinking of silverware like a countdown timer. And just like our boy expected, every single person in that room had their eyes locked on him. It was only a few minutes ago that Giselle had warned him to be on guard. She said they'd probably already dug up his entire life story. Nicholas couldn't use the high-end cybernetics, so he became a government paper pusher. But with his political skills, he could get most of the family to simp for him. As for Joel, he was way less capable. But the dude still thought he was heir apparent just because he was a soldier, and he had all the old school family members on his side. Since our MC was also a soldier, Joel was guaranteed to see him as a direct competitor and try to clown on him for his background, or his manners the second he even picked up a fork. Joel was staring a hole through him. Our boy knew the basic rules, of course, but he was replaying what Heiress told him in the flying car. If he played the part of a perfect little gentleman, that would probably be the opposite of what his dad actually wanted to see. Luca glanced over at Heiress, his old man, and decided to just copy his father's vibe, which made Giselle shoot him a super stressed look, cause he just straight up stabbed a piece of sliced meat with his fork and scarfed it down like a goblin. And just as predicted, Joel opened his mouth. Our MC put on a totally clueless face. Like, what's the problem, brother Joel? This food is amazing. And Joel gave him a smile that was faker than a wig. As your older brother, I feel the need to comment on your table manners, he said. I have no idea how you were raised, but basic etiquette is non-negotiable. The whole Castoria family's reputation is on the line. Here, Joel was so thirsty to diss him that he was completely oblivious to the fact that he was being played. Joel was clearly insecure, because our boy was an elite soldier. Meanwhile, who knows if Nicholas, the real 4D chess player, saw through the whole act. In Nicholas's eyes, Luca and Joel were just splitting the conservative vote. No matter how you sliced it, Nicholas was the real threat he needed to watch, so he just cut Joel's rant short. I mean, compared to someone who served for 10 years and still couldn't even unlock a 7th grade cross-key medal, this trainee at least managed to get a merit medal. I'm pretty sure my achievements bring more honor to the Castoria family than table manners ever could, which made a few relatives just crack up. They quickly tried to hide their laughs, but Joel's face went from 0 to 100, turning beet red like he'd just been emotionally crit. Luca said with a chill tone, "I might not have studied dining etiquette, but I'm pretty good at combat, especially since I was trained by a top-tier Imperial Guard captain." Then he calmly set his utensils down properly, cut a piece of meat with his knife and fork, and brought it to his mouth with perfect practiced elegance. And just when things were about to get messy, Nicholas swoops in with the clutch time. He's like, "Luca, my guy, stop messing with Joel." And then he turns to Joel, basically telling him to simmer down. Bro, this was a 200 IQ play. Nicholas just hit Joel with a verbal smackdown while making himself look like a total saint, and when Joel tried to clap back, Nicholas just hit the mute button on him instantly. Then Nicholas looks right at our boy, saying, "Oh, our new bro here obviously knows all the proper table manners. He was just trolling us on purpose, right?" And Luca smooth as butter jumps in like, "Yeah, I actually studied up for this, but it just slipped my mind for a sec. It's my first big fancy party like this, so I kind of got the jitters," and boom, Joel walks right into the snare hook line and sinker. My man Joel just became the meme of the dinner table, and with Nicholas now running the whole conversation, the dude just keeps cooking. So he says, "I heard you snagged the 7th grade cross-key medal." He's all like, "I'm just a civilian, so I don't get the details, but isn't that like super rare for a trainee?" And our boy just nods, saying basically every Imperial Guard has one. It's no big deal. Yeah, it's not really something to show off. And Nicholas hits them with the sad backstory, sighing about how he's the oldest but got nerfed at birth with a weak body, so he couldn't be a soldier. Dude's like, "I've always felt like I let dad down, but now that we have a super soldier like you in the family, I feel so much better." And oh man, Joel is absolutely fuming. He just smashes his fist on the table. He's like, "Bro, are you trying to say I'm not cutting it?" And there it is. He stumbled right into the trap Nicholas literally just set for him. But Nicholas just replies, smooth as silk, "Whoa there, Joel, sounds like you're getting the wrong idea. I'm your brother. I know your skill set better than anyone else here. I have total faith you're gonna pop off and do amazing things someday." But this just makes Joel even more tilted. See, the problem is since his dad is the freaking captain of the Imperial Guard, all his commanding officers are too scared to put him on the front lines. They keep him away from any real action. His last bit of gamer pride was just getting absolutely shredded, and honestly, knowing Hiroshi's personality, this whole situation kinda checks out. Like, even if his own son got deleted in a fight, Hiroshi wouldn't blame the squad leader, but you know how people are. They're gonna play it safe and avoid the drama. But hey, it is what it is. This was the exact result Hiroshi wanted for his son anyway. Our boy Luca could see that Hiroshi's smile was totally genuine, not just a social emote, and that's when Ava jumps in to de-escalate. So, after that little boss fight cooled down, dinner wrapped up, and a small reception kicked off, and Ava started taking our boy around to meet the whole clan. She starts calling him Luke, apparently, because Luca sounds a little too much like it came from the starting zone, if you know what I mean. His old name can just be his nickname now, which he's totally cool with, and a bunch of relatives come up to say hi, but bro, he cannot remember a single one of their names. Turns out Joel's little rage fest actually did our boy a huge favor. It basically put him on the map for everyone in the room. The whole room got the memo. This new guy is not some low-level mob. You can just walk over and after a quick hello to Giselle, his day one at the Castoria family mansion was officially a wrap, and he crashed hard on a bed that felt totally alien. But then someone sneaks into his room, the lock just clicks open without a peep, and it's Heiress who speaks in a low voice. Nice reflexes, Luca. He's like, "Sorry for the late night visit. I gotta look like I'm not playing favorites." Then he holds up a bottle of booze with a little shake. Then he just plops down in a chair, which totally catches our boy off guard. Because aren't Imperial Guard members, like, not allowed to drink by the rules? The lore is that doctors and scientists say booze and smokes totally mess with your nervous and hormonal systems. You know, the ones that are min-maxed for fighting. He offers our boy a glass, but Luca's like, "Nah, I'm good. I don't need any unnecessary debuffs when I'm already grinding these ancient combat skills." Hiroshi just smiles, like he totally called that, and takes a swig himself. Then he's like, as your senior guild member, let me give you some advice. If you want to make it in the long run, your soul needs a little bit of that irrational, inefficient, messy stuff. That's the secret sauce to staying human. But our boy frowns. Like, is that really a necessary stat for a soldier class? Dudes who talk like you? He says they're usually the first ones to get absolutely consumed by the grind. Our boy's chest gets tight and he's like, Captain, you sound kind of drunk right now. But deep down he knew Hiroshi wasn't drunk at all. Hiroshi just chuckles and says, look, I'll say it again. This is just some advice. Think of it as a family welcome gift. Find a hobby or a habit that has absolutely nothing to do with fighting something that might even slow you down. Then Hiroshi gets up and pats his shoulder. And in that moment, our boy saw the most human side of this guy he'd ever witnessed. Because this advice gave Hiroshi 0 XP. It was just like a dad talking to his son. But just grinding to become the ultimate weapon was already draining his entire mana bar. He didn't have any extra energy to take on more. This messy stuff he's thinking. Maybe he's already got a ton of it. And now he's supposed to add even more. Because he definitely doesn't want to end up like those NPCs Eli or Keanu, a dude who just straight up ignored the rulebook, letting the feels take the wheel and causing a huge mess. But then again, why would an Imperial Guard captain even say that? Drop a line that says, our boy just couldn't get a read on Hero's game plan. And just like that, we flash forward to the next morning. So, day 2 at the main estate was just as mid. But hold up, there was one major W. He got a private tour of the family armory. So, he asks her, Wade is playing tour guide for the armory, also on your quest log. And Giselle just nods. Yeah. She's like, that's literally my whole major at Clashia Academy. Mechanical engineering cause for the Castoria family, handling all the gear, is a legacy passed down through the women. You can't just trust some random NPC with this stuff. My mom's the current admin, she explains, and I've got next, which instantly makes Luca's brain flash to his stepmother Eva. The picture he had of her was total prim and proper noble, you know? Like the type who wouldn't even touch grease with a 10-foot pole. But to Giselle, her mother was an absolute beast at her job. She was the one who personally maintained all of Hiroshi's prosthetics and weapons, a fact that left our boy totally shook. So he asks, aren't these noble marriages basically business deals, he wonders? And if the vibes go south, wouldn't it be super easy to, sabotage the equipment? Giselle just nods, like he stated the most obvious fact in the universe, 100%. That's exactly why my mom handles it. She says it's a family legacy, and basically the ultimate trust. Fall in mid-sentence, our MC just freezes. Dude looks like he's been hit with a stun spell. His eyes are just locked onto this ancient suit of mech armor, and Giselle gives him that classic confused head tilt. Seeing the frame still had these faint ghostly emblems of some old legion. But what really pops off is the single horn on its helmet and the fact that its arms are totally asymmetrical, with the right arm being way bigger and beefier than the left. Clearly modded to wield some kind of unique, oversized weapon, and Giselle steps up next to the horned mech to drop some lore. This, she says, is a legendary item from our family's history. The full assembly mech frame Celia. It was the signature ride of the one and only Agatha. You know, the literal founder of the Castoria family, and this thing is a one-of-a-kind build. So Luca just stares, burning the silhouette of Celia into his brain, like taking a mental screenshot and bam, scene change. Okay, so the Castoria family has this whole side building called Silver Moon Hall. It's basically the retirement home for the clan's elders who aren't supposed to pull the strings directly anymore. Think of them as advisors, a council meant to stop the family head from going completely off the rails. They don't get a direct vote on any of the big plays, because if they did, the leader would just be their puppet, and this is all Heiress giving our boy the full rundown on the Silver Moon Hall crew. There's 7 of them, total a solid number, not too big, not too small, which leads Luca to ask if anyone on the council was against his adoption. Heiress gives him the breakdown. 2 voted no, 4 abstained, and only 1 voted yes, and staying silent basically means you're rolling in with whatever the boss decides. So, the family head's decisions almost always get the green light. Any no votes are really just them putting their concerns on the record. Don't stress about it, he says, as they head up to the 2nd floor, down this long-ass hallway and into the room at the very end. And the first thing that hits his eyes is this giant triangular incense burner. Sitting behind it are these elders who look more like shadowy figures than people with a thick curtain of smoke separating them, man. The vibe in here was intense, but also kinda classy. But get this, the elders were just chatting, casually, completely breaking the mood, until Heiress clears his throat and the whole room goes silent. This kid he announces is Lucas. Yeah, you can tell he's still not used to the name change. And immediately the elders start whispering. judging our boy with their volume knobs, slowly turning up. He and Heiress just have to stand there and take it until one of the elders gestures for him to step forward, so Luca starts walking towards the incense burner. Right in the middle of the room, the same elder who summoned him raises a hand signaling him again. He keeps walking until he's literally face to face with the guy, and the old man reaches out, strokes his cheek and goes, "Child, you have to survive." And to do that, the elder whispers, "You gotta be the one eating the chaos, not the other way around, even if it rips your throat apart. You just have to," he says. And it felt like this dude was dropping major spoilers talking about Luca's current predicament, while also hinting at a whole endgame he couldn't see yet. Luca processes this for a second, then just says, "I will." And a gut feeling like a sudden XP drop of intuition tells him this guy, the one still touching his face, was the single vote in his favor. Our boy walks back through that smoky haze to Heiress' side, and another elder calls out, telling everyone to shut it. "All right, let's get to the next item on the list," he says, then motions for our MC to dip, so Luca turns to leave. But just as our boy was about to bounce, Heiress claps a hand on his shoulder, stopping him cold, and Luca is completely shook. I mean, if Heiress is sus that he's teaming up with Kinu, why let him in on this S-tier secret? The elders were all huddled up whispering like they're in a secret guild chat, but the family head gives the green light, so our MC gets stuck in the elder council meeting. Talk about a drag. A whole hour passes before they step out of Silver Moon Hall, and Luca immediately asks Heiress, "Bro, why didn't you let me dip?" What was the point of that meeting? He bets even Nicholas and Joel haven't gotten an invite to this exclusive server before. Yeah, those two have probably never even unlocked the achievement for attending an Elder's Council. Heiress just hits him with that cryptic NPC dialogue, "You'll find the answer on your own." He doesn't even look back as he drops another wisdom bomb. "That's just how I teach," he says, claiming those other kids need to grind through some hardship. Then we hard cut to the final morning of his stay at the estate. The last 3 days were a complete plot twist, totally not what he was expecting. But he figures he can finally log out of this crazy place, only to step out of his room and find a new side quest waiting. Some kid a whole head shorter than him is aiming a literal pistol right at his face. "My dad says people like you can dodge bullets, is that true?" Our MC instantly recognizes the face and the nameplate. It's Nicholas's kid, Emilio Castoria. And our boy is like Emilio. "You do know I'm your uncle, right?" Emilio just replies with ice in his veins. "I know, but you're lowborn trash, and Luca is mauling internally. Calling him a brat is being nice. This kid is a shameless little gremlin." Then you hear the gun click loading around, a sharp bang rips through the air. But our boy Luca doesn't even flinch. The kid was at point-blank range, but he totally predicted the Miss Emilio is having a full-on tantrum stomping his feet. "Why didn't you dodge? You're supposed to do the cool move." So, Luca just yoinks the pistol and gives Emilio a light kick, sending him flying several meters. Emilio crashes to the ground looking absolutely bewildered as our MC stands over him, aiming the gun down. He says, "Go tell your dad your uncle tried to delete you." And just then the sound of the shot makes servants swarm in from all directions. Nicholas himself speedruns onto the scene, scooping up Emilio, who immediately starts the waterworks in his dad's arms. We're talking a full-on snot and tears festival, while Nicholas just stares at our boy with a look that could freeze hell over. "So what happened?" he asks, and Luca just lays it all out, calm and collected. "Your kid pointed a gun at an adult, so I taught him a quick lesson to make sure there's no sequel." Nicholas just face palms and sighs big time. "I suppose so," he starts, but our boy cuts him off. "No, I'm angry too, you know. If I was some normal person with no combat stats, I'd have been sent to the graveyard for real. That brat of yours has zero respect for other players' lives." Nicholas then passes Emilio off to the nanny. "Can we talk in private?" he asks, leading the way into Luca's room. Our boy follows, closing the door behind them. Nicholas sits down smiling like he just won the lottery and says, "Luca, everyone outside is going to think we're having a major guild war." But our boy just exposes him with a stone-cold delivery. "You used your own son to stage this whole thing just so we could have a private meeting without anyone thinking we're teaming up. I'm starting to think Emilio isn't even your real son." At this, Nicholas flashes a smile that is genuinely terrifying. "Just as I thought, you're brilliant, way smarter than Joel. He's my biological son." "Sure, but if something were to happen to him, I can always just have another one." Luca is so over it. He's ready to physically throw Nicholas out. But Nicholas keeps talking. "I know you have an alliance with Giselle, but she's missing key intel. At this rate, Joel is going to be the next family head. And if that happens, my survival chances are basically zero." Luca's interest is piqued. "You have a few minutes," he says, and Nicholas starts to explain. You've probably already figured out what kind of players Joel and I are. It may not be obvious right now, but when the final chapter begins, you'll see a flood of people suddenly rally behind Joel, and if he becomes the boss, I'll probably get wiped. If I had my father's OP authority, it'd be fine. But neither Joel nor I have that kind of power. Our MC gets it, but he pushes for more. Joel can't stop you. So, what makes you think he's gonna win? Nicholas explains that some factions are just desperate for a new leader. Any leader. Some of them want a military dude they can string along like an idiot, but our boy isn't their pawn, and neither are the ones against father. They're literally looking for a nerfed heir, and it finally clicks for our boy. Their whole endgame is to install a puppet, just a meat suit whose decisions they could ghostwrite for, and you can just feel our MC's stomach drop to the floor. So, was the Heiress? He knew, just a persona, a totally different character sheet. He finally asks, so, what's my quest objective then? Nicholas just cracks this smug grin like it's no big deal. You're gonna fake being my rival. Start grinding prestige points with the rest of the family. You need to build your network. All the relatives who want a military guy in charge will naturally flock to your side. If you can just poach Joel's supporters, peel away his whole fan club piece by piece, then all of a sudden I become the safe bet. And bam, I'm the new head of the family. It's only then our boy realizes this whole master plan was set from the moment Nicholas met him. Nicholas cooked up and launched this entire victory scheme in just 2 days, a total speedrun. He didn't even hesitate to use his own son as a disposable pawn man. Giselle was right. Nicholas is basically a Heiress clone. Our boy asks, what if I get OP enough to actually challenge for the top spot myself? And Nicholas just stops cold. If that was your real goal, you wouldn't even have to ask. His voice was just so calm, so damn certain. Even if you did take the throne, you wouldn't have the guts to kill me. The Luke's family would need an advisor like me to even function right. And you've got what it takes to keep me leashed, he said with a grin. And I'm not being sarcastic. For real. I mean it back when I was a nobody. I really thought all nobles just had life on easy mode. Nicholas didn't even deny it. Everybody's got their own boss fight if you need a buff. I got you. I'm a pretty high-ranking government official after all. And he added, don't even worry about Giselle. Even if you boosted her, she's not geared for the final boss fight. Giselle isn't even in our weight class, so there's no reason to gank her. Right then, Nicholas steps out the door and just starts shouting for everyone to hear. Luca, I don't care how high your stats are. If you disrespect your big brothers, the Kostoria family will never accept you. His performance was seriously next level. Our MC almost wanted to applaud. Those 3 days at the main estate were finally done, but it felt like a whole week-long debuff. From now on, he's going to be a regular at the Kostoria estate. Even though he'll mostly be rolling with heroes, this fancy fortress is technically his new spawn point. But he was already missing that janky little room in the training dorms, sitting there in the sleek flying car. Heiress fired up a holographic display and just started grinding through a huge quest log of work. The man hasn't stopped for a single second. Since they got in the car, and our boy never imagined the daily grind for an Imperial Guard captain was this hardcore. And during that short trip to the estate, he was pushing his own limits trying to meet the insane expectations Heiress had for him. But looking back, was that even the outcome Heiress wanted, or did he totally misread the quest log? Heiress was playing 2 roles, part dad and part stone-cold guard captain. He was nothing like the basic NPC commander. Our boy thought he knew, so he kept replaying the last few days in his head like a VOD review, totally paranoid that he missed some crucial Easter egg, and right then he felt the ship lurch forward with a massive jolt. Whoa, okay, something just started growing under the ship, and the whole vehicle just slammed on the brakes and went in reverse. This was totally off script. There was no reason to be pulling a U-turn. Then our boy Hero just goes dark mode, killing all the hollow screens. Don't freak out, Luca, Hero says, but his voice is so chillingly calm, it's like a GPS telling you to drive off a cliff. He literally hits him with the, "This is all part of the plan, my guy. Our ride has been hijacked." Apparently the enemy squad is already camping the LZ, just waiting for them to crash land. Backup is 10 minutes out, so it's a horde mode survival mission until then. And with a flick of his wrist, Hero reveals a hidden weapons cache. He just yeets a loaded piece and a nasty-looking combat dagger at him. Parachuting is a no-go. They'd just be clay pigeons for the snipers below. We're riding this thing into the ground, so you better brace for impact. But landing in a pre-made kill box is just a speed run to the graveyard, right? Yet, Heiress just strolls over to the ship's main console like he's not bothered. Luca's probably thinking, I guess to be the final boss you really do need to have every skill maxed out. And while our MC is still buffering on that cryptic line, Hero bypasses the system's firewall with, some percussive maintenance. He just smashes his fist straight through the armored monitor glass. Hero smirks, saying your face right now is an absolute priceless meme. Pop quiz, hot shot. What's your take on our current strategic situation? He asks, gripping the handles on the wall for support. He has to brace himself because the whole car just started doing violent pirouettes. The grim reality of their situation just hit Luca like a truck. Captain, you went and turned yourself into the bait on purpose. And Hero just gives a nod, confirming the whole insane play. This whole mess is designed to level up Barbara's street cred inside the Mamaxis organization. Because she cooked up a scenario believable enough to gank an Imperial Guard captain, Luca was just shook that this all circled back to her. Honestly, friend or foe, he just wanted to smack some sense into her, which is right. When the flying car slammed into the ground, a huge cloud of smoke erupts, and a second later, the bent car door gets kicked clean off. All thanks to some plot armor level impact gel. The two of them were almost totally fine. Luca vaults out the window and immediately starts scouting the area. This wasteland map has zero cover, not even a decent rock to hide behind, and his morale just tanked. Could they really last for 10 minutes out here? Then Heiress steps out, patting his shoulder with a touch as light as a whisper. A red glow then rims Heiress's eyes, his internal terminal linking up directly with a satellite. The eye in the sky instantly pings all the enemy players, even giving him an exact head count. Basically wall hacks. Heiress draws the pistol from his waist and says super casually, "The weather's great today, I've got a clear view," as he starts firing. The laser gun begins to glow, gathering energy before a beam shoots off to the west. A sight that left Luca completely stunned. Heiress acting as the decoy didn't mean he was walking into the ambush blind. He was willing to be the bait, because he was 100% confident he could solo the whole enemy team. Heiress just keeps on shooting while he's talking. What a multitasker. You'll get visual confirmation on the hostiles in 12 seconds, he says, as the faint sounds of explosions and screaming reach Luca's ears. He can't even see the enemies, but he's landing headshots anyway. Our boy Luca had already figured out the cheat code. This had to be a military satellite feed, which Hero confirms in that dead-level voice of his. I'm an Imperial Guard captain, you know. I'm allowed to borrow a military satellite for personal use. A flex so hard it left Luca speechless. How can one person even do that? Even the most cracked player would have a hard time pulling off this kind of aim-assisted sniping. It needs a military-grade satellite and a massive amount of computing power running in the background. He's making it look easy, but this is basically tactical-level fire support he's calling in for himself. Is this the kind of OP ability the Empire's top captain has? And just as he thinks that a bullet grazes the air where his forehead was a second ago, that was a cross-map shot, a super precise snipe. These guys weren't playing around. Their whole goal was to delete the captain. They obviously came fully prepared for this raid with all of their DPS focused on Heiress. As for the random dude next to him, they didn't care if he lived or died, which is when Heiress grins and pulls out a freaking spear. I'll take care of the tank-class enemies and the full-body mechs. You just try your best to stay alive. Nah, Luca wasn't having any of that. He straight up clapped back. Heiress just shrugged, while swinging his spear like, bro, getting sus orders is a feature, not a bug when your boss is mid. The spear screamed, its massive tip carving a nasty line in the dirt as a total power move. And Heiress tells Luca, look, if you want to climb the ranked ladder, you gotta learn to execute trash-tier quests, like your life depends on it. Because this world is full of griefers, and our boy was shook. He had zero comeback for that cold-blooded logic. He was stuck covering Heroes 6 these enemies were fighting, like they were on a kamikaze run, just feeding themselves into the meat grinder for some rebels. And make no mistake, these guys weren't NPCs. They were solid, but Imperial Guard. Captain Heiress was a literal raid boss, one of the Empire's S-tier players. Even without a giant mech suit on, the dude was an absolute beast. A whole mob of attackers just Leroy Jenkins'd right at him, and with one insane strike, Hiroshi straight up deleted a rebel from existence, insta-jibbed the next two guys, then charged right back in. Into that mosh pit of enemies outnumbered like crazy, but you think Hiroshi felt a single drop of fear? Nah. He actually looked more hyped by the second our MC wanted to spectate Heiress's moveset. But the four guys currently trying to gank him had other ideas. And they were no joke, either. These fanatics basically had friendly fire turned off. They would eat a bullet, and it wouldn't even slow them down. So our boy activates Ija's combat arts. His brain started calculating all their movement vectors, and the whole area instantly glitched into a pre-rendered 3D tactical map inside his head. In a flash, he one-tapped a heavy machine gunner. The very next second, he's in a brutal CQC with another dude, while some chump behind them is just spraying and praying into the chaos. Right into their scuffle, then his eyes lock onto an Aegis Combat Arts user, and my guy is staring him down just as hard. Man, this Aegis Combat Arts stuff runs deep in the terrorist guild. This dude could actually fight him to a draw, and he was doing it without any OP cyber gear. But our boy knew they were just built different, playing on another level entirely. Then he saw it. The opening. He flash-stepped right into the dude's personal space, his left hand locking onto the guy's arm like a vice. A line of pure light just bisected the guy's body, and he was cleaved in half the second our MC grabbed him. The guy's whole combo broke. His Aegis Arts just crashed. If he was a real pro player, he would have just nerfed his own arm to get away, but nope. He's cooked. Our MC flicks his eyes over to where Heiress is, and holy bodies are stacked like firewood, while our boy was in a 4 versus 1. Heiress had already speedrun the entire enemy wave. For an assassination mission on an Imperial Guard captain, this felt kinda sloppy, but Heiress tells him it's not that simple. He says Rick is probably camping at range waiting for me to get debuffed from the fight, so he can pop out and steal the kill. That's a huge opportunity for Nemo Axis and for us. So our boy asks, then why don't we just reverse the gank and bait Rick into a trap? Heiress just shakes his head, saying that bagging Rick would hurt them, but it wouldn't be a game ender for Nemo Axis. No matter what this operation's main quest is to buff Barbara's reputation, if we trap Rick Barbara, our undercover agent might get permabanned, and years of grinding from the top brass would just go up in smoke. Heiress's tone was just ice cold, cruel even. To the higher-ups, Rick and I are both just disposable pawns, and damn, that hit our MC right in the feels. An Imperial Guard captain was just a piece on the board. Is there anyone in this entire empire who isn't expendable? He cuts that thought short, but Heiress already picked up the signal. He just lifts one finger pointing up. Only one, he says. And you know who people like you and me, dozens could get wiped, and it just wouldn't matter. The Empire loses a few HP, but the whole server crashes if the Emperor gets zeroed out. So in the end, we're all just consumables for the Empire. And scene, we're back at the training camp, and news that our MC is now the adopted son of the Kostoria family spread like a viral meme, and now everyone's looking at him with some serious side-eye. Some dudes even started simping, trying to get on his good side. He knew the deal, but this wasn't the W he was looking for. He only got close to Heiress to get the admins off his back, but now he realized the whole thing was pointless. He didn't get out of the surveillance. He got stuck with something a million times worse. A mission that was basically a death sentence. He has to investigate Kinu, and he knows the bill for joining this family is gonna come due. So, he got his head straight. He had to grind like his life depended on it, to keep leveling up his stats and his rep. His trainee phase even got shortened to just 1 year. Next up was the lower district, the tutorial zone, and after that he could finally finish his main quest, becoming a real Imperial Guard member. Our boy was about to head back to the lounge when he caught some nobles dropping Eli's name in their gossip. And, you know, he couldn't resist. He strolled over to get the tea. And bro, the news he got was an absolute gut punch. Apparently Eli had handed his own brother such a beatdown that the guy was basically on the injured reserve list for life. That move instantly made Eli the top contender for the Carta family throne. And while the other nobles were laughing it up, our MC was dead serious. What was Eli even thinking? This dude never cared about the family succession quest or leveling up his status. Plus our MC heard the two brothers weren't even on bad terms. And yet, here he was after practically deleting his brother from the competition, making a play for the crown. And our boy had a sinking feeling he knew why. Lillian's death must have been the thing that totally corrupted Eli's entire operating system. It probably rewrote his whole main quest. So our boy camped outside Eli's door for a solid 30 minutes before a familiar face finally showed up. Eli just arched an eyebrow. Luca, hold up. Shouldn't I be calling you Lucas Kostoria now? Our boy didn't even grace that with an answer. He much preferred his old handle, but Eli just dropped the pointless line and dipped straight into his room. Our MC just waited outside like a raid boss spawn camper, and when Eli finally reappeared, he laid it out. Word on the street is you put your brother on a hospital bed. Eli's face didn't even twitch. It was a sanctioned duel, he said, with all the emotion of an NPC reading a script. My brother's always been a bit of a simple guy. He gets baited way too easily. Okay, that just made our boy even more invested in this drama. How in the world did Eli manage to trigger him? That hard? Eli just ducked his head a little. I slept with his girlfriend. Maybe she just thought I had more riz. She jumped ship pretty quick. I almost feel bad for him. Our MC just stared at the ridiculously handsome jerk. You're a real piece of work. You know that. Then, Eli's whole vibe switched up. So, what kind of sketchy back alley deal did you make? Getting adopted by a great house isn't some random side quest reward. But our boy kept his mission details classified. My life has always been one big balancing act on a knife's edge. Nothing about that has changed, Eli said, tapping his boot on the floor. Even the pros on the high wire slip and fall sometimes. But our boy knew the hard truth. Once you're on that rope, stopping isn't an option. And Eli shot him a look. It was a look that basically said he'd already seen the entire playthrough from start. He was cooked from the start. Refusing the quest meant a game over screen, and just as he was about to leave, Eli stopped him. I'm done running away from reality. And our MC asked carefully, is this because of that woman? He didn't even have to say Lillian's name out loud. Eli just closed his eyes for a beat, then opened them again. If my family's broken, I'll just become the head of the house and patch the damn thing myself. And if the empire is mid, I'll just grind to the top and overhaul the whole system. Yeah, those words were dripping with main villain energy. But honestly, he had to respect that hunger, with Eli's cracked stats and talent. Our boy knew for a fact that if he committed to the grind, he'd pull it off. That dude would absolutely make it happen. And our MC wasn't about to be a debuff, especially since he couldn't even give himself advice right now. Whatever, man, welcome back, Eli. But if you're actually trying to become the heir, you're gonna need to up your game. And Eli shot right back. Look who's talking. Getting adopted into the Kostoria clan had to have come with a steep price. So let's just push for the top together, Eli added. It's why we're both in this Imperial Guard trainee boot camp anyway. And our boy couldn't deny it, because really, all he could do was hang on tight to that rope no matter what. And Eli was already proving his point with his actions. The very next day, my man volunteered to lead a bug hunt mission on some planet called Nova, while our MC headed over to the Imperial workshop. He was in desperate need of a weapon upgrade. And while he was testing a new blade on a training dummy, Rowena, the girl with 3 arms, laughed and asked him, so, how's it feel? He definitely approved. Just holding this makes my cyborg body feel like it's about to redline. In a good way though, I think we could nerf the output just a little. And Rowena immediately understood what he was trying to do with the design. She got it instantly, exactly like the legendary Master Smith of Debo predicted she would. Our boy wasn't asking for any extra perks. The gear he got was already S tier. He just needed to know the item names. Runa hits him with the lore drop Cruxus, which is some ancient word for pure calamity, and the gun that's Runa, also meaning destruction. Bro says they're both girls, and to treat them like you're trying to max out a romance side quest. He's just laughing. 1 weapon in each hand? Never thought his first love would be literal hardware. A gun and a sword. He's out here wondering which one is going to be the main waifu. Then, the scene fades. Our MC steps into the lower district, and just as he's about to ping Gabriel, some rando clocks his wallet, but our boy grabs the dude's wrist and gives it a hardcore twist. The whole wrist just explodes on the spot. Wires and junk go flying everywhere. The guy screams and speedruns it down a dark alley. Yeah. Our MC is kinda getting used to this cyberpunk weirdness. This place was definitely giving off these vibes, but Gabriel still wasn't picking up after a few tries, so our boy follows the quest marker on his map, and heads on over. His anger meter is spiking hard. For real, if Gabriel was ghosting him to party, he was gonna rearrange his face, but then he kicks the door open, and the only thing he finds is Gabriel laid out on the floor like a rag doll. Okay, so that's why you're not answering calls. Just then, his arm starts vibrating a little, and Gabriel's like, relax, my guy. I'm not totally cooked yet, so he rushes Gabriel to a medbay stat. Turns out, my man Gabriel tanked 4 bullets straight to the chest and stomach, but somehow he wasn't about to get a game over, which probably meant whoever did this wasn't trying to actually zero him out. Our boy demands a debrief, and surprise, surprise, it was a warning shot. The whole lower district is a PvP zone right now, with new guilds popping up like crazy. But Gabriel, he's not repping any faction. He's a solo player, making a living by being a merc. He even tells our boy to join a crew, or he won't survive the new patch. But Gabriel would rather get deleted than grind for some trash tier guild. What he really wants to know is, why did our MC even come looking for him? But our boy keeps the patch notes to himself, saying, same time tomorrow, I'll be back. Have the best health potions ready. Gabriel ain't thrilled about it, but he's gonna roll with the plan, cause he's loyal to a fault and never betrays a homie. That's why our MC has been investing XP into Gabriel for a while now, Trying to find any traces of Kinu in this cesspool is not easy. It seems like Kinu is all tangled up with his old contacts from the duel arena days. So, if our boy can figure out Kinu's old hustle, he might just dig up a solid lead. Still, he can't wrap his head around it. Why would Kinu even be in a dead-end server like this? There are 0 quests for dreams here. Anyway, he doesn't log out back at his upper district penthouse. Nah, he's planning on camping in the lower district for a bit. He wanders from the bougie areas into the straight-up slums, stopping sometimes at the zone border. From there, he could just look up at the skybox of the upper district. Finally, he stops in front of this totally wrecked building, orphanage number 72. The tutorial zone where he grew up. He just stands across the street staring at the place. A truck is parked right out front, and he's just sneering, like, of course that pig is embezzling the funds again. A couple of little kids who woke up are peeking out. They're just watching timidly from inside. The older kids obviously know the director is a scumbag, but they have 0 power to stop the corruption. And he gets it. He knows the world's code isn't going to change because of one little thing. The only variable he can really change is himself. But still, he could throw a wrench in the works. It won't patch the whole game, but maybe it'll buy these kids a few decent meals. And then everything will just reset to the way it was. So when he walks up to the 2 guys, one of the movers just gives him the side eye. They weren't gangsters, just regular NPCs, but even a tiny change like this was worth the effort. The dude sneers, asking where this squishy-looking player came from, and pulls a gun from his coat, but the second a bullet leaves the barrel, our boy straight up catches it with his bare hand. He opens his palm, and the messed up slug just drops to the ground. The other dude is completely shook, just frozen, not daring to make a move. That's when the director finally recognizes him. "You're Luca." And a split second later, a fist connects with the director's jaw. "Still running this scam, huh? Haven't you stolen enough already?" The director immediately tries to use a guilt trip ability. He's all, "I treated you so well, I even gave you bonus food rations." Then our boy just smiles at him. "Oh, I'm grateful. That's the only reason I haven't snapped your neck yet." The director starts begging for his life, completely panicked. "Okay, my bad. Just tell me why you're mad, and I'll say sorry." But our boy could see right through him. This guy felt absolutely no duty to the place that raised him. He knew this whole charity act was just some rich dude's fake PR move, a total whim. So our MC just stood there, stone-faced, letting the director spew his garbage. A clown like this wasn't even worth the XP from a pre-boss beatdown. And honestly, even if they swapped out the director, would anything really change? The whole system was cooked. Our boy just gazed up at the kids, all of them peering out from the window frames. And then he sees it. One little kid's face just lights up, giving him this hopeful little wave. That's the trigger. A flashback hits him, of being so hungry, he had to scavenge through literal garbage. And bam! The very next instant, his fist connects with the director's jaw. He leans in ice in his voice, telling him to get his act together, and then drops the ultimatum tomorrow. These kids better eat like kings. And just like that, he dips into a shadowy alley. All right, cut to the following morning. Gabriel is popping painkillers like they're candy, just to tag along with our MC. And my man Gabriel is just whining non-stop. Our boy says usually he'd have been drop-kicked by now, but the MC's reply is super chill. "I just got a good night's sleep." Gabriel, with his infinite wisdom, points out that decking someone you despise is basically free therapy. And you know what? Our boy had to agree. He's not wrong. So, after a bit, they pull up to the duel arena's entrance, and the goon standing guard looks absolutely shook. "Bro, is that Gabriel? The rumor was, you ate a bullet. How are you even walking?" And Gabriel just starts casually chopping it up with this guy he knows. Damn, word gets around quick, huh? No clue which rat was behind it, but their respawn timer is about to run out. Then the gang member finally clocks our boy, just chilling off to the side. "Yo, I saw your last fight. Total RNG clutch." Anyway, the two of them make it to Aleph office, and Aleph is still rocking that "I will end you" glare. But plot twist, Aleph gets up and treats our boy like he's a 5-star celebrity. "You here to get on the fight card?" Our MC shuts that down quick. "Nah, I need to have a little chat with you about something. Just us this time." And Aleph just coolly pulls out a smoke. "That's not gonna work for me, see? I'm not much of a fighter. I need some protection," our boy says with a straight face. "Besides, those 2 meat shields behind you are basically just decorations." Oh man, the guards were fuming. You could see their faces scrunch up in rage. Their knuckles went white as they gripped their pieces, and Aleph's stare turned absolutely glacial. "Look, I don't care if you're some hotshot, or even Luca himself being OP doesn't give you a free pass for arrogance. I got respect for your master, but that doesn't extend to you being a punk." Yep, it looked like they were about to throw down. Aleph crushes his cigarette, and that's the signal his lackeys immediately draw a bead on our boy. Our MC just smirks at the same time, giving Gabriel the nod to lock down the exit, and you can just hear Gabriel go, "Huh? What?" in the background. Then he just slightly bends his knees and explodes upwards with insane force, his fingers literally digging into the solid concrete ceiling. My dude is just hanging there upside down like some kind of bat staring down at the two very confused goons. Their aim was lagging a full half-second behind, and he just starts skittering across the ceiling like a nightmare spider before he twists and drops. He uses the sheer momentum of his descent, weaving between their crossfire like it's a dance. These two guards are now sweating buckets, and when they pull the trigger again, the shots just zip right past. The bullets fly through the exact space his head was a millisecond ago, and because they're firing at each other, well, they shoot each other. Epic fail. Two yelps of pain just fill the room, and Aleph just frowns, finally admitting his guards were completely mid, and then we get a scene change. A heavy downpour starts coming down on the city streets by now. Our boy and Gabriel have made it over to Gilda's repair shop. Gilda's busy working on Gabriel's cybernetic arm. Apparently it gets all achy, like a grandpa's knee whenever it rains. Meanwhile, our MC is replaying the deal he just brokered with Aleph. He remembers Aleph begrudgingly scanning his code on a terminal. But whatever info flashed on that screen totally shook Aleph to his core, which is why, in the end, Aleph caved and accepted his proposal. So, here's the deal. Our boy needs Aleph to dig up every last bit of dirt on the ex-manager, a dude named Dryla, and in exchange, Aleph wants a guarantee. He wants to become our MC's official retainer in a year when he's old enough to legally appoint an aide. See, getting a guarantee like this means you can officially register as a noble's right-hand man, and because of that, you get a pass to live in the high-tier upper district. But until that happens, Aleph has to prove he's even worth sponsoring. Basically, if he can actually become a retainer, is all gonna come down to his performance. And our boy was like, yeah, I can work with that. Back in the present, Gabriel hears the word waterproofing, and he just gets tilted. Bro, my limbs are supposed to be the waterproof model. Why do I have to pay for this service again? And Hilda just nods, saying that even the manufacturer's job isn't perfect. Apparently, gunk just seeps in over time, so waterproofing is basically a mandatory tune-up every 6 months. Our boy just listens in on this, then slides out a credit chip and clacks it down on the table. He's like, use this for a full system overhaul on Gabriel's Chrome. And yeah, throw in that waterproofing while you're there. Gilda gets this massive grin on her face as she just snags that credit chip. She's thinking Luca is the real deal, but Gabriel is literally having a heart attack over the cost, screaming at our MC, bro, this lady is totally scamming you. We could have used those funds for a real upgrade, but nah, Gilda wouldn't just jack up the price for no reason. For these two guys, he totally gets where Gabriel's coming from. Because trusting a mechanic in the lower district is a speed run to getting your wallet bled dry. Just then, a message from Aleph pings his terminal. Turns out, after Aleph took over the duel arena, pretty much all of Drala's top dogs ended up 6 feet under, except for one guy who was still breathing. But there's a catch, my dude is locked up in a mental hospital. Even though our MC wasn't expecting much, his hopes weren't. He figured it couldn't hurt to at least try and make contact, and then the scene just cuts. We see a flying car slam directly into a building, and our boy just casually steps out, like all this drama just to visit a psych ward. The dude who just blasted his ride was rocking some obvious gang colors, so our MC immediately questions Gabriel, asking if he's holding out on him. Gabriel looks just as shook though, and if he were lying, our MC would have clocked it instantly. The guy is just a terrible liar. Someone out there just yells Gabriel's name, so you really did end up picking Aleph's side after everything. I guess you didn't get our warning, and yep, it's confirmed. This whole mess is about Gabriel. These guys somehow knew Gabriel was spotted in Aleph's office the day after he got shot, so they just assumed he switched teams. You can see Gabriel's face just turn beet red. Veins are popping, and in a high-stress moment like this, my man can't even string a sentence together to defend himself. So, our MC just cuts to the chase. Got a spare pistol. He asks no extras, but Gabriel hands over his personal piece anyway, while the enemy just says coldly, "You chose the wrong crew. Gabriel, the boss lady wanted me to send you a little message," but our boy completely tunes him out and just starts blasting to get a feel for the gun's aim. The shots are pulling a bit up, and to the left and right, then their grenadier lobs a frickin' grenade at them. But our MC heard the trigger pull the second it happened, and in the next moment, one of his bullets is already on its way. It flies straight for the incoming grenade, connecting with it and punching right through the explosive payload. The grenade just detonates in the middle of the air, a total dud. He fires again, and the gang leader's mechanical arm just shatters into pieces on the spot. And by the time they even think about running, it's already way too late. You just hear this series of cracks from their knees and elbows. All their weapons hit the floor as they collapse like puppets, whose strings were just snipped, and the driver, who's finally coming to, just stares at our boy. Our company is contracted with a security firm. He says a rescue squad should be here in under 3 minutes. That level of professionalism is so rare in the lower district, our MC almost wanted to give the guy a 5-star rating. It's only at this moment that something seems to click for Gabriel, who's frowning and mumbling to himself. Don't tell me it's actually the boss lady Gabriel, then grabs one of the goons by his shirt, yanking him up and demanding answers. This boss lady you're talking about, is it Martina from Rose Life? You guys are trying to zero me. Just because I said no to joining your crew. The goon's eyes go wide, his whole face twisting up. You really are a clueless idiot. The boss lady has a thing for you. That's why she wanted you to move in with her. And Gabriel just looks completely baffled. Wait, wasn't that to be her full-time bodyguard? He asks, and the gang member just scoffs. A dude like you who hates being tied down, gets shot once, and immediately runs off to link up with Aleph. Of course the boss lady is going to be mad if she actually wanted you dead. She would have just popped your head off ages ago. At this point our MC finally chimes in. Tell Martina that Gabriel will pay her a visit, but a question is already forming in his head. I mean, if a regular girl went after Gabriel, you'd think she was just a gold digger. But if it's a female gang boss, she's definitely not hurting for cash. So to say he wasn't a little bit curious about this woman would be a total lie. After taking a bunch of detours, Luca finally arrives at the hospital, but surprise, the rules say only legal guardians are allowed in for visits. So our boy Luca just pays the nurse's tab, and like magic she ushers them right in. This whole exchange felt way too practiced, you know? Noma Drala's ex-top dog bodyguard was holed up in room 401, and with a heavy click the lock gave way. Strolling into the room, Luca calls out the guy's name, and Noma, looking totally gaunt with these hollowed-out eyes, just sits there on the bed, while Luca raises a hand and gives it a little wave right in front of the Nomama's face. You could see Noma's pupils try to track the movement, but man, his recovery was lagging hard. His whole cognitive system was seriously nerfed. So Luca just says, "Yo, I'm Luca. I'm here about Drala, the old boss of the duel arena," and hearing her name makes one of Noma's cyber limbs just twitch out of control. The neural wiring connecting his brain to his muscles was totally fried. Aleph really did him dirty. Luca was hoping to just farm some answers, but Noma was too cooked to give him any intel on Kinu. So was the only move left that sketchy neural damage fix the Imperial Guard uses. Turns out Noma was a beast in close quarters combat, a dagger specialist. So Luca pulls out a defensive knife. Noma's eyes instantly shifted, but Gabriel was over there thinking this was a total waste of time. So Luca immediately tests him with a fast jab, and bam! Noma snaps his dagger up, blocking the strike. And for a few seconds their blades just clash over and over. This back and forth, this dance of offense and defense was basically force rebooting the combat circuits in his brain, hopefully waking everything else up too. If even that muscle memory was gone, then the guy was a lost cause. But then Noma actually croaked something out. He said it felt like he was being dragged out of some deep dark swamp. "You're Luca," he rasped. "So you're here to question me too." His eyes locking onto our boy, as awareness slowly started to buffer. To keep Noma's brain from crashing again, Luca kept up the sparring, and was like, "Listen, Aleph only gave me scraps of info. What I really need to know is who was in Drala's inner circle." Then our boy Luca starts dropping all of Kinu's defining characteristics. Noma frowns, saying a guy with that kind of vibe is a rare spawn. I might remember him, but what's in it for me? This dude was from the slums. He wasn't doing side quests for free, so Luca kept the deal simple. In exchange for the info, I'll spring you from this hospital. Then he looks over at Gabriel like, "You've got a spare room, right?" Gabriel just freezes up. "You want me to babysit a broken old man?" But Luca cuts him off. "Just get a crew of people you trust." "I'm building a gang," he says, "and you're the leader." Gabriel was absolutely shook. "What the hell are you even saying?" Luca's reply was pure ice. "If you don't want the job, I'll just find someone else," cause our MC had this whole play mapped out since last time. He needed his own lieutenants, his right and left hand. Gabriel just wasn't enough on his own. My man needed a full-on organization, something that worked just like a gang. And as he thought that, it suddenly hit him like a truck. Maybe that's what Kinu was doing this whole time. Kinu never showed his face in public affairs. He wasn't part of any official crew either, so the only way to know his deal was to be an insider, someone like Noma. Kinu's relationship with Drala might have been the exact same as Luca's with Gabriel, and even though it was just a hunch, he felt like he'd just cracked the code. Kinu had been quietly building a squad recruiting locals in the lower district and running shadow ops. Our boy's heart just sank. Was he just following Kinu's character build, basically recreating his entire playthrough? But for what? He still didn't get the point of it all, and with that the scene changes. Luca pulls up to the Imperial Guard database, and yup, just as he thought, the timeline for Kinu becoming an instructor lined up perfectly with Drala's downfall. Still, the motive? The actual reason Kinu did all this was a total black box. Now he had to speedrun Noma's recovery, hoping to dig up some new lore, and he also realized if he just bailed on Gabriel now, even if he wanted to just log off, it wasn't an option anymore. Without him, Gabriel would get nerfed into the ground, just like Drala eventually getting a game over. And suddenly it looked like Kinu wasn't the villain after all. It was the exact opposite. Drala only got so powerful, only became a big-time boss because Kinu was backing her play. She even ended up controlling the duel arena, and Luca realized of everyone he'd met, Kinu was the most cunning S-tier player on the server. He was a master at balancing all these complex factions, keeping his own zone of control on total lockdown. Even in the middle of total chaos, our boy was laser-focused, the air thick with dust, glowing under a weird purple light when a figure just materializes from a corner he'd been camping in. And surprise, surprise, it's Kinu. My man had his presence completely cloaked like he wasn't even on the minimap this entire time. And he just goes, "Not bad at all, Luca. You've officially cleared the tutorial for Aegis. Now it's time for the real game to start." And you can see it on our boy's face. He's looking at Kinu, like that's the final character build he wants to achieve. Then we flash over to the training grounds. So, while Luca is getting his reps in, Keanu is just casually vibing, sipping on some tea. He brought in a thermos. This dude's dedication to tea is honestly on another level. Keanu just cracks this little smile. He's like, "I gotta say, didn't expect you to hit the miss threshold this quick." So, miss is basically the S-tier rank. It means you're good enough to actually teach the Aegis fighting style, which apparently used to have a whole ladder of countless ranks. But since the OGs are all gone, those labels are pretty much just for clout now, and our boy knew Kinu wasn't here for a history lesson. Kinu's smirk just gets wider. "Looks like you're itching to throw hands with me," he says as he gets up from his chair. The way he moves is super stable, but you can tell his body has some serious permanent debuffs. In a straight-up stat check gaze, Kinu is cooked, he'd absolutely lose. But then he hits Luca with this little finger flick taunt. Like, if you don't want to be eating through a tube for the next month, you better protect your dome and your chest. And it's only then that it clicks for Luca. Kinu's entire right arm is a combat-grade cybernetic. The weight, the feel, it's totally different. But there's not even a hint of imbalance. That kind of microcontrol is just completely broken. But here's the kicker. Keanu's neural system is fried. It can't handle a high-output piece of chrome. Like that, my guy is taking a massive gamble just for this spar. And our boy knows a chance like this is a limited-time event. So he drops the ego, gets into a legit formal stance, and shows his respect. "Thank you, instructor," he says. And then his foot glides across the floor, and it's over the entire fight. Lasted maybe 5 seconds. Our MC went all out, a full-on DPS rush, but every single attack was perfectly parried by Kinu's chrome arm. Even though on paper, Luca had a huge advantage. Shook, he just asks honestly, "Instructor, are you using hacks? Can you see the future or something?" And Kinu just lets out a little laugh. "If I could do that. You think I'd be living this much of a grind then?" His tone flips, getting dead serious. Luca, the Aegis fighting style, is basically stolen tech, a collection of forbidden arts. All you've learned so far is how to use your eyes to absorb more info, like widening your field of view. You literally change your perception of the world. After that sick line, Keanu just motions for Luca to leave for a bit, and our boy just gets it, a faint smile on his face. Keanu was a cold-blooded teacher for real. If Luca couldn't figure this out on his own, he didn't deserve to level up, and his progress on the Aegis skill tree would be hard-locked right there after that. Luca helps Keanu get up from the ground. "I'll give you a shoulder," he says, knowing full well this dude is running a top-tier combat prosthetic with a busted-up brain. And he can still throw down in a high-speed fight. Luca knows just how OP that is. The guy who seems to have all the answers to the universe is right there next to him, but Kinu would never just drop the answers in his lap. And honestly, Luca didn't expect him to, because they both had this unspoken agreement that to keep their bond this strong, they actually had to maintain a certain amount of emotional distance. Crazy, right? So while Luca's helping Keanu back to the office, Keanu starts making small talk about random stuff, like how there are these super subtle differences in sensation between a normal meat body and a full cyborg setup. He even half-jokingly tells Luca he should go get some Riz before committing to a full-body conversion. It all sounded like normal master and student banter, but Luca knew their whole relationship could shatter at any second. This bond was insanely fragile, and both of them were prepared to sever that spiritual link at a moment's notice. So when Luca left, he wasn't really feeling sad, but saying there wasn't a hint of bitterness would be a total lie. He just really hoped he wouldn't be the one to have to take Keanu out with his own two hands anyway. 2 days later, Luca dips down to the lower district to meet Gabriel, who says he's found some people who would do literally anything as long as you pay them, which has Luca just sighing in frustration. What he needed was a loyal crew he could trust, not a bunch of random addicts. But to be fair, Gabriel had just spent a fortune getting Noma out of the hospital. So our boy just pulls out a credit chip and tosses it over to Gabriel, helping his boy out. Yo, maybe next time don't blow the entire budget on God knows what. Our boy was basically the wallet for this whole operation, and when he swings open the door to a second-floor room, boom! There's Noma just zoned out on the bed, looking like his brain-to-internet connection just timed out. See? The plan was slick. Noma was still technically on the hospital's official records, a ghost in the system, so as long as no one came by with a literally nobody would know he was gone, except for the security guards and nurses with suddenly heavier pockets. Gotta say, Gabriel's performance was way better than our MC expected. Luca then gets a syringe ready, looking like a real back alley doc, and hits Noma with a dose of some mystery juice, basically forcing his body to absorb a hard reset potion. Then plot twist, he just slides a freaking dagger right in he hits him with the classic "you remember me," and Noma gives this tiny little nod, like the gears are I'm one of the good guys, you can trust me. Our boy, Luca, keeps laying on this hypnotic suggestion, like he's trying to defrag Noma's corrupted hard drive and get his consciousness rebooted. And bam, the next second steel is screaming against steel, sparks flying everywhere as their blades clash, leaving Gabriel on the sidelines, looking absolutely shook. Man, you can tell from Noma's insane speed that before he got nerfed, he was a total monster. Even now, he could probably still handle a couple of regular mobs. Our MC isn't even breaking a sweat. He lands one heavy blow that sends Noma stumbling backwards, making him fall right onto the bed. Then the fog in his brain just evaporates, and Noma glares at Luca. Like, bro, what in the world did you just inject me with? He gives a deadpan answer, just a little chemical cocktail. You can tell Noma is dying for a cigarette, or maybe a drink, but Luca says no to both, which actually gets a dry laugh out of Noma. You're as strict as a drill sergeant, he says. Then his brain connects some old dots, remembering Drala called that one guy Noel, and he curls his lip thinking Keanu really knew how to pick him. So, Noel was some legendary rebel leader from the old days, and Keanu had been running around using that name as his gamer tag, and the more Noma replayed that in his head, the more the entire situation just felt mad sus. Drala was a solid dude for real, but he was totally mid when it came to running the duel arena. And it was probably all because of that Noel guy pulling strings. Some of the arena's income was being funneled through other businesses. Noma just freezes mid-thought, then lets out this cooked laugh as it all clicks into place. But first, I need you to do me a favor, and you can see our MC just sigh. Like, of course, here comes the side quest prompt. Let me guess, this is about Alif, right? Everything that went down with Noma was his fault. Noma clarifies, he isn't asking for help, he just needs our boy to look the other way. He's planning to speedrun this revenge arc all by himself. Our MC has to drop a reality check, dude. You have a protection buff from Gabriel right now. You can't just run off to start a boss fight with Alif. Wait until you're clear from this place. But Noma's voice just drops 10 degrees. Don't you dare threaten me. My skill tree might be pretty basic, he says, but I always keep my word. Alif straight up betrayed Drala. He deserves to get zeroed, and now the plot is getting messy with our boy. Stuck deciding between Alif and Noma. He's gonna have to make a choice himself. And just then Noma drops some major intel. Alif is probably still holding Drala's old account books. Look for companies that have names starting with B, he says. All that cash is being piped directly into Noel's pockets. But before our boy could even say anything, a massive crash just detonates downstairs. Gabriel bolts out to see what happened, and finds one of the bald guys pinned to the floor by a stiletto heel. Some woman is standing over him, looking down with a vibe, like she owns the whole server, and she sneers. Your recon team is absolutely terrible. It was Gabriel's contact, Martina, and damn, she had even less patience than Luca was prepared for. Apparently they had a meeting scheduled for today, but Gabriel totally ghosted her that morning, and now he just strolls over to her acting all casual. Before she can even start yelling, he just puts a hand right on her shoulder. "So, this is your brilliant excuse for smashing into my place?" She laughs coldly. "Don't you dare lecture me about being reasonable." What a joke. He turns and barks orders at his crew. "All right, chrome dome, flat nose, and you with the wonky eye. Listen up. Gabriel and I are about to head out. You guys hold this location down. I am not repeating myself. And absolutely no drinking on the job anyway." Rose, Life was a women's gang from the lower district, basically a crew formed for survival. Most of the members were either from around here or ended up there with nowhere else to turn. To maintain loyalty, the ultimate boss had to be a woman, which is when our MC turns to Gabriel and asks if he's met Martina before. Gabriel confirms it and even starts bragging. "I did some temp security work for their crew once. I'm pretty sure she was captivated by my high charisma stat." But listening to the way Gabriel was talking, our MC could tell he barely knew Martina at all. At this point, the ERNG could go one of two ways. He either gets hired or he gets killed, and that second option was not on the table. If some dude named Olaf decides Gabriel's no longer useful, he'll just get sold off. So, Luca had to keep this guy in one piece. Pretty soon, they arrived at the Rose Life HQ. Their turf was a seriously rare sight in the Empire, a 3-story building with a classic Eastern architecture style rising up in front of them. On the stairs leading up to the 3rd story, a woman with an eye patch blocked their way, and you could see Gabriel clench his fist getting ready for a fight. "You really want to throw down right here?" The eye patch lady asked, her voice dripping with ice. "Don't you dare curve Martina again unless you want your life subscription to end," she hissed, just as our boy Luca stepped into the room. And instantly he knew something was way off the air, was thick with a funky perfume that was scrambling his senses. Probably some cocktail of knockout drugs, being vaporized into the air, and just then cold metal slammed against his temple. All that combat training he grinded for kicked in, making his body lock up tight, ready to counter at any second, while a voice sliced through the room. "Anyone else moves, they're getting deleted." Over a dozen goons had Luca and Gabriel completely surrounded a total gank squad, and of course one of them ignored the admin warning, and actually tried to draw on our MC, but Luca's reaction time was cracked. He kept his promise and immediately sent the dude's head flying. So, now we've got 2 fresh corpses decorating the floor, and the tension in the room was stretched so thin, it was about to snap, a total bloodbath just waiting to happen. The whole standoff, thick with the smell of gunpowder, was only broken when the person in the back finally decided to speak. "Who gave you permission to be so hostile to my guests?" The voice was so insanely gorgeous, you had to wonder, was that a natural skill or a paid cosmetic? Maybe some kind of high-tech vocal cord modification? A conclusion our boy reached almost instantly. And the owner of that OP voice was Martina Diva, rocking this amazing cheongsam, hiding behind a fan, while her eyelids gave off a faint cybernetic glow. Her eye patch-wearing subordinate replied with a total poker face. "That was my call. My apologies, Diva," she said, while Gabriel was visibly trying not to explode with rage right next to them. "So, you dragged me all the way down here just to set up a trap. You really think I'm gonna let this slide?" But before Gabriel could go full-on rage mode, our MC cut him off, telling him to take a chill pill. He could totally tell the eye patch woman was capping. Her voice had that tiny hesitation, you know? Like she was scrambling to come up with a good excuse. It was obvious Martina's plan to delete Gabriel had failed, and now she was just trying to find a way to save face without looking cooked. So, Martina, quick on her feet, switches targets to the real shot caller, her tone all elegant but sharp as a knife. "You're clearly not from around here. Young master, so what's an uptown boy like you doing meddling in our turf wars?" Our boy has heard this line a million times, people assuming he's some rich kid, so his reply was totally deadpan. "I have my reasons, and they're way above your pay grade," he says, which makes Martina frown. "We're Rose Life," she snaps back. "Don't think for a second your noble status is some kind of invincibility cheat code down here. I'm just giving you a heads up," she warned, and our MC just threw his head back and laughed, like she told the funniest joke ever. A few sewer rats get together and suddenly think they're kings of the castle. How pathetic, he taunted, which only made Martina's scowl deepen. Her goons started to get all antsy, too. You could see them getting ready to rumble. The whole room was about to turn into a boss fight, but just then the one-eyed woman interrupted, leaning in close to Martina. She whispered something in her ear, and for a split second Martina's expression glitched, before she immediately put her poker face back on. She sighed, snapping her fan shut with a sharp click. her eyes flicking over to Gabriel, who was standing behind our boy. I have one condition: Gabriel becomes my boyfriend. And of course he has to join Rose's life, which is a wild demand in an age where body mods are everywhere. I mean, Martina was still an absolute bombshell, no doubt about it. But would a woman that OP really be interested in a guy like Gabriel? Martina's voice turned sharp again. You kept saying you'd never take orders from anyone. But Gabriel, isn't that exactly what you're doing right now for this pretty boy? Gabriel braced himself before shooting back. This is a partnership, I owe him one, he argued, and Martina bit her lip, looking seriously frustrated. At that moment, Luca yanked Gabriel aside for a quick, whispered strategy session. Look, just agree to be her boyfriend for a little while, he said. It'll make everything so much simpler. You don't have to actually get initiated into the gang. That way they have way less blackmail material on you. But Gabriel was already in full-on panic mode. Bro, look at me. You think a face like mine can pull a goddess like her? Besides, she's probably older than my grandma's ghost, which was honestly a fair point. But Luca, keeping his cool, just gave Gabriel a reassuring look, having already run the calculations in his head. He knew that since Gabriel wanted to build his own crew, joining Rose's life for real was completely off the table. Just then, Martina called out to our MC, breaking up the huddle. So the big plan is to launch a whole new crew, huh? Her voice was losing all its warmth, getting frosty. You still haven't downloaded the patch for how things work around here, do you? But Martina just deadpans with Alep's help. A full server reboot for him is a piece of cake. Then she flexes. I've never failed to get my man. What I want, I get, he fires back with a cold smile. Well, get ready for your first L then. Popping your failure cherry at this age? How refreshing. Enjoy it, Martina. Then just ignores him, locking her eyes onto Gabriel instead. She puffs out her chest, basically putting all her stat points on the table, and suddenly her voice gets all soft. The kind of support I can offer, it's beyond what you can even grind for. Just please be on my team. Gabriel looks totally shook, turning away to dodge her intense stare. Nobody saw this full-on desperate plea coming from Martina. Our boy, though, he's secretly cranking his power level all the way to max. Plan A fails, and he was ready to just wipe the whole server, no questions asked. Just then, Martina leans back in her chair, her face screaming, I'm so over this. Fine, guess there's no other option. Since you're already here, let's just get down to business, and just like that, Martina's whole vibe does a 180. It's like that whole begging act from 2 seconds ago was just a fever dream. Luca, who was all geared up for a boss fight, suddenly feels like a total clown, which gives Gabriel the opening to ask, didn't you just say you were into me? You're giving up that fast? Martina just cocks her head to some beam. I've got a thing for getting tangled up with ugly dudes, but honestly, it just makes me feel super lonely whenever I think about someone like you. The fact that you dared to treat me like that, it actually stings, especially when I'm pinned down by some of the most disgusting guys imaginable. Then Martina just smiles, giving a little shrug like it's no big deal. Gabriel's face goes nuclear red as he clicks his tongue. Man, if you live long enough, people really do get weird. I mean, he was still a minor. Trying to figure out a woman like Martina was like trying to solve a puzzle with half the pieces missing. Soon enough, she switched her emotional loadout again. Okay, whatever. Next we talk, shop. After wrapping things up with Martina, our boy Luca and her subordinate Grace went on a little field trip. They were off to see Aleph now that Gabriel's faction had connections to both the duel arena and Rose's life. Just the rumors alone were enough to act as bug repellent for all the pests, while also being a magnet for fresh new talent. See, people with high stats are always ambitious. They want to snag a high-ranking spot in the new guild. And Aleph's admin skills were seriously OP, which left our MC totally impressed. On the way back, Grace hits him with a question. Hey, young master, you really trust that Aleph guy? He just shoots. Grace a look. You must be blind in your other eye, too. You seriously think I'd trust him? Grace was about to say something, probably gonna bring up Diva as a comparison, but our boy just cuts her off mid-sentence. He says coldly, your boss is just as sus. She's a walking RNG machine, totally unpredictable. Grace's face scrunched up. The second he started trash-talking, Martina. Damn, that loyalty stat is maxed out. Martina had mentioned it before. That Grace was an Imperial Guard trainee. This was clearly Martina's way of using Grace to data mine his identity and his whole mission objective, but our boy just let it happen. I mean, Grace was 10 times more useful than those low-level addicts Gabriel recruited. Plus, Rose's life even gave them a patrol quest in Rose City, which was a pretty sweet deal for his crew. Grace asks, Luca Young, Master, are you from a military family? He literally stops in his tracks when he hears that. What makes you say that? Grace lays out her logic. Because you're stronger than me? I seriously didn't expect to get so completely owned by someone who isn't even an adult yet. Damn, Grace's perception stat is off the charts. She totally clocked the limits and the pressure of his abilities. He was completely baffled. How could this be? Grace hadn't even finished the Imperial Guard tutorial quests. So why was she so confident working for Martina? He was actually getting more curious about why Grace rage quit the Imperial Guard. After that, the two of them just kept testing each other's defenses, throwing out question after question. They talked about a lot, but it was all just fluff. No real info was exchanged. Even though they were both playing their cards super close to the chest, our boy could feel the vibe shifting, like he and Grace were actually getting somewhere. I mean, her brain was practically wired the same as his. It almost felt like finding your long-lost duo partner from the tutorial days. Noma, looking suspiciously chill, had dropped a major quest marker track, any company whose name started with B, and follow the money. That cache was supposed to be a breadcrumb trail leading right to Noelle, which is just code for Keanu's wallet. But when Luca started digging, he hit a total dead end. The companies he was looking for were basically ancient fossils closed down for years, making the paper trail completely cold. Plus, the lower district's database was a corrupted, glitchy mess. But the real kicker, our boy was pretty much convinced Keanu was behind it all. That dude had definitely laid down a ton of fake intel. Just a classic troll move to get the real server logs he needed to hack into a much more secure high-tier network. No more bargain bin data for him. So who do you call for that kind of access? A name pops into his head, Nicholas Castoria, some big shot in the Empire, who is technically his brother. Not even a second later, Luca is ringing up Nicholas's terminal. He just drops it. No fluff. I need access to the Empire's central database. You've got the admin rights for that, right, bro? Nicholas was like, yeah, I do, but then immediately shut him down hard. Bro, I can't just give you the keys to the kingdom. You trying to get me executed. So our boy, who totally gets it, pivots his strategy. Okay, new plan. Can you at least help me look into a couple of shell corporations? He frames it like a favor you owe me one, and Nicholas shoots back. Is this whole thing gonna boost your rep with the family? Our MC says it just might, and hearing that Nicholas is suddenly all in, saying he'll have answers in 2 hours, max. That kind of speedrunning had our boy seriously impressed, though he knew this favor wasn't free. Nicholas was for sure gonna cash in that IOU later, with interest probably for some ridiculously high-level quest he couldn't say no to. But that's a problem for future Luca. Right now, he's got way bigger fish to fry, literal boss fights waiting for him. We're talking Noma Gabriel's crew, Rose Life, the Duel Arena, and Aleph, the whole Rogues Gallery. Luca had been juggling all these high-stakes missions back to back, and my man hadn't gotten any decent sleep in 3 days. He was running on pure game. At this point, if Heiress himself called Luca, would probably snap at him. He just muttered under his breath. Light disappeared before just knocking out cold, and when he came to a full 6 hours had vanished. He plugs his terminal into the wall to see what Eli's been up to. Just how many quests has that dude been grinding while he was out? Turns out Eli was even taking on optional side quests, just power leveling, like a madman, making him impossible to find, since they were both on separate mission tracks. They actually had 0 joint missions, so the two of them hadn't even seen each other in forever. Then, some random female classmate corners him in the hall. Dude, Eli has been going absolutely nuts lately. He's probably gonna shatter the all-time mission record for this training center. She's like, you're gonna lose your #1 spot on the leaderboard. And our boy just hits her with the coldest line. Then let Eli be #1. The girl just laughs it off. I heard you got adopted into the Castoria family, so you're probably just coasting now. If I was the adopted kid of an Imperial Guard captain, I'd be chilling hard too. And man, our boy wishes he could chill. For real, he just wanted to deck this girl who had no idea what she was talking about, ever since he got that Castoria name tag. The difficulty on his life quests cranked up to nightmare mode. Everything got way more complicated. In the good old days, the game just told you who the enemies were, and all he had to do was point and shoot. But now he's got to figure it all out himself. Who's on his team? Who's a secret enemy? Who's giving him good intel? Who's a total troll? The line between friend and foe got super blurry, and honestly, it was pissing him off. He thought about rage quitting so many times, but he knew that at this high a level, bailing out just means you get deleted by the system for good. Guys like Keanu, guys like Heiress, what makes them so OP? They weren't just born as final bosses. They definitely had to grind through the same frustrating trial and error quests he's facing before they leveled up into the monsters they are now. And our boy realized he has to become a monster, just like them seeing his whole mood tank. The girl quickly tried to backtrack. I wasn't dissing you. You totally deserve the Custoria name. And hearing that for some reason actually made him feel a tiny bit better. A presence and power that forces everyone to read the room. That's the goal, not some status he got from pity points or charity. He wants a position earned through his own raw strength. So he just gives the girl a friendly pat on the shoulder like, "Nah, I just haven't slept in a few days." Becoming a true young master isn't some free tutorial reward anyone can get. And with that, Luca dips and heads over to Eli's private workshop. The second the sensors scan his vitals, the doors slide open, revealing Eli kicked back in a service chair, while a bunch of high-tech robot arms are buzzing around him. They're swapping out parts on his cybernetic body like a pit crew in a futuristic Grand Prix, and Eli just turns his head to say, "What's up?" "Yo, Luca. I'm guessing you heard the news, ya boy. The Caltica heir has been putting in some serious overtime lately." Eli lets out a little laugh, totally roasting himself. "But honestly, compared to you back in your prime, this is barely even worth mentioning. If I want to close that gap, I gotta stay on the grind." And it hits our MC. Right then, Eli has been through so many boss fights in such a short time. The dude looks like he's leveled up, but also aged a few years. Eli's natural talent was always a tier higher than his. He was just coasting on his base stats before, and even then Eli was pulling similar numbers to him. So, now our boy knows he's got to work even harder on his own Aegis. Combat art skill tree. Gotta push it to the next tier, or else Eli's gonna leave him in the dust of the new meta. After getting changed, Eli just gives him a nod, motioning for him to come along. "I'm gonna show you my latest epic drop." And through the glass, Luca sees this absolute beast of a metal creature completely wired up with electrodes and cables. It was a monster made of pure machinery, no flesh and blood at all, and its whole biology was a total mystery. This was also our boy's first time seeing one up close in 4K, and yeah, it was definitely something worth flexing. Because these things pack a natural electromagnetic field inside their chassis. He had heard that trying to capture one of these things live was a near impossible quest. So he can't help but ask, "Eli, yo, are these mechanical beasts somehow connected to the ancient civilizations?" Doesn't matter how much he's changed, Eli is still Eli at his core. His obsession with ancient civilization lore was still maxed out. Eli gives him his expert opinion. "We can't be 100% sure, but the odds are ridiculously high. Even though these mechanical monsters are built from machine parts, their internal structure is as complex and detailed as a living thing's DNA. Some people are even saying they can grow and reproduce over time. It's just that nobody knows the science behind it." Then he glances at the researcher nearby. "So, can we tame this thing?" And the guy just shakes his head. "There's no precedent for it. I can't give you a straight answer." And while they're talking, the mechanical beast suddenly seems to lock onto our MC. The scene cuts, and the two of them are walking out of the research lab. But Luca knows deep down, that was probably the last time he'd ever see that mechanical beast again. It was about to be shipped off to a top-secret research division that answers only to the royal family, which sounds less like a transfer and more like getting exiled. It's gonna get locked up in some black site somewhere and spend the rest of its life as a lab rat. And our boy isn't feeling sorry for it. He's just spitting facts. Eli adds with a grin, "Oh yeah, I got a second trophy for you. Consider it a little congrats gift for you becoming the young master of the Castoria family." Saying that, Eli pulls out a dagger. "This was the weapon I looted from that alien I smoked, this time an equation. You know that race that's famous for being badass mercenaries? The dagger itself was carved from the bone of some unique beast from their home planet. A creature that's totally extinct now." Our boy was a little sus. Like, can a knife made out of bone actually be used in a real fight? So Eli whips out his own dagger and just smacks it right against the bone. A sharp clank rings out and the bone dagger doesn't shatter, but a bunch of spiderweb cracks instantly appear all over the blade. Just as our boy was about to say something, the cracks on the bone blade started healing themselves. It was like watching cell regeneration in fast forward. The fractures and gaps just vanished. Bit by bit, Eli explains that in their language it's called Greiken, which basically means immortal or eternal. So, I call it Greiken. This is a gift I decided I had to give to my best bro. The meaning behind it was huge. Both of them were on a quest for immortality for that eternal life build. But there's a fundamental rule in this universe. You know, even the server itself has a shutdown date. Everything is basically on a countdown to oblivion. The whole game world is going to get wiped one day. So you think their tiny little lives even matter. They're not even a pixel on the screen. Just a quick flash of light, and our boy Luca felt himself getting kinda emo. I mean, this was the first time he got a gift that actually felt real. Back in his room, he fires up his terminal to check it out. And boom! Nicholas had already zipped over the data files. The guy even did the extra credit, verifying the puppet masters behind all these shell companies. The way they moved funds was a total maze, like some endgame raid mechanic designed to confuse you. This whole setup screams money laundering, and Luca knew it. He was now massively in debt. Favor-wise, Nicholas had basically scanned his entire character sheet. He knew exactly what our boy wanted, which is why he dropped such an OP gift. 'Cause this guy, Nicholas, he never lets a favor go uncollected. Man, if Luca actually pulls off the RNG to become the head of the Custoria family, he's totally keeping Nicholas in his main party. No way he's getting kicked from the guild after the boss. Nicholas would be an insane support character, a top-tier advisor. Then our boy awkwardly scratches his head. Was he getting way ahead of himself, theory crafting the final expansion already? So Luca decides to just shelve that thought until Nicholas sends the next mission update. But reality always hits you with a critical nerf. Later that afternoon, he gets a ping from the family, someone he knew had just been permanently deleted. And the person who got zeroed it was the exact name he was just daydreaming about. Nicholas Custoria? Yeah, Nicholas was totally dead.